podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 163, Understanding Your Emotions. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my happy and healthy co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm doing all right. This was not a bad week. We're a day late here because we had a family fire pit night last night before the weather turned bad on us here, so we kind of postponed it a day. Anything exciting going on with your week?
Not currently. It's kind of been chill week.
Chill week. Nothing wrong with that.
Nope. Well, not with the temperature, at least.
Well, yeah, temperature's like in the 60s here. It's ridiculous. So part of our effort in this series of 10 here is we're kind of building on what we kicked off in 161 with our emotional intelligence. So today we're talking about understanding your emotions. Emotions are complex and at times can be overwhelming. Emotions help us deal with the world around us and to handle our experiences. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we're going to take a look at how emotions help us. We'll discuss some basic rules about emotions, and we'll look at tips on building emotional awareness. But as always, before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast now, Apple, Spotify, Google, and so forth. We'd also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can DM us on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all our social media and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes.
Here we go. So we are back again talking about emotional intelligence related things, and like our previous few episodes, this comes to us from kidshealth.org. They say how emotions help us. So what are you feeling right now as you listen to this podcast or watch this podcast? Are you curious? Are you hopeful you'll learn something about yourself? Are you bored because this isn't something you're really into? Well, if you are, you probably shouldn't be listening or watching this.
Yeah.
Or are you happy because it's something you enjoy? And perhaps you're distracted by something else, like feeling excited about your weekend plans, or sad because you just went through a breakup. Emotions like these are part of human nature. They give us information about what we're experiencing and help us know how to react. We sense our emotions from the time we're babies. Infants and young children react to their emotions with facial expressions or with actions like laughing, cuddling, or crying. They feel and show emotions, but they don't yet have the ability to name the emotion or say why they feel that way.
As we grow up, we become more skilled in understanding emotions. Instead of just reacting like little kids do, we can identify what we feel and put it into words. With time and practice, we get better at knowing what we are feeling and why. This skill is called emotional awareness. Emotional awareness helps us know what we need and want, or what we don't want. It helps us build better relationships. That's because being aware of our emotions can help us talk about things more clearly, avoid and resolve conflicts better, and move past difficult feelings more easily.
Some people are naturally more in touch with their emotions than others. The good news is everyone can be more aware of their emotions. It just takes practice. But it's worth the effort. Emotional awareness is the first step towards building emotional intelligence, a skill that can help people succeed in life. So we've been talking about emotional intelligence, and numerous times in the past, one of the things that we've tried to do on this podcast is to kind of talk about identifying our feelings and understanding our emotions and realizing that that's an important part of controlling your emotions and not letting your emotions control you. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you say you are at understanding your emotions?
I'd say like a 6.5-ish.
Okay. Has the podcast helped you at all?
Definitely. I remember, I know I talk about 6th grade a lot, but really 6th grade was the year when my emotions were rampant, I didn't know how to define them, and I was most prone to lashing out at people. I lashed out at my teacher one time, I've lashed out at my friends multiple times, I've lashed out at you guys. And that was kind of, I feel like that was one of the things that led to the podcast. Seeing what I was going through, you thought that trying to talk about it through a podcast, a method that, would also possibly be helpful for other people, has really helped me. I've realized that after we've been doing the podcast, I've gained a lot more emotional control. I matured a lot from when I first started 6th grade to by the time I left it. So yeah, I definitely say the podcast was really beneficial when it came to helping me understand my emotions.
Well, that's good. I'm glad it's worked out for you. I think it's kind of interesting. As I get older, I find I'm always learning something new about understanding and controlling emotions. And I react differently now to things that I wouldn't have reacted the same way 2 years ago. And a great example of this is Sam, your brother Sam, had me playing the new God of War Ragnarok, and it's a that and the one before it was a very father-son type story-based game, and there was a little bit of that in the first game, but the second game, and this is a credit to the game developers, it's a very well written game, very thematic in how you play through it. But I found myself reacting to things from a storyline standpoint in the game that touched me in ways and moved me emotionally in ways that I've never experienced in a video game before. Occasionally a TV show or a movie or a book or something like that. But a video game's never done that to me. And I think part of that is because Sam and I were, while it's not a cooperative play game, you play it individually, we were playing it at the same time. So I would experience something in game, and then I couldn't wait to talk to Sam about that as well. And it kind of fed into the whole thing. So even at my age, I'm still learning about emotions. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think there's a point where you become, I mean, is it an education thing? Is it an experience thing where you become an expert on emotions?
Well, I feel like just about with anything, you can learn something new every day, no matter your age. Like, you're not going to be able to hold all the answers of the universe. You're not going to have, you can learn how to control your emotions, but there's so many other things that you can experience because there's so much out there that you may never experience or you'll only experience once. And it's even if you're at a point where you have a good understanding of your emotions, something can happen where you've never experienced it before. Even through all your years of experience that you have, there can always be new things that always happen to you.
That's a very good point. Very well said. What I find is that as I've grown and I've aged, my end goal for understanding emotions has changed. Very early on, my goal was really to control my feelings, control my anger, because I had anger management issues. And nowadays, I find that my goal isn't so much to control my emotions as it is to understand my emotions to make me a better person, to make me a better father, to make me a better husband. It helps me understanding my emotions and emotions in general have helped me to be more empathetic to other people, to understand different people's points of view, to not jump to conclusions, and to be less judgmental. In your understanding and continued understanding of emotions and feelings, what are some of the things that you've noticed have changed in you? Do you have any examples?
Yeah, I have a few examples. I used to be the type of person that would get mad very easily. Like, I would be playing a video game and it wouldn't be working, or or something bad would happen and I'd scream about it. There have been instances where, my friends did the littlest thing that just got me really mad, and I would yell at them, or we would get into a fight or something. And as I matured, or at least through getting to understand my emotions more, I started to find ways that I could better control and understand that anger. It's and then I understood that, half the time when I was angry, things didn't really matter, so it was I really had no point of being angry at that point, and it stopped me from getting so mad at my friends whenever that happened, and I noticed we had a lot less fights afterwards. And I also noticed that other people didn't bug me as much as they used to, so, learning to control that anger also got me to, kind of loosen up a bit and not, always seem so negative, because I was very negative, before I really understood my emotions. Every day was a bad day. I never found anything good through it, and now, yeah, well, I'm not incredibly positive, and I don't always say, oh, today's been the best day, or, yeah, I'm doing great. I still, find funny stuff that happens, and I'm not always as mad as I used to be. I'm not oh my god, this was the worst day ever, but, I'm also not, I'm kind of getting a middle ground there, being slightly more positive, at least, so.
Yeah, and that balance, that emotional balance that you demonstrate is very obvious to the casual observer. The one thing that I've noticed in understanding my emotions better and making that effort, and it is an effort. I mean, it doesn't just come naturally. You have to observe, you have to be patient with yourself. It's an effort to understand emotions, but I found that in understanding my emotions, it helped me to better understand other people and their emotions. Have you found that to be the same type of thing for you, where you understanding your emotions have allowed you to be more in touch with other people's emotions?
Yeah, definitely. And again, an example with my friends, whenever I would get mad at my friends and I'd yell at them and we get into fights, eventually when I stopped doing that, I kind of became the mediator for my friends' conflicts, because they'd get mad at each other and I would kind of be the one to tell them, hey, come on, let's chill out, let's talk about it, it's going to be fine. And I realized that after, I basically went from starting the conflicts to trying to understand all the different sides of the argument to stopping them. And another thing is when I would have experiences that some of my other friends would experience, and while they'd obviously not be the same and probably wouldn't react the same, it got me to learn basic empathy for people. And even though I was empathetic beforehand, I got really empathetic, and I was able to better understand what people were going through, especially if we had a similar situation.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, emotions influence pretty much every aspect of our lives, and understanding even them just a little bit better makes us better attuned to the world around us. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about the basics of emotions. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about understanding your emotions. And now we're going to talk about the basics of emotions. Emotions come and go. Most of us feel many different emotions throughout the day. Some last just a few seconds, others might linger longer and become a mood. Emotions can be mild, intense, or anywhere in between. The intensity of an emotion can depend on the situation and on the person. There's no good or bad emotions, but there are good and bad ways of expressing or acting on emotions. Learning how to express emotions in an acceptable way is a separate skill, managing emotions, which is built on a foundation of being able to understand emotions.
It's all good. Some emotions feel positive, like feeling happy, loving, confident, inspired, cheerful, and so forth. Other emotions can seem more negative, like feeling angry or resentful or afraid. Both positive and negative emotions are all normal. All emotions tell us something about ourselves and our situation, but sometimes we find it hard to accept what we feel. We might judge ourselves for feeling a certain way, like if we feel jealous, for example. But instead of thinking we shouldn't feel that way, it's better to notice how we actually feel.
Avoiding negative feelings or pretending we don't feel the way we do can backfire. It's harder to move past difficult feelings and allow them to fade if we don't face them and try to understand why we feel that way. You don't have to dwell on your emotions or constantly talk about how you feel. Emotional awareness simply means recognizing, respecting, and accepting your feelings as they happen.
So, we talked about negative and positive feelings several times in the past. Do you recognize the fact that feelings themselves are neither negative nor positive at this point in time? Are you confident in understanding that?
Yeah, especially through the recent podcasts we've done. Basically, yeah, I definitely understand that emotions can be channeled in both negative and positive ways, but the emotions themselves aren't necessarily negative or positive.
Yeah, when you classify something as negative or positive, you're kind of classifying it as having intent. And emotions don't have intent. Emotions are just what we feel given a number of circumstances. So I think the important thing really to understand is that everybody has the emotions. The difficult thing, especially when they're strong emotions. You know, there are emotions we have where you can be happy. Being happy and being elated, you know, if you think of emotions on a scale. So as they scale up, there's a point that they reach where they tend to overwhelm us. And finding that point of being overwhelmed is difficult. You know, if you're happy, you can recognize that, you can describe that, you can name that. But as that happiness gets to a point where you're elated or more happy than that, it tends to to blur your ability to recognize those things. And sometimes that can blind you to other things. Have you ever had a situation where you've seen that emotional scale up, where you've started at one level and it's, whether it was anger or love or hatred or whatever it was, and it reached a point where you kind of lost control of it?
Yeah, I probably have the most experience when it came to anger, especially whenever it came to fights with my friends. It's like they did something small and like I kind of got a little angry about that, and then eventually the anger started to rise and rise until I lost control and just shouted at them, and we got into a fight and so forth. So yeah, I've had experience when it came to having an emotion start small and then grow to the point where now I couldn't even control it.
And understanding your emotions means recognizing that point, because we all have the breaking point or the point that we get fed up, whatever you want to call it. Everybody has that point. And you have it for every emotion, frustration, anger, love. There's a point in love where, you may love going to Disney so much. And you may reach a point where you want to go to Disney so much that you can't afford to go to Disney, but you still do it, and you wind up making bad decisions because you lose that perspective. So being able to maintain that perspective is a very important part of understanding your emotions. What advice would you give to someone if that line was blurred? How would you kind of coach them to sort of bring them back down to earth and be more objective in how they're dealing with their emotions?
Well, as somebody that personally has experience when it came to letting their emotions go too far, I'd probably say that what ended up getting me to finally become more rational about it is normally kind of just time to yourself and time to kind of just reflect on the situation on your own. Same thing with realizing how other people ended up reacting to it. And, some of the big things that helped me to finally start to understand and define the lines of my breaking point were when I had time to think about it on my own without anybody else interfering, when I had time to calm down, and when I was more logical in my thinking, as well as understanding, getting that basic empathy and realizing that if I lash out, then other people are going to be hurt or there's going to be negative consequences. So I'd say that the best thing to do is if the lines are blurred, the best thing you can do is just get away from people, calm yourself down, and then think about the situation in a less heightened state.
I think that's great advice. I think that's kind of what you have to do, because a lot of times the emotions that you're fighting with are either originating or being influenced by the people around you. So kind of getting away from that noise so you can calm things down probably helps. Have you run into a situation where you've crossed that line of control and it's had an impact on someone, and their reaction to you crossing that line is what kind of pulled you back? Like something that direct?
Yeah, again, I'm gonna go to my friends, because I remember that I'd have a lot of fights with my one friend, and I would get mad at them for, honestly, pretty insignificant reasons, and I would, step back, and with one of my other friends at lunch, I'd kind of talk about it. I remember a specific example is when I was talking with my friend, and I had realized what I said was wrong, and it was around the time when we rarely ever fought, but we had a fight, and I knew that I was in the wrong and I wanted to fix it, and then we had art, and I made them a bookmark as an apology, and since we see each other in the morning and afternoon, I gave it to them, and we were back on good terms.
Oh, well, that's nice. Have you ever had a situation where you've had a friend or a loved one who you saw cross that point, and then you actively did something to kind of pull them back and help them get back under control. Because it's hard when you see somebody else that you care about go through that type of thing. And it's difficult to know whether you should say or do something, if it's appropriate and what's appropriate. Have you ever run in this situation like that where you've had to be kind of that calming effect to bring someone back down?
I guess I'm gonna use an example with you sometimes. You're definitely doing better, but you still tend to yell at technology at times, and when you really get to the point when you're screaming at it, I'm kind of like, okay, it's fine, let's just step back a bit, or I offer my advice or possible advice, okay, maybe it's not this, let's stop working with that, or let's just walk away from this, okay?
Is that effective with me, though?
I mean, I'm not sure. I always offer for you to kind of step back. Occasionally you do, occasionally you don't, and then, it seems like you're calmer afterwards. I don't know.
So you do have that calming effect on me when I get to that. I'm so glad I could be the example, the bad example.
I'm sorry. I keep mentioning my friends, and I don't I don't want to have to use the same example.
No, that's fine. It is what it is. If I'm the first one that comes to mind there, then that's perfectly fair. I asked the question, right? I shouldn't ask the question if I don't want to hear the answer.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to take another break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about building some emotional awareness. We'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about understanding your emotions. And now we're going to talk about building emotional awareness. Emotional awareness helps us know and accept ourselves. So how can you become more aware of your emotions? Start with these 3 simple steps. Make a habit of Make a habit of tuning into how you feel in different situations throughout the day. You might notice that you feel excited after making plans to go somewhere with a friend, or you might feel nervous before an exam. You might be relaxed when listening to music, inspired by an art exhibit, or pleased when a friend gives you a compliment. Simply notice whatever emotion you feel, then name the emotion in your mind. It only takes a second to do this, but it's great practice. Notice that each emotion passes and makes room for the next experience.
Rate how strong the feeling is. After you notice the name, this whole section, we must not have read through this.
Yeah.
After you notice and name an emotion, take it a step further. Rate how strongly you feel the emotion on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the mildest feeling and 10 being the most intense. It's kind of what I was telling you about. Share your feelings with the people closest to you. This is the best way to practice putting emotions into words, a skill that helps us feel closer to friends, boyfriends, girlfriends, parents, coaches, etc., etc. Make it a daily practice to share feelings with a friend or family member. You could share something that's quite personal or something that's simply an everyday emotion. Just like anything else in life, when it comes to emotions, practice makes perfect, although nobody's perfect. Remind yourself there are no good or bad emotions, and don't judge your feelings. Just keep noticing them and naming them. So I think that's another interesting point that they make is naming emotions. I think naming emotions, when you feel them, connects you to them, and it makes them a little bit easier to comprehend and understand. When you have these feelings, do you find that you can accurately name them and better understand them?
Half the time. Because, like, there's certain points when, like, I can tell what my emotion is. Like, times when I tell myself I'm tired, times when I tell myself I'm stressed, times when I tell myself I'm angry, and times when I tell myself that I'm sad. But there's other points when I really don't know what emotion I feel. The best way I can really describe that is possibly numbness, but at the same time, I also still feel something other than numbness, but I don't really know how to define it.
Well, and numbness is actually a good way to describe it, because a lot of times you when you get overwhelmed with feelings, it can make you feel numb because your body just sort of doesn't process them at that point in time. It's kind of like when your nervous system is overstimulated. One of the things that we used to do in football is we would do tackling drills, and occasionally you would get what we would call a stinger. You would bang the nerve on your shoulder as you're doing tackling drills, and it would overstimulate the nerve, and it would hurt when it happened, but then you would just get a cold numbing feeling down your arm because it was overwhelmed. And when we experience an overload of emotions, sometimes that's what we do because we can't handle them. And we kind of shut down and get numb from that type of thing. Does that happen frequently with you?
I mean, yeah, sometimes, like, mainly when it comes to my thoughts and, like, the various emotions that my thoughts tend to express, I tend to just feel numb. I don't really feel much, but it could just be that I was, like, there's just so much going on in my head that, like, I can't really feel anything.
What do you do when that happens? How do you cope?
I don't really know how. I kind of just don't talk about it. I kind of just, like, see if kind of almost wait on other experiences to jumpstart my emotions almost. I don't really talk to anybody about it. I don't really know how to talk to anybody about it.
Do you feel that you have someone that you can talk to about it, or do you not even have that confidant that you think you can turn to?
The thing is, I don't know. There's just, like, occasionally there's just things that I don't feel I can talk to anybody about. Not that I don't trust people, it's just I don't know how to put it in words. I don't know how they take it. I don't know. It's just there's a lot of confusion when it comes to it, and a lot of concern about what other people might think of it.
Have you ever tried writing a diary, or just writing the words down, or just writing the thoughts down in, like, bulleted note form, and then going back and trying to rearrange them and make sense out of them?
Well, what I normally do when I have these things is especially if I get home from school, I kind of just go in a place where nobody can hear me, and I kind of just rant to myself.
Does that help?
I mean, I guess sometimes.
Have you ever tried recording yourself when you do that and then going back and listening to it?
Not really, no.
One of the techniques that's used a lot in project management, business analysis, and things like that is you have to write various types of documents, and those documents help to keep you organized and plan and stuff like that. And one of the techniques is, like, if I'm writing an email, a professional email to someone, you don't try and sit down and write the thing from start to finish and send it, because it's a rough draft at that point. So the thought pattern is to sit down and take all your thoughts and just make a list of thoughts and what they are. And then walk away. You leave that, come back a little bit later, reread that, and then start taking those thoughts and concepts and themes and delving deeper into them and putting them in different orders and rearranging things. And you'll find that when you do that initial brain dump, you get everything out. You'll get all that stuff, especially if you're agitated or excited or somebody made you angry or whatever. You do that initial brain dump and just write everything that you feel, whatever comes to your mind. And by doing that, you're kind of emptying the trash. And then you can come back later and sift through that trash and keep the good stuff. And by doing that yourself, you can rid yourself of a lot of that emotional baggage that makes you numb. Just regurgitate everything out onto a piece of paper. Or if you have a digital recorder or a phone, you can do it on your phone. All phones have them. Just get it out. And in doing that, you may find that tends to help you deal with these things better. And once you get it out, come back, an hour, 2 hours later, after you've had a chance to distract yourself with something else, and then reread what you had. Because chances are there's something in there that you probably need to deal with or be concerned with or delve into more deeply or investigate further. But you'll probably find a lot of the stuff that's in there was just noise. It was all that noise that was rattling around in your head because we tend to impose circumstances and scenarios when we're in these highly emotional states. And I think once you put that down and sift through it all, what's left over is really how you feel. That's really what your emotions are and what's important. And then you can concentrate on that, and I think it'll help you to manage those things better and to control and understand your emotions better. Does that sound like it's something that might be helpful or worthwhile to you?
Yeah, at least with the recording part. I might not write everything down because I don't write all that fast, and I don't know, it might not be the best method for that, but I definitely think the recording part would probably work because I talk a lot, and when I do go on those rants, it probably would be nice to go back and listen to what I was saying.
Yeah, I think you'll find that after you do that, and you do it a few times, you're probably going to see kind of a theme of what you're throwing out and what you're holding on to. And you're going to hold on to the important stuff there. And that's going to help guide you to understand your feelings a little bit better. When it comes to actually talking to people, I know you talk to Mommy, you talk to me, and you talk to us about different things. And I think that's great. There's different, Mommy and I have very different skill sets, very different backgrounds and experiences. Is there anyone outside of the house, that you feel you can have that kind of conversation with and to have those discussions with?
Yeah, thing is, I don't really know. Even some of my good friends, some of the stuff I say, like, I can occasionally have those conversations with one of my friends at lunch, but other than that, I still have a lot of stuff I don't tell people, and half the time I don't really know how to tell people. Even you guys or any of my friends, I don't really know how to say some of the things to other people.
How about telling it to yourself? Do you ever tell yourself these things?
Yeah, through my rants, through my head. Yeah, I tell myself that kind of stuff.
And I think that's the first step. The first step is being able to vocalize it. And if you can vocalize it to yourself, then you may take the next step in finding someone that you can trust, Mommy, myself, a friend, and sort of test the waters, try it out, see what you get. The most important thing is being able to say it to yourself, because there are times when I get overly agitated with technology, for instance, which we talk about quite often.
Yeah. I
can't vocalize it. And if I did vocalize it, it would be words that I can't say on this podcast. But that's just how I deal with it. And sometimes I have to step away from it. I have to calm down. And then I go back and I realize, all right, I was just being an idiot, and this is a simple fix, and I'll go and fix it. But the point is that when you pass that threshold, that control threshold we talked about, you don't think rationally. And you need and these are all meditative techniques, really, is what they are. I mean, we can call them different things, but these are forms of meditation. They're things that help you focus, change your perspective, shut out distractions, whether you're writing it, you're saying it, you're cursing it, whatever it is. These are all meditative techniques to help you to deal with these things. And you have to find the one that works best for you. And there's lots of different techniques out there. One of them will work for you. But really, that's what it is. It's that self-regulation where you're trying to get yourself back down from that overexcited point. So the first step is talking to yourself. If you can do that, then you can certainly tone it down with the next person that you talk to, and tone it down with the next person. Every time you vocalize it, you're getting a little bit more control of it. And that's the important thing. So that was all we had today. We're actually going to take a quick break, come back, and we'll get your closing thoughts.
All right, so to everybody out there, I just wanted to say that learning to understand your emotions and gaining the knowledge to understand your emotions is something like everything, where it's something that you're going to always be learning. No matter how old you get or how much experience you gain, there's always going to be new things for you to learn. And it's also important to know that if you can't completely understand your emotions, then that's fine too. Know that you are able to understand your emotions, and kind of like along with what you said, the idea of telling yourself first and vocalizing it's the first step. If you're not able to talk to other people about it, at least be able to put it to words.
Okay. Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
That was all we had today. Before we go, once again, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience, who probably already subscribe if you're listening to this now, to continue to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. Anywhere you can get a podcast: Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, etc. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us your show suggestions. Tell us what you want us to talk about. Tell us what you don't want us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. You can find high-res versions on our YouTube channel. We also stream 5 days a week on our YouTube channel at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We also stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate you throwing that our way. Helps to keep the lights on here. You can find audio versions of this podcast at podcast.insightsintoteens, and you can find links to all of our other social media on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted normally by you and Mommy, and Ed Sense into Tomorrow, our not really monthly podcast anymore, hosted by you and normally my brother Sam.
Eventually. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things. a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights in Entertainment. This is episode 148, Swapping the Bobs Again. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my patient and understanding co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing all right. We've been out of the loop for a while here with the podcast.
Yeah, we sure have.
We've had a lot going on.
Yeah, that is true. We've been busy.
We've had marching band syndrome. We've had COVID syndrome. You can still hear it in my voice probably that I'm still suffering from a little bit, and this is almost 2 months after getting it now.
Yeah, we're almost 2 months.
Almost 2 months now, so I'm still reeling from its effects. Given the severity I had it with, I'm kind of glad I got my shots, all the shots that I did.
I was just gonna say, we were all very fortunate to have all been vaccinated and boosted, and we were just about so close to getting our next round of boosters, and then we all kind of got sick, and yeah, that kind of put things on the back burner. But fortunately, we all had a very mild case. We were all very fortunate. Unfortunately, you are still reeling with it, but not as bad as it could have been, obviously.
Right. And we have marching band to thank for that. We're pretty sure we got it from marching band.
Such a happy family activity.
Yeah. But a lot of stuff has happened. There's a lot to talk about. We're not going to get to everything today. We are going to talk about really two big things that happened in entertainment. One being the changing of the Bobs,
which happened actually on the same day. The finale of...
Oh, right.
Yeah,
right.
So
we'll
kind of funny how it happened that way.
We'll be talking about Disney rotating the Bobs again. Then we're going to talk a little bit about The Walking Dead and their series finale and the impact and the future of that. And then we had a couple of events. One we just attended this weekend that I did not grab any of the pictures from you to put up for. So theater of the mind for our viewing audience this time around.
We'll describe everything in detail for you.
So stick around for the last segment. We're going to talk about some of the stuff that we've been attending recently. But before we do that, I do want to take a moment to ask you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find both audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights in Entertainment. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher. I don't think we're on Stitcher. Stitcher doesn't do video. Neither does Spotify, as a matter of fact.
Probably should redo that list, huh?
So you can find audio versions listed as Insights in Entertainment under all of those. But video versions have, our Insights in a Thing has video and audio. When you can find it, where you can find it.
Right.
I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback. Tell us how bad I'm doing today, because I'm a little out of practice. Give us your show suggestions or conventions or other events in your area you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. Or we're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Or you can find all those links and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
Here we go.
So, the changing of the Bobs. This was some very interesting news that I know a lot of fans of Disney were hoping for some big change to happen, and last month it happened. So Bob Iger was probably one of the most successful CEOs in history of the Walt Disney Company, and now it seems that he's returning back to run the media empire. And this was very shocking news that basically dropped Sunday, November 20th at night. And what was interesting about this was that when all the other changes that have been happening with Disney, in a lot of cases, cast members were finding out about it after the fact. Information in most cases about the different layoffs and things, all people were finding out about it through social media after the fact. And a lot of the cast members were very upset that, they didn't get any sort of notice ahead of time. And Sunday night, I guess it was early Sunday night, an email actually went out to all of the cast members. So cast members were actually the first ones to know about,
as they should be,
all of these changes. So that was definitely a step in the right direction that so many of the cast members actually felt. Now, Bob Chapek, who replaced Iger in 2020, was actually stepping down immediately. It was like effective that night. All of the website information updated. It was almost like Chapek didn't even exist after the fact. It was Susan Arnold, who was the chairman of the board, had said in a statement that night, we thank Bob Chapek for his service to Disney over his long career, including navigating the company through the unexpected challenges of the pandemic. The board has concluded that as Disney embarks on an increasingly complex period of industry transformation, Bob Iger is uniquely situated to lead the company through this pivotal period.
Translation: Bob Chapek sucks, and we're bringing Iger back until we figure it out.
And what was funny was, literally the next day, the stocks, had gone up 9%.
Still didn't make it up to.
Didn't make it up to where they were during all of this, but definitely you're seeing, some of the changes from what you could see online and, social media. Cast members were elated by it.
There wasn't anybody who wasn't elated.
You know what?
By
There were very.
Chapek got a golden parachute.
Yeah, he got a golden parachute. But that's the thing, is that so many people were, because I think one of the other things that was kind of looming was there was another layoff that was going to be looming, and now, as far as I know, none of that is in place. Now, granted, how long is it going to take for certain changes to go into effect? That's what will be interesting to see, and how many things that Chapek started are going to be undone. Because we know they're not going to get rid of certain things, but are they going to start modifying?
Well, and let's face it, he comes in, and if you want to play devil's advocate, you can say, oh, well, he came in during the pandemic, and that was really what burned him. But in reality, a lot of companies, everybody went through the pandemic.
Right.
And a lot of companies didn't go into the pandemic with the same balance sheet that Disney did.
Right.
And somehow Chapek manages to wipe out 36% of that budget sheet after doing all the layoffs that he did, all the cutbacks that he did, all the penny pinching that he did.
Right.
He still managed to lose 36%. That's just an astounding level of incompetence that I don't think you've seen in business, since somebody bought a company for $44 billion and lost $20 billion the next day on it.
Yeah.
Twitter being that company, obviously. Nobody was sad to see Chapek go.
No.
Even Chapek wasn't, because he just got his contract renewed.
Right.
So you know he's getting paid for his full contract. You know he's getting a golden parachute to just walk away and not say anything.
Right, right.
So he's set for life at this point in time. He basically stepped in crap and he's set for life now.
Yeah.
What Disney, I think, is scared of is they've only got Bob Iger for 2 years.
Right.
So they need to groom a new successor in 2 years to have him ready.
Right.
Who's that successor going to be?
Well, and that's the thing, is there have been a couple of different articles that have come out with, the proposed, hey, this person's, ready to come up and this person's ready to come up. So it definitely sounds like it's going to be somebody that's already in the Disney Corporation, whether or not it's somebody that's well known by, other people. Problem was Chapek was from the corporation too. So
Well, Chapek was from Parks.
right, but he was still, and that was what he ended up hurting,
Right. That
so
was what
much
he
of.
targeted the most.
Right, which is kind of shocking where if that's where he was from, but then of course you had everything that happened with Scarlett Johansson and you had
Well, yeah, he screwed the
all
pooch on
of-
that one too.
right. So there was so much that got hurt along the way of everything.
Well, basically, anything he touched, he screwed up.
Right.
all he
the
had to do,
streaming,
okay?
and, right.
You're coming in as the head of a company that literally prints money. It's got more money than God. All you have to do is not screw up.
Right.
And all he did was screw up.
Right. Right.
Everything he got involved with, he screwed up. So to see him gone is a good thing. My concern is, who were the people that picked him in the first place?
Right.
They should be gone too because of how poor a judgment they had.
Right. Right.
Because if they're involved in picking the next successor, you're back in the same boat. So where are you going to go with that?
Yeah. So it'll be, interesting to see. It's 2 years and a lot can happen in 2 years. And, obviously not as much will be undone because I don't think
He doesn't have time to.
right. He doesn't have time to undo it.
He's got to correct the ship right now and
Right.
get it back on course, get a successor going.
right.
He doesn't have the luxury of going back and retconning all the stuff that Chapek screwed up.
Right. So, again, how quickly things will happen, that will be, left to see. And maybe we'll actually be going sooner than,
There is a
later.
chance, I'll concede the point that there is a chance that we may be going back sooner than I had originally anticipated.
right. Because I even was under the notion, after we were just there in the summer, I was like, yeah, I don't know if I want to go back
It was
anytime
literally
soon.
the first time I felt I didn't get my money's worth at Disney.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I've bitched and complained about Disney from day one because of
Oh, absolutely.
various things.
Yeah,
And-
and I agree.
Iger, I was down on Iger for the longest time
Mm-hmm.
because I think he was completely overpaid. Now he comes back now, and he was making about 54 with compensation,
Mm-hmm.
right? So his compensation package right now is about 24. So he's half of what he was at before,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the vast majority of it is incentive based.
Right, right.
So he's got to do something to turn the company around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But as much as I was down on him before, you really can't knock him for some of the stuff that he did. I mean, he had probably one of the longest list of accomplishments of any Disney CEO ever.
Right, right.
I mean, this guy had more wins than Babe Ruth. He was just literally the golden child. And that was 15 years as CEO
Right.
with a total of, I think it was 50 years or something like that with the company
I
in
think
general.
so. Close to it.
I mean, some of the stuff that he went down, Lucasfilm,
Mm-hmm.
Pixar, Marvel.
Marvel.
These are all the acquisitions that he made.
Mm-hmm.
So it was incredible, some of the stuff that he's done. 2 years coming back, though? I mean, it's amazing how much damage Chapek did in the short time. How
Yeah.
long was he there?
999 days, according to a bunch of different people, which,
And he did a lot of damage in that amount of time.
yeah. And granted, yes, totally understand. Pandemic, that put a lot of strain, but I think that's where you needed to kind of everybody else is going through all these hard times. Don't put the hard times on something that is expendable, really. Nobody needs to go on vacation. They want to go on vacation. And that should have been where you had, less of a strain. And what he ended up doing was raising prices, for so much of the stuff that it basically became a place for only the 1% to go.
Yeah.
They didn't really care about the value resorts. They didn't care about, the person that, the locals who want to go and escape, a couple of hours a day. They wanted the people who were willing to spend, a week there in their high-end places, the Star Wars resort. Like, that's been...
That big giant middle finger to the fans.
Yeah, really. And you have people that are like, all right, I did it once. I don't need to ever really do it again. Oh,
well,
and I also...
At those prices,
I spent $6,000 for it. Like, that's insane. For when I could go on a week's cruise for that amount of money. Why would I want to spend 2 days in an all immersive? Ooh, where now, they have so much opening where it's like, all right, well, now it's this whole immersive thing. But if nobody else is there, who's there? Who are you going to immerse with?
Right.
Who are you going to play along with?
Well, and that was one of the problems that they had with the shift in philosophy.
Right.
And that shift in philosophy left people like us and a lot of other people who we've gone down 3 times in 1 year.
Right.
Whenever you've conned me into buying season passes. And, whoa, if you go 3 times, we get our money's worth. I get my money's worth by not buying the season passes in the first place. But for people like us, it wasn't practical for us to go down.
Right.
And they continued raising prices 3 times. Now, every year they raise their prices, and it's expected.
Right.
Whether it's justified or not. 3 times this year, this calendar year, they've raised their prices. They just raised them again on the local season passes.
Right.
That's insane.
Right.
So not only are they raising their prices at an enormous rate, and we're not talking 1%, 2%, we're talking 10%, 13% in some instances.
Right.
They haven't brought back anywhere near the stuff that they had taken out.
Right.
So you still don't get the ambiance. You don't get the experience. You don't even get, like, some of the stalls are closed down.
Right.
When we were there, we went through Magic Kingdom. You've got stalls that are not stalls, but stores.
Right.
Entire stores are shut down. It literally looks like
that
a
was
slum
like when
in Disney.
we noticed it more so in Hollywood Studios, the one backlot area. Where
Right.
the Little Mermaid show, that's been closed, so there's nothing there. Then they had the little gift shop that was there, that's completely closed. The Playhouse Disney, that's closed. They had a couple of characters, but that was really it. And that whole area used to have a whole bunch of stuff. Then back where the Muppet store was, when you leave the Muppet movie, that's closed. So they have all these stores, and all these areas where there's nothing there. So you kind of walk through and you're kind of like, this is kind of creepy and deserted. And like you said too, Magic Kingdom.
It's like Disneyland, the inner city experience or something,
right.
you know?
And then of course
I'm waiting to see like graffiti on the walls at some point.
and then you have Epcot with all the construction that was going on, which, hey, that's great. But again, like we've said before, you have all this construction and I'm still paying full price
Right.
for things that aren't open and
Right.
things that are closed. Like, maybe you should give me a discount. Or,
but instead they're finding new things for you to pay for. Well, you need to pay for your magic bands now. We don't give them to you for free. You got to pay for your parking now, which it still blows my mind why you have to pay for parking at Disney.
If you're a resort guest.
If you're a resort, it makes no sense whatsoever to me. You got to pay for your refills now too, because we got to chip the cup, and it's like, how many different ways are you going to nickel and dime people?
And then Genie Plus, and
that
whole
waste
thing,
of time and effort and money. It's just, And this is just the parks. This is just how he screwed the parks up.
Yeah.
This isn't even outside of that. The movies and the
Right.
terrible television that they're churning out on Disney Plus now just to say that they have fresh content.
Right, which supposedly that's one of the things that Iger is, like, okay, we don't need to have a new, Star Wars series every 6 months.
Right,
Or,
right.
like there's too much. Let's kind of turn back.
We don't need
on
a
some of
12
that.
episode series of a show that we only needed 2 episodes of.
Right.
So
So,
anyway, the Bobs are back again. At least Iger is.
right. One Bob.
Chapek is sitting on a beach somewhere laughing it up now.
Yeah.
I'm curious where he winds up. Like, where can you go after literally nosediving the company for the entire time you're there? Who's going to hire you at that point in time?
Somebody will. I'm sure there's some small entertainment company that would be willing to take him on, or something.
Just to have the name, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, hopefully it gets better.
Yeah.
We're holding out hope.
Yep. Absolutely.
So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about some Walking Dead. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment, and now we're going to talk a little bit about Walking Dead. So for the longest time, 11 years now, 10 years now?
10 seasons. Well, it was 11 seasons.
10
total.
seasons now, Walking Dead was what's been described as the flagship of AMC. It really was the anchor show for AMC.
Mhm, yeah.
It spawned numerous spin-offs already. Finally came to a close.
Yeah.
Very different ending than what the comics had. I mean, the series itself had diverged from the comics quite some time back. I think it's like, when I think of series finales, the one that always sticks out in my mind is MASH.
Right.
The number of people that watched that was like record breaking. It was like people around the world watched it. I don't think Walking Dead had nearly those numbers. Why do you think that is? If it was such an important show on AMC, have viewing habits changed? Is AMC not a major player in the entertainment of this type of thing?
I'm not sure, because I didn't look to see what the stats were for it ending. But I know viewership over the years had dropped, because I actually had friends who were, diehard Walking Dead fans and got to a certain point where it was like, yeah, no, I'm done, and kind of checked out maybe halfway through, the 10-year span, 11-year span of it, and just kind of got burnt out with it, or it got a little too dark for them, with everything that was going on, and they kind of, were like, yeah, no, I'm done with it. And some people kind of
a zombie apocalypse during a zombie apocalypse with COVID.
Well, and
it wasn't the best.
Well,
thing.
and that's the thing. But I'm talking about even before, COVID and things like that. That there were some people that just kind of like checked out. But it was interesting to see the couple of different documentaries that they did, talking about the fans and how a show about, survival and the apocalypse brought families together, because you ended up getting people who normally wouldn't sit down to watch a television show together, watching a television show and becoming friends with people online because they were watching it. And that was kind of how you started watching it, because you weren't interested in watching it when I started watching it.
Zombie shows really are not really my thing.
Right.
But it's funny because as I kind of watched over my shoulder while you were watching it, it became very apparent that it was a zombie show that had very little to do with zombies.
Right, because it was really about human survival and human interaction and how
terrible human beings
how terrible we are in a crisis situation, and who rises above, and who becomes strong and who becomes weak, and what skill sets do you have to bring you forward,
right?
How are you marketable, in this new environment?
What's your resume in the zombie apocalypse look like?
Not so good, I don't think. And so that's what I think was kind of interesting, because again, that was one of the things when I started watching it. There was a friend of mine where we would watch it together, and we would text while, like, oh my God, did you see that? Da, 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 da. And then it got to a certain point where they didn't watch it anymore. And I used to watch it, in the living room. And then I was like, you know what, I'm going to go downstairs and watch it on the big TV. And that's when, you weren't sitting there watching it. You were, on your computer, and you would kind of, you'd look over, and then you finally, sat with me and you'd ask questions. Who's that? Who's this? And then you decided, well, I have to watch it from the beginning, and you started season 1.
And that was a painful trek, going all the way back to season 1, watching it from season 1, episode 1, all the way through. I think I started watching with you in season 7, I think.
Maybe.
And it's funny because I binged all those seasons inside of, I think, 2 months.
Right. And what was so funny was, you figure it had been 7-8 years since I saw it. So there were things that I really didn't remember, because it was one of those things where once I watched an episode, I never watched it again. I didn't go back and
it's a good thing I binged it, because if I had to suffer through that whole season walkabout with Terminus and everything, if I had to suffer through an entire season like that, I would have stopped watching the show.
And again, I think that you have people who maybe didn't start watching it at the beginning and did what you did and binged, because it kept their interest, because they knew, oh, well, the good stuff is coming.
Right.
Well,
and then I did the extra homework, and I went out and I read on the Walking Dead Wikipedia
right,
the summaries for every single one of the comics for every edition of the comics.
That was actually, so before... Was it before? No, because I think I started reading the comics.
You were reading them first, because you were reading the compendiums first.
Right, I was reading, because I had 2 of the compendiums. So I got up to, the Glenn stuff. So I knew that was coming. And again, what was nice was there were certain things that were happening that I knew about, but I didn't know about, and things like that. And that's how a lot of the fans were, because there were a lot of fans that went back and started reading the comics or had read the comics to begin with and now wanted to see the show. So it was nice when there were things that were different to kind of keep you on edge.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you have the whole Glenn thing where everyone's like, oh, this is when Glenn goes. And then all of a sudden, Abraham goes too. And you're like, what? That?
Well, and, to the show's credit, they didn't pop his eyeball out like they did in the comics.
That was Glenn.
That was Glenn. Popped his eyeball
right.
out.
So that's where a lot of people were like, nope, I'm done, because now... But I think that was good, because then at least you didn't have a full blueprint of...
And that was the thing, It
was to watch ahead.
It stuck pretty close to the comics up to that point, and that was where the big diversion started happening.
And that's where you had the divide of people.
You started out with characters in the show that weren't in the comics.
Right.
You had character development with like Carol that was completely different. And that was freaky, the interaction with her and Rick and his wife, and that was weird stuff in the comics.
Right.
You didn't get any of that stuff. And I think ultimately it's funny, characters that didn't make it, either didn't exist in the comics or didn't make it very far in the comics, wind up being the ones that are there in the end.
That lived, in the end.
And are getting their own spinoff.
Right, and now are getting their own spinoff. So, yeah, kind of, I think you still had a lot of people that watched, and but again, because it's broken off into a couple of different spin-offs, it's not going away anytime soon, obviously. From what we've
honestly,
seen.
I think that was one of the things that was very anticlimactic for me was, all right, so The Walking Dead is done. This is the end of The Walking Dead, except for these other 2 shows that are going on, these 2 new shows that are coming out, and it was like, it's not over.
Right, because technically...
It was very straight. Like, when MASH was over, they had MASH spinoffs, but they were the characters in completely different modes. Like you had the After MASH, where they came back to the States and they were in a hospital or something like that. So it wasn't the same type of storylines where they're still in the zombie apocalypse. They're just in a different town or a different city.
The zombie apocalypse hasn't ended. You have, one group that's going up to New York. You have another person that's crossing the Atlantic and getting to France.
I don't know how he's getting his motorcycle there.
I don't know how he's doing that either. And then you have, the ongoing story of Fear the Walking Dead. I don't even know where they are now, because that was one show that I only saw 2 seasons of, and I kind of stopped watching that one. And then you have, the one show, World Beyond, that was just a 2-season, and that was it.
Well, and I think the problem you run into with World Beyond is they establish a quasi-civilization.
Right.
A military-based quasi-civilization there that is huge and dominant. And you've yet to see that really spill into any of the other ones.
Right.
It spills a little into The Walking Dead with the Rick and stuff like that.
Right.
You see
because now
a character
that's
crossover there.
Right. So now we're going to see. So really kind of World Beyond was setting up the Rick and Michonne.
Right.
Now, from what we knew, the Rick storyline, because we knew Rick was still alive. They hadn't, they had alleged that he was still alive.
Right.
Everything that had been planned was supposed to be a bunch of movies.
Right.
Well, now the movies got scratched, and now it's going to be a series.
A limited series.
Right. So now we're going to find out, okay, so what the heck happened? And obviously, we know it had something to do with the military operation that was part of World Beyond. So that was kind of like World Beyond was really setting up the whole Rick and Michonne storyline, with that. The whole going to New York thing, we don't know why that was happening and why the 2 people,
They got to have Kurt Russell show up as Snake Plissken to really make it work.
That would be funny. But that's the thing is, why is it Negan and...
which they don't establish by the end of the season finale.
Right, because the only thing that we find out from the series finale is Rick and Michonne are, basically that was it. We don't know why Daryl is going to France. We don't know why, Negan and, why can't I think of her name? Maggie, thank you, are going to New York, because we know, at the end, Negan is married. He has a kid on the way. Is she part of the thing that they end up, and that's the other thing too, is because they finished Walking Dead with kind of all right, we've taken the town back. We've gotten rid of the bad guy, and now everything should be good. So why does everybody need to go off?
Right. Right.
Like you finally are in a good place. Why you leave?
Yeah, given the reputation over 11 seasons, it's entirely possible that Ezekiel kicks them out because they seem to ruin everything.
Yeah,
they
you know
touch.
what? Maybe it's
They're
not
like, hey,
them.
you guys are related to Bob Chapek, aren't you?
You need to get out. So yeah, it'll be interesting, to see. So you have the 3 new series. So you have Walking Dead Daryl Dixon. Which,
I really hope to come up with a better title than that.
And now the other thing too that I guess it was from World Beyond, was the fast zombies, the ones in France.
Right, you got climbers.
You got the climbers.
You got runners.
And you got the ones that can open doors now.
Yeah, you got the articulated ones, the guys that can pick stuff up.
Right. So what is it that makes him want to go to France? Now, that was also supposed to be where Carol was originally supposed to be going with him, but because they were actually filming in France, which seemed kind of odd during, this whole time period, why you wouldn't just do, a set or something and stay stateside. She's not going, so they had to kind of redo that whole storyline. Then you have the Walking Dead Dead City, which is the one with Maggie and Negan. Again, very odd
Lauren
couple.
Cohen, who, by the way, is from Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Right, she was born in Cherry Hill,
our
New
neck
Jersey.
of the woods.
And then obviously we have the currently untitled series, which will feature Rick and Michonne, which they kind of hinted at that during the last episode of The Walking Dead. Plus you have the returning of Fear the Walking Dead.
Right.
World Beyond, again, was just a 2-episode thing, two seasons, and that was it. So
yeah, so Walking Dead's over, but long live the Walking
really
Dead. Long live the Walking Dead. So yeah, we'll see where we wind up with it.
Yeah.
We'll see if they're worth watching moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take another quick break. We'll be back, and we're going to talk about some of the things we've been doing as far as pop culture-y, seasonally type stuffy stuff. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. So we've been out and about. We had 2 things actually on the show notes today, but we have a third one to add to it from last week. The first one was we attended the very first Monster Mania at Oaks, Greater Philadelphia.
I think they've actually done one there before. We
did the outside one.
We did the outside one. I thought they've done one there before, but for some reason
I thought this was the first one.
I don't.
It was our first one.
It was our first one.
So we'll just go with that.
We'll go with that. It was our first one, and Monster Mania has always been kind of one of our local conventions that we're
not married to it. We don't go to it every time.
We were going kind of like, maybe we'll go. the biggest problem with Monster Mania was the venue.
Yes.
Because they would do it in Cherry Hill. They would do a Maryland version as well. And the problem with the Cherry Hill is that it was at a nice hotel, but unfortunately, hardly any parking, very crowded area. They did finally start kind of spreading it out throughout the years, but again, just in general,
you were
even
on top of each other.
right,
yeah.
even pre-pandemic, you were very much on top of each other, and you know, parking just not being, you know, and I always felt bad for anybody that was actually staying there as a guest
Yeah.
and had no idea what was going on.
I think I told you years ago, I had a friend of mine who, he had a cousin or somebody who was attending a wedding reception the same weekend.
Oh, jeez.
And they come down off the elevator and they're getting ready to go to the wedding reception and wherever the ballroom was. And all they see is all these people dressed in horror costumes walking out to go to the convention. It's like, I guess that makes a heck of an impression.
Yeah. So, you know, so it's one that we didn't always go to because of, you know, the venue and knowing, oh my God, it's going to take us forever to find parking.
Well, and it was also a little high price for the experience.
Right.
It was, we never really attended the panels, and it was always a pain
and they
to
really
get through
didn't
there.
have too many panels. They
Like,
would
they
do
would do
a
screenings.
couple of shows, and that was really really it. So this time they were doing it at Oaks, which is probably our favorite venue of all the venues. One, because it's very spacious. Whatever we've been to has not felt crowded. We've done RetroCon there. We did the Greater Philadelphia.
RetroCon.
We did the Greater Philadelphia Expo there. And now we can add Monster Mania as well. One, free parking, tons of parking. And it's such a big venue that they usually have more than one event going on at a time, and you don't feel like there's more than one event going on at a time. The good news is, because they had such a good turnout, they are going back to Oaks next year. We did do, during, I guess it was last summer or before the summer, last May, they had done an outdoor, it was basically a flea market.
It was like a sweat lodge.
It was a sweat lodge. So it was nice to see them, back here inside. And what was nice was the one area they had a whole bunch of celebrities, so that if you wanted to partake in that.
It was set up in such a way that you had very organized, very large aisles for your vendors.
Yes.
Nothing was crowded. You had an entire other area for your panels.
Mm-hmm.
With plenty of seating.
Right.
You
And
didn't
it
have to
was-
sign up for any of them. You could
Right,
just
and
walk
all
into
the
the
panels
panels.
it was actually open air, so, if you happen to be walking by, it was like, oh,
Right.
so-and-so's speaking. We're like, oh, well,
Then
we'll
they
sit
had
down
the
for a little
celebrities
bit.
in the back room. They had the food off to the side. It was so well done. I mean, of all the conventions that we've gone to, I think it was probably one of the best layouts that they've had
Yeah.
of all the conventions we've gone to.
Yeah.
I was very happy with the experience. I was very happy with the fact that I wasn't elbowing people left and
Mhm.
right. Plenty of space. Very well done. We'll definitely be going back.
And again, like I said, they've already booked it. They signed their
And
contract.
the number of vendors. They must have had, 30-40% more vendors there than they do, because you can house that many there.
Right.
They couldn't house that many in Cherry Hill.
Yeah. So definitely, if you're a fan of the monster conventions, this is definitely one that we
Even
would
if you're a
highly-
fan of just pop culture, because of the increased number of vendors,
Yeah.
it wasn't just horror stuff.
Right.
Which was really nice.
Yeah. And they have, a couple of, other vendors there, selling coffee and pickles and other things.
Yeah, but you had sci-fi there. You had typical pop culture. You had movie stuff there.
Right, because you always,
You had toy vendors there.
right, because you usually always get a vendor who not only has their sci-fi or their horror stuff, but they have their other stuff, as well.
So before we move on to the next one on the list, let's talk about what we did this weekend since we're on a convention kick.
Sure. So for our second year in a row now, we have gone down to Maryland and gone to Ocean City Comic Con. You found out about this a couple of years ago through a coworker whose husband happens to be one of the organizers of it.
He also happens to be a local artist down there as well, and that's how he got involved with it.
Right, so that's how he got involved with it. So last year was the first year that we went. We made a weekend of it because we don't live that close to
and we had
Ocean.
so much fun. I broke a rib down there, so...
So much fun.
Didn't have that much fun this time around.
Yeah, thank goodness. But what's nice is they do it around this time of year, and there's other things going on during the time of year. So if you do want to make a weekend getaway, there's other things to do. A number of the restaurants are open. It's not going to be as crowded and busy as it is during the summer. You don't have as many of it's more of the big hotels that are open.
Right.
The little small mom and pop ones aren't available, but the bigger resorts are. There's one of the resorts that partners with the Comic-Con. So if you book through them, you get a discount.
The Grand Resort and Spa.
Right. Even though nothing with the spa is open during.
No, nor is it particularly grand either, so...
Well, I think the room we were in this time looked like it had been renovated versus the last last year. But Winterfest is going on at that time.
SantaCon, you can do a pub crawl with a bunch of drunk Santas.
And SantaCon was going on that weekend as well, where I don't know if they do it on purpose, but SantaCon was going on last year the same time, so that was kind of interesting. The boardwalk, a bunch of the boardwalk stuff is open.
As long as you're not hungry, you're not going to get food on the boardwalk.
Unless you just want
fries.
But they're not open terribly late, so you can't do the convention, till 5 o'clock and think, oh, well, now I'm going to go to the boardwalk for a couple of hours. So you do have to kind of look to see what time, places are open to. We tried 2 new places to eat.
Absolutely.
And both were really good, so we would highly, recommend that. So again, for us, it's about a 2.5 hour ride, and makes a nice little, weekend, getaway. So
this year they actually expanded the show floor. They had 30% more space here. They opened up a back room. I have it on good authority that they're going to be expanding it again next year. They improved their food process. They improved their ticketing process. They're looking into doing online ticketing sales next year as well to speed that process up. We were very fortunate. We bought them at the hotel ahead of time, so we were able to get right in. They also are looking, not next year, but possibly the following year, to expand it to 2 days. So what's really nice is it's a great convention. And it's a convention that they're taking the profits and pouring it back into it and making it better and better.
Yeah.
So just over 2 years of going, we've seen it get better, and they're making it even better after that. So it's a local convention run by locals, but it's people who are passionate.
Right.
It's local artists who are running it.
Yeah.
So they know what a convention needs to have to be successful.
Right.
So it's kind of a breath of fresh air to see that kind of thing. It's not some corporate conglomeration who's just out there churning out conventions to make money. It's people who are there at the conventions, which you can really tell the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that, that we commented on, and when you had talked to, your coworker about it, they, said, that was kind of the point. Most conventions that you go to, you have, here's this vendor aisle and this vendor aisle, and here's all of our artists. We kind of put them in Artist Alley, away. And you have a lot of people that never even go down Artist Alley because they're not interested in all of that. And, and in some cases it's a shame because there's some really good artists there, that just want to be recognized. And what was nice was here, they mixed them in with everybody else. So it wasn't here is just the vendor selling this, and here's just the people doing this. Here's a mix of everything.
Absolutely.
So you'd have, an artist next to somebody else. So if it was something that you weren't interested in the artist, okay, so you walk right past them, or you give a nod and you look at the next person. Or maybe because you're looking at the one vendor, oh, there's an artist here. Oh, let me look and see what you have. So that was kind of nice that it was kind of blended a little bit better than some of the other, conventions that we've gone to.
So Ocean City Comic Con, definitely recommend it again. Before we do go, let's talk seasonal stuff.
Sure.
We've done one so far. We may be doing another one this weekend. What did we do so far?
So we did Night of Lights at Creamy Acres. So this was one that when they started doing the lights, it was only a wagon ride through. You weren't driving through. So you had to be in one of their wagons riding through. And then with the pandemic, they changed it over so that you could drive your own car. So this year they actually brought back the wagons, but you're still able to drive your car through, which is nice because then you don't have to, especially if it's cold or the weather is questionable, you don't have to worry about.
Or if their music is terrible.
Right. Then you can listen to your own music. So this is one that we've done the past couple of years. It's a little local for us. And what's nice is after, you're done going through, they do have a little shop area. You can go and see Santa. They do have fire pits now, because I think last year, I don't think they were doing fire pits just yet.
No.
I can't remember. So they had fire pits. You could buy a little s'mores kit, which was $4 or something to make 2 s'mores. But hey, but they had a little bit more food available. They had like a bakery area, and then they had, cheesesteaks and chicken fingers and, some fried stuff.
All that Christmassy food. And then they have a couple of characters, walking around. creepy
characters. But it's nice because it's a local farm that does this. You can buy your tickets online, or you can buy them there, and a nice little enjoyable drive-through, Christmas light display.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot. What are we doing this weekend?
So we are probably, depending on what the weather is, I'm guessing maybe Shady Brook.
Yeah, probably.
We also are fortunate enough that Diggerland, which they happen to do a drive-through one as well, so maybe we'll give them a try.
Well, and Shady Brook is probably the biggest in our area. That one's up in Bucks County,
right,
Pennsylvania.
Right, that one's further for us to go to, and depending on what the weather is like.
And usually what we'll do is, if it's a decent day, we'll go up, we'll hit Peddler's Village, we'll stay there, we'll hit there in late afternoon. They turn their lights on fairly early. You get to enjoy those lights, and then on the way home,
we drive.
We'll hit Shady Brook.
Right, and if because I think the last time we went, I think it started raining when we got done, so we didn't do any of the fire pits, because that's another thing too, is they started having fire pits, but you actually had to make reservations, or they had private
ones you could do,
but they had public ones too.
We had to fight for a couple cheeks on the bench.
Right. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
It's always that fun part of fighting around the fire that we love to do around the holidays.
But now we have our own, fire pit. So
right. We have to assemble that this weekend.
We have to assemble that this weekend.
Find stuff to burn. We'll be throwing furniture and stuff in there.
So if you got anything you need to burn,
bring it over. Just make sure it's cut down real small.
Right.
It's not a big pit. So anyway, I think that's all we had for the show this week. Hopefully we'll be back on a regular cadence moving forward now.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see about that. I took a couple of weeks off because I just wasn't feeling up to it. So
right.
Moving forward, hopefully we'll be a little more. Before we do go, though, I do once again want to ask you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of our podcast listed as Insights into Things We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, any place you can find a podcast these days. You can also find this show listed as Insights into Entertainment as well on your podcast listings. Feel free to email us, write into us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Hit us up on Twitter. We do accept DMs if you want to send some over with suggestions or just feedback on how we're doing. You can hit us at twitter.com/insights_things. I'm stealing all your lines here, aren't I?
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's okay.
You're next. You do
All
the
right.
rest.
So you can also find us on Facebook at facebook.com/Insights Into Things podcast. You can find us on Instagram if I ever decide to post there again, on Instagram.com/Insights Into Things. But obviously the best place to go would be our official website, which has links to everything that we do. And that is insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights Into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 147, Disney Dissected. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my patient and understanding co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
So what makes you patient and understanding for this episode, dear?
I don't know. I'm kind of confused.
It's because you were patient and understanding with me when I was down in Disney.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what it was, but I wasn't completely sure. I didn't divorce you while we were away, so
that is true.
So,
And welcome back to the show, by the way. You did
Thank
take
you.
a couple of episodes off while Sam sort of stepped in for the topics he wanted to do.
Yep.
So this is your first time back in the studio recording for almost 2 months now, isn't it?
I can't even remember because I did an Insights Into Tomorrow episode.
Right. You stepped
So
in for him.
we
and
kind of filled,
swapped.
and then we were trying to find other topics to talk about to give
Right.
Sam some more time doing the entertainment stuff, and me, and it just never. There wasn't anything that
Nothing jumping out.
nothing
Yeah.
jumping out.
But
So,
he kind of took to the entertainment side, so he may come in and fill in for you more often. We'll
there
see.
you go.
Today we are talking about dissecting Disney. And this is really about our trip
Right.
to Disney.
Right.
So as previously promised on this podcast, this week we bring you our review of the current state of Disney parks in Florida. Having spent a week down in somewhat sunny, often rainy, and oppressively hot Florida, we've had a chance to see if Disney has been able to bring the magic back. We'll take a look at the resort we stayed at, the amenities offered, and the service at the resort. And then we'll take a look at some of the technology that Disney's trying to throw at its guests to justify the drawbacks of a lack of service in some parts, but a cost as well, as they pretend to give you more services.
Right.
And finally, we'll talk about our experiences at 3 of the 4 parks, because we don't really go to Animal Kingdom because it kind of sucks. But
other people enjoy
Other
that
people
park.
do enjoy it. We don't.
We don't. It's not one of our favorites.
It's not, and it's not an all-day park for us, even if we do go.
Right.
And we'll talk about where those parks stand compared to our previous visits. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can also find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and we're available any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your show suggestions, what you want us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things, or you can visit us on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com for all of our social media links. Are we ready?
Sure.
Let's go. So the resort. So this was our first time back since COVID hit. It's been over 2 years since we've been back. Tried to take it kind of light. We didn't go overboard on this time. We actually did sell our DVC in the interim since our last time down.
Correct.
So we weren't staying at a DVC resort. We stayed at All Star Movies.
Correct.
So what was your first impression of the resort itself?
Overall, I really didn't notice much of a difference. One of the things that they've been pushing even before COVID started was getting you to do online check-in in advance of your reservation so that you didn't have to go to the front desk for check-in. And again, like I said, that's been something that was going on before COVID even happened, because we would normally do that where we would check in a couple of weeks beforehand, and then usually once we got down to the area, we would get a text message saying our room was ready and we could just go to our room because we already had Magic Band. So there was no need to go to get a key or anything like that. So that was still in place. So again, we didn't go to the front desk. Basically, the only thing that we checked in with was security. Once we first got there, showing our ID, they basically, yep, you're here. And, we kind of went on our merry little way. And probably within, 20 minutes of us getting to the physical resort, we got a text message that our room was ready, but we had gone to the main building to go get lunch and kind of walk around a little bit before we actually made our way. So again, nothing really seemed that different from the last time. Of course, it's been probably 3 or 4 years maybe since we've been at an All-Stars or a value resort, because again, we were using our DVC for most of the trip. So again, I didn't notice anything major, different in it. Obviously, and we'll talk about it, that the rooms have obviously been updated since the last time we had stayed at a value resort.
Yeah, and that's really the biggest thing I think that I noticed about the resort was they pulled out all the carpeting because it was always themed rooms. It was always some kind of, print carpet on there that was relevant to the building that you're in or whatever.
Right.
We happened to be staying in Dalmatians while we were there. But they pulled it out. You had all hardwood floors. You had all brand new furniture.
Correct.
You had really what was an innovative approach to furniture where you had a convertible bed.
Right. You had
down from
sort
the
of
wall.
a Murphy bed that when the Murphy bed was up, it was actually a table.
Right.
So and it was so funny because I think the first time we went to convert it, we were like, what do we do? Like there were no instructions when all you really had to do was just pull it down. So you just had to make sure that the table was cleared off.
What was nice about it was the use of space was much better than it had been with two beds in there.
Yes.
The problem is that when we come in, me specifically, I come in with
lots
a load
of
of technology. And what I'll do is I'll set up on the table and leave it there for the duration. And
Right.
unfortunately, we didn't have that option here because the table went away at night because we had to use the bed.
Right, right. So I could totally see if it was something where you were maybe only, 2 people in a room and you didn't need to have that
Right.
second bed all the time, that you could, easily leave everything. But I could see for anybody that had 3 or more people, you would always have to transform your room or just leave your bed down, but then you didn't have
You didn't have
the
any
table.
surface space.
So that would have been a nice thing if they had something where they had like a flip down table attached to the
to the
wall.
Yeah, like an IKEA style table.
Right, where you could just flip it down and this way put the chairs, because you still had 2 chairs.
Right, you had to do something with the chairs
Right,
from the table.
and that was what was so funny, was like seeing other rooms, what people did with their chairs. Now the other thing too that we had was you rented a scooter from an outside company, so we had it in our room, so that kind of ate up some of the room in some of the surface room of the hotel room. So a lot of people would put their chairs against the window. There was actually one that actually just put them outside.
Yeah.
I guess they needed, that much more room. So it was kind of, you didn't know what to do with the chairs once the bed was down. Like there was no specific, area. It was basically, okay, well, we'll put it over here for today.
So they upgraded the bathroom area as well.
Yes.
So traditionally what you had was you have a small bathroom that has a shower and a toilet, and then your sink is outside in sort of like a little prep area.
Right.
And that, for privacy in that area, you typically have a curtain that goes
Well, it was
across.
funny because I remember years ago they didn't have the curtain.
Right, you had nothing there
Right.
originally.
So that this way, if somebody was brushing their teeth, it was out in the open, but where the bathtub and shower and the toilet are, there was always a door.
Right.
And
right.
then at some point they added a curtain so that this way, if you wanted to get changed
Right.
and, so they, so they
Right.
evolved.
So that's been evolved into a barn door style sliding door.
Right.
For additional privacy. But what
Mm-hmm.
really struck me was they replaced the door, the swing door on hinges in the bathroom area, with a telescoping door
Right.
that slid in behind the wall itself, which I thought was a brilliant use of space. Like that's one thing that they really did, was when they redid the rooms, they did things to maximize that space. Like over where your cooler, because you don't have a refrigerator anymore, where the cooler is, there's a piece of furniture that's kind of like a little breakfast nook type thing.
Right.
So
Because they had a coffee maker,
right.
like a single-use coffee maker there. They had your ice bucket there, and then there was a drawer
For all drink accessories.
had
and
like the
cups
coffees and the teas and everything to go with the coffee. And that area you could kind of use as a bar.
Right.
Your beverage keeping,
Right.
snack
like a beverage
area.
cart, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
So the room was okay. There were a few issues with it. The one thing we noticed when we got in there was the lock plate on the door was loose and eventually fell off.
Right.
The room phone did not work.
And that we only found out because we went to call the front desk the
Right.
one time and went,
So we couldn't call the front desk from the phone. We tried to use the app, and we'll get into the app a little bit later, but we tried to use the app, and that didn't work either.
right.
So you happened to find one of the maid service, and they
I
were able
found
to call someone.
housekeeping and they got a hold of
Because
somebody.
we had multiple issues with plumbing
Right.
there, where they had to come and snake the toilet. And it wasn't just us. There were 3 other instances where I saw them walking around with the snake.
Oh, wow.
going to
So it was
different
other
rooms.
people. Okay. So,
So
it
it
wasn't.
was an issue with the hotel itself.
Okay. Okay.
What else do we have? Drainage. Oh my goodness. It rained, and you had literally swampland if you
Well,
were walking
and-
around the
And
outside.
that's something just in general with Disney, you can find on TikTok and YouTube other people posting videos from the park
Sure.
where
But I've never had that
gets-
experience in all the resorts that
Yeah,
we've been
I don't
there
think we've
before.
ever noticed.
Never, because someone would be out there taking care of it.
True.
They may have had drainage issues
in the
but it
past,
was
but we
never
just
apparent
we just
to
never
the-
noticed
to the
it.
guests.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah.
And the one area by the parking lot that had the big drainage issue, they had one of the grounds crew come through on one of their little John Deeres and track mud all over the sidewalk in the process of doing that.
Right,
It's like,
right.
and no one cleaned that up.
Mm.
And it's starting to look a little run down and tired. There were a couple of areas there. There were basically fire hydrant areas that weren't maintained. They were rusted. The paint was coming off.
Okay.
So it was very un-Disney like. You know, Disney is always, even at the discount resorts like that, they've always kept up with it. And it just seems like it's kind of run down. The first day we got there, the elevator, one of the 2 elevators was offline. It took them most of the day to get that one fixed.
Well, they were actually cleaning. They were cleaning the I don't know what you call it. On the top where they had like plastic panels covering the lights, because when we had gotten up to our room or down, I don't remember, I ended up seeing the maintenance, and they were basically just cleaning. So there wasn't anything wrong with the elevator. They were actually just cleaning it.
I see.
So,
and then really the only other big complaint I had about the resort was you had someone out there for the better part of a day who was pressure washing one of the staircases at the end of the building.
Right.
And just the fumes, because it was an internal combustion engine compressor they were using, you were gagging as soon as you walked out of your room. Now, granted, it was hot, it was humid, the air wasn't good to begin with.
Right. It might not have been a good day to do that.
You know, yeah, I mean, have a little, you know, wait for people to at least leave and go to the parks, because this was like, you know, first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
They're doing this type stuff. So, room service. So where we normally don't do room service, we'll put our do not disturb sign out there. They used to do daily room service.
Correct.
And now they're down to every other day, every
3 days or something. And I think it's every 4 days if you're DVC.
Yeah. And to me, that's a significant drop in service, because they didn't reduce the cost of the room at all.
Right.
In fact, it went up. And you're getting less service there. So that was a ding, I think, in my book. Paying for parking. Still one of my biggest pet peeves that I have there.
Right. And again, going back to that whole, hey, we didn't check in, there was nothing ever said in anything.
Right. It's
like,
just
hey, by the way, because for the most part, this was actually one of the first times that we didn't charge things back to the room. One, because we had done a whole gift card thing, so that was a good portion of our charges, and then we just charged it on to our various credit cards, because in most cases, if you were using a Disney credit card and your bill was a certain amount, you would actually get 10% off, whereas if you were charging it back to the room, you weren't going to get that discount. So it wasn't until the end of our stay when we actually got our portfolio, and I was like, oh, what were all these charges? And opened it up, and it was parking. That was literally all it was. And that's where, again, we've been there since they've been charging for parking, so it wasn't a shock for us. But what if this was our first time and we didn't know? That's something, if you know, granted, yes, it's not the security officer's job checking you in, but if you're doing the mobile check-in, if you're checking in, you know, online beforehand, something should pop up saying, hey, by the way, just so you know, if you're driving, you're going to have this $15 a day or whatever.
How did they know that we were driving is what I'd like to know.
Well, because we checked in with security, that was what.
So that could have been a rental car we had for one day and got rid of it, or we could have been getting dropped off by someone. How do they know that you're parking there?
Well, and then that's the thing, is that we would have had to.
You know, I would dispute that charge because it was never detailed anywhere on the original bill.
And that's the other thing too, because what used to happen is when you would go to the front desk and check in, they would ask you, "Oh, are you staying on property?" Because they would give you a parking permit. Right. So now they don't even print out.
And they'd get your license plate number.
Right. But they got my license plate number when we checked in, because security there was a camera towards the back that could see my tag.
So they're nickel and diming you there, which was very annoying.
Right.
We bought the mugs, which I didn't want to do, but you thought it'd be a good idea to buy the mugs.
Right.
And the quality of mugs have gone down significantly. They've got the cheapest lids. The lids kept falling off. I almost lost the lid twice. It's just, I was very disappointed at that. But that's there to support the fact that you can't get multiple refills. You know, you buy a disposable cup from them. You pay, what, $4 for it. And you're allowed 3 refills within an hour or two or something like that. Which is idiotic. It really is.
Right.
Because Disney is not losing money on me getting a refill on my soda.
And granted, you almost never got a refill on your soda.
Right.
You know, so.
And the problem that I have with that is... But the fact
that they
you're charging me $4 for a soda where 90% of the cost of that drink is the cup.
Just the cup, yeah.
And you're putting a chip in that cup now so I can't get refills, which makes the cup more expensive. It's just... It's an idiotic business model that they have there. I didn't want to go on with any other complaints about the resorts. Did you have any highlights, any positives, anything nice to say to counter any of my complaints?
Well, the one thing I did like, which was new, I think, since the last time we were there, is that they actually have, when you go to the buses, if you're taking the resort transportation, because usually most of the time if we didn't have the scooter already, we would usually just drive to the park. This way we wouldn't have to worry about waiting for a bus or anything else. But because of the scooter, we had to use the transportation. And one of the nice things was as soon as you got to the area, they had a little schedule showing you when the next bus, you know, estimated time when the next bus for the different locations was going to be coming. So that I thought was very helpful.
And they've had that at the moderate and the higher end resorts.
Right.
This was new for us
at the Value Resort. So it was that was nice. a nice touch to see. So
all right. So we'll give them a plus for that one then. Let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about some of the technology that Disney is throwing at some of these issues. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. Today we are dissecting Disney. So one of the things that Disney has done to try to enhance the experience is go the technology route. And that technology route is apps on your smartphone at this point in time and bands and all that stuff. So right now, the Disney World app that they have with their nice little 50th anniversary logo on there is the central part of that technology push. You pretty much need it for anything you want to do: booking rides, checking times, getting into your room, pretending to call the front office because it doesn't work for that.
Your photo pass.
Yeah.
Reservations.
I have to say that I was very unimpressed with the app. I found it to be poorly designed. Someone looked like someone gave a 5-year-old a box of crowns and asked him to design an interface. It was confusing. It was not obvious or intuitive to use. Finding the information that I wanted just to go in and look up times or to look up available slots for reservations for different extra services like building a lightsaber or a droid, you couldn't find that stuff. And the whole thing was predicated upon this whole idea of build your experience. And in order to do that, you pick the things you want, and that's all that you saw. If you ever wanted to stop outside of that, you had to go back through the entire wizard and reset all your settings in there to see anything. And I thought it was a terrible experience. Right down to the point that you bought one of the new Magic Band Pluses. And what happened with that? Tell us what happened with that.
So I wasn't going to buy the new Magic Band, but the last day we were in a park happened to be the Magic Kingdom, and at Magic Kingdom they had a Haunted Mansion one. So of course, me being the Haunted Mansion person that I am, all right, fine, I'll get it, just to have it, whatever. And we charge it while we were in Hall of Presidents. You had already bought one and you had no issues getting it to sync up. Everything was fine. I go to sync it up and I get an error. And I try and go through again, and then it tells me that the app has a bug and to uninstall and reinstall the app to try and fix it. I do that, doesn't work. I try taking, because there's a QR code. So first I try linking it by the wireless link. That didn't work. Then I tried taking a picture of the QR code to do it that way. That doesn't work. Then I even tried entering the code manually.
Which is a challenge considering how small those numbers are.
Right. Entering the code, nothing. As soon as I would do it, it would fail and again tell me that I had a bug. So by that point, I was just fed up, and after spending almost $50 on it, I went back to the store to return it. And of course, the cast member there was like, oh, well, if you do decide to, purchase another one, we do have tech support people, located throughout the park that would be, willing to help you. And by that point, it was already our last day. Maybe if it was our first day in the park and I had, the whole rest of the week to worry about it. But this was literally our last day.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm done.
It wasn't the band itself. It was the app.
Right.
So that's really where I think the biggest complaint was, because there was a lot of things with that app. The calling the front office.
Well, when our phone calling the front desk.
We tried to call the front desk. You can get to it through the app if you could find it, because it wasn't easy to find.
Right. And that was another thing, another challenge of things weren't where you thought they would be.
Right.
If you did a search, it would eventually find it, but it was like I shouldn't have to be searching every time.
It was almost like they did no user testing of this.
And then that was the whole thing too, because when we were having the issues with the bathroom, I was like, all right, well, let me just call the front desk. And I'm like, and I couldn't even Google a phone number for the front desk either. And then the one day I actually just walked up to the front desk and they were like, oh, well, you could have just done it on your app. I'm like, no, I couldn't. And she didn't believe me.
Right.
And she walked me through it and was like, oh, okay, that is a problem. Yeah. No shit. I know it's a problem. I'm pretty tech savvy. I understand not everybody is tech savvy and you have to talk to, every guest like we're an idiot, but it really wasn't there. And then, so you can't even say, oh, well, it's because you had an Android, because you even had the same problem and you have an Apple phone. Right. So it clearly wasn't user error.
No,
it's something with your app.
It was app specific.
Right.
So some of the other things I found were an issue was you could look up wait times for rides. Mm-hmm. They weren't accurate. When you guys were going around and doing things, I was riding around the scooter looking at wait times on the app.
Okay.
Oh my God, they were 15 minutes off, 20 minutes off.
So they weren't updating
They
as
were
often.
not done in real time on the app itself, which makes the app useless at that point when it comes to that function.
Right, because especially if that's what you're determining, oh, well, this wait's only, or this wait's 60 minutes, but yet the wait might only be 15 minutes if you actually went there, but then you don't want to go there because...
The entire purpose of the Genie experience is you don't need a fast pass because we can tell you when these times trend here, and it's completely wrong. I lost my Magic Band at one point in time because it was on a little holder on my
original
one. So we kind of panicked a little bit there. We were able to get the ticket to get into the park, but I didn't have a way to get into the room.
Right.
So I was able to use the app for that, and it worked, but it was awkward. It's like 4 screens in. You don't know where on the phone it's transmitting the. So I'm moving the phone all around the thing to try to get the thing to work.
Right.
It scans the first time and it goes green, but it won't unlock. Well, there's a prompt on the screen that you don't get an audible prompt on, where you have to accept the ability to unlock the door at that point.
Yeah, see, I never tried doing it that way. So
yeah. It was not good. And the other problem is they don't have any free charging stations that you can use around the park.
Right.
If you want to pay for them, there's a couple.
I was going to say they have the charging rods that I know, and that was something that we knew going in from various other people who had been there and various other YouTube videos and things that said, if you're going to be on your phone a whole lot more. Make sure you have some sort of battery backup so that you can charge your phone. And honestly, there was only for me, there was one day that I had to charge my phone, but I really didn't even need to. But that was also because we really weren't using the phone as much.
Well, and we'll talk about that in a second too.
Yeah.
And the last big complaint that I have about the app is they have this device where they're tracking the vast majority of people because you're dependent on it to use the park, and they're not using the data. We wind up outside waiting for a bus. It took us almost an hour to get a bus when the entire line was full waiting for buses. How are you not using this? You're tracking these people.
Right.
And you're tracking them for the purpose of taking a picture and tying it to their account. How are you not using that information to dispatch buses?
Right.
Or crowd control for different rides? Like, I don't understand why you would have all this information and then not use it for a constructive purpose. They're using it to try to sell you stuff, and that's all they're using it for, and that's a huge insult to the guests.
I agree, especially when it comes to the end of the night where everybody is tired, everybody is cranky. Why you would have all these empty buses? Now, granted, maybe you didn't have enough bus drivers, but maybe that's what you need to plan, is that you always know at the end of the night you're gonna have a rush of people wanting to get out. Why not put that extra
and in the past they've had instances where you've had cast members at the bus stops, and the cast members are calling in the dispatch saying, I need a bus for this resort, I need a bus for this resort. They didn't have that, and they didn't need it because they have the technology. They just chose not to use the technology. So let's talk about that massive scam that is Genie Plus.
Oh, Genie Plus.
So tell us how much we paid for that and how much we used it.
So we paid $15 per person per day that we were in a park on a regular park ticket. So we only went to the park for 3 days, but the one day was the Halloween party. And because of it being a special ticket event, you don't use Genie Plus on that day. So we only had to pay for Genie Plus for 2 of the days that we were in the park. So $45, so $90 total for the 2 days for the 3 of us, because each individual person has to have it for however many days. And since we hadn't used it before, we figured, you know what? Let's try it. Let's give it a try and see if it makes a difference or helps us out.
We took one for the team so we could review it for the podcast.
Right. And granted, there are lots of pros and cons. There were a couple of friends of mine who had used it before, and they said, oh, it takes a couple of days to get used to it. I'm like, well, I only have 2 days to get used to it. So I either need it to work or not work. And the big push before used to be, buying it ahead of time and making sure you had it, even though you couldn't really do anything with it until the day of. And now there's some other changes that they're making to it. And again, I'm not really 100% sure of what they all are because we're not there anymore. So I'm not really paying attention as to what those changes are. But I know one of the major changes was that you didn't have to purchase it until that day. if you wanted to get it.
Doesn't
So
make
again,
it worthwhile.
doesn't right. So
how many rides did we get on using that system?
okay, so in Epcot, which was our first day, we did the Remy ride with it. We did it with that, or was that with the virtual queue? No, the only thing that the virtual queue you could do with the virtual queue was the Guardians of the Galaxy, and that we didn't get. And that I woke up at 6:45, so because they had a 7 o'clock and a 1 o'clock for the virtual queue, and I got up at 6:45 to try and get a 7 o'clock. And by 7 o'clock...
Well, we already knew the virtual queues were broken.
Right, so that was...
So we got one ride in Epcot?
Well, we technically had two because we ended up getting Soarin', and then you didn't want to go on Soarin', so we canceled it, and we ended up doing the single rider, which we didn't know was available.
Well, that's another thing I want to talk about, but when we get to the parks.
So we did have one, but then since you decided not to go on the ride and they had that available, we used that in place of it. So we had gotten rid of that, and then that was when we made the Remy reservation, because the other thing too is when you make the reservation on the Genie Plus now, you can only have one at a time.
Right.
And then once the time frame starts for that reservation or that lightning lane, that's when you can make an additional lightning lane through your Genie Plus.
All right, so we paid $15. We paid $30.
$45.
$45 because I didn't go on Remy, so I'm not counting myself for that. So for $30, you went on one ride in Epcot.
Mm-hmm.
For $30.
Mm-hmm.
And how much did we pay for park tickets?
More than $30.
$120 maybe?
I think it was about that. I don't remember
so
what.
$30 for one ride.
Mm-hmm.
Then we did Studios. How many rides did we get on with Genie Plus with that?
We did... Maddie and I did Toy Story Mania with it. We did Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Coaster with that. What else did we do? We didn't need it for... No, we did use it for Smuggler's Run.
For the second run through.
For the second run, because again, we did the
solo rider.
The solo rider. So we got 3. Did we get a fourth one? I think we only got 3.
Okay.
So we got 3 with that.
So that's now $60 for 4 rides.
Mm-hmm.
Was it worth it?
Probably not.
This is $60 on top of $120 per person per ticket to get in to ride the rides anyway.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So we're talking about $150 per person for Genie Plus and a ticket. And Genie Plus got you 4 rides. That to me is a scam. The other thing that I found was interesting is we got into Magic Kingdom early on Friday because of the party.
Right.
And it was still regular admission in there.
Mm-hmm.
We walked past Peter Pan.
Right.
And the Lightning Lane. And the Lightning Lane was easily a 20-minute wait at Peter Pan.
Mm-hmm.
What's the purpose of the Lightning Lane if it's a 20-minute wait?
Right.
This is the problem that I have.
Well, when the regular ride is a 60-minute wait, a 20-minute wait is nothing. But again,
still,
yes, we know.
That's not Lightning. I'm sorry.
Right. I understand that.
Lightning is I walk in and she'll be able to get right on the ride.
Right.
Especially when I'm paying for it.
Right.
What rides were not eligible for Genie Plus?
I don't know if there was anything.
Besides Guardians of the Galaxy.
Well, Guardians of the Galaxy, because that was the virtual queue.
Right. So you could only do virtual. Was Rise of the Resistance one you had to pay to get on, or was that eligible with Lightning Plus?
I think it might have been, because I think what they do with their certain big ticket rides, kind of their e-ticket rides, is they offer the additional pay for me
Right.
lightning lane. And there's so many of those that they put out. And then there's so many regular lightning lanes. And
So here's where the real scam is.
Oh, yeah.
So pay $15 for Genie Plus, unless you want to go on this other ride, and then pay another $15 to get on that ride.
Right. And it's not always $15 because depending
They change the rates based on
right, the time of year. So it could be $20 to go.
Okay.
But all the ones that we saw where they were an additional fee. So like the Guardians of the Galaxy, we didn't get the virtual queue. But now they didn't. So with that, it was only virtual queue or paid lightning lane. There was no standby, meaning you couldn't just go and wait for 2 hours on a line to get on the ride.
Thank God for that.
Right. So it was either you got in the virtual queue for free, or you paid $15 to get a time spot.
Comparing the scam of Genie Plus to FastPass.
Oh my God. There's no comparison between.
Okay. I think that ends the argument on that one then.
Right. There was, I personally didn't. Now, if we had done a full Magic Kingdom day, I could see Magic Kingdom.
Well, the problem I have with that is you can only reserve one at a time.
Right.
And you have a 1 hour cooldown after you've either canceled it or used it.
I don't think we did.
In the app you do.
Because I was actually able, because the one
might not have been on canceling, but
I don't know, because there was one that I had one reservation and I actually had the next one and it was actually overlapping because the one was from like 1 to 2 and the next one was from like 1:30 to 2:30 and I was actually surprised that it.
Well, then they may have changed that.
Or it could have been a fluke.
I had a work colleague that was down there 2 months ago and said that was one of the problems they ran into.
So maybe that was something that.
So let's move on from Genie Plus because if I stay on that, my blood pressure's going to go up. Real quick, before we go to break, Magic Band Plus.
Okay.
Is it worth the price? It was about $50 with tax.
I wouldn't have done it.
How do you feel about the fact that you need to charge the thing? It takes 90 minutes to charge. When you first buy it, you got to charge it.
You know what? I already have my watch that needs to charge, so that was kind of a, oh, okay.
Well, and that's the other thing. It's a proprietary charger.
Right, and that was the thing that you said was, oh, great. So now if I lose this charger, I'm never going to be able to charge my Magic Band again.
But they sell extra chargers.
But they do sell extra chargers for you.
But God forbid you give me a device that can charge on an Apple charger or an Android charger or a standard Qi charger.
Right. And the other thing too was, yeah, it's cute that you walk past, so they have the different statues and stuff, and if you wave your band in front of it, sometimes the statue,
if you walk past it, or if you look at it wrong, you have no idea how to trigger these things.
Right, because there's nothing that I found. I'm sure probably somebody has put together a YouTube video saying, oh, here are the different things that your Magic Band will do. And the thing is, they've been doing things like this for years. Back when they had the 100th anniversary, the 100-year anniversary or the 100th birthday for Walt Disney, they had these special pins that you could get.
Right.
And when you would go on certain rides, the pins would light up. Or if you were watching the fireworks, they'd light up. That so this is kind of the same thing.
They're vinyl. They're like the old ones were. So they're very sweaty. They're very hot to wear.
Right.
Mine fell off 3 times.
Right.
After having put it on, I had to have you carry it.
Right.
Because I was afraid I was going to lose it.
Right.
What else did I have down here?
That it didn't have any sound.
No sound. So, like, the thing would vibrate and the thing would light up, but, like, you have no idea why.
Right, because when we were walking out of Magic Kingdom, we didn't walk past anything special that I knew, and all of a sudden I'm like, why is the band...
Right.
I already have enough things on my watch to notify me of different things. I didn't need it.
It's almost like, hey, this is a really cool technology, let's sell it. And nobody was like, what are we going to do with it?
Mm-hmm.
What's the purpose of it? Oh, just sell it. We'll figure it out later.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when the Magic Bands came out, they had a true purpose.
Right. And I could see if we were annual pass holders or we were still DVC and we'd be going down a couple of times a year, all right, sure, I'll get the new band, because that's the other thing too, is that no longer as a resort guest do you get a free Magic Band, because that was what they kind of moved away from, the room keys.
Right. The crack dealers at Disney gave you the first dose, and now you got to pay for the rest.
Well, fortunately, we have enough Magic Bands. We don't need, we don't need to buy a $50 one. So.
All right. So the technology to me seems more like a scam than anything else, and it's a money grab. I think we can kind of agree on that to a large extent.
Sure, we'll go with that.
All right, let's take our last break, and we'll come back and we'll chop up the park experience. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
All right, we're back bitching about Disney parks. Here we go.
It's going to be such a great podcast.
So we've got 3 to complain about, and I'll start off with Epcot. So we're still at the point where we have to make a reservation to get in the park.
Correct.
One would think the reason for that was to regulate how many people were in the park, you would think, right?
You would think.
Still packed and crowded as hell. Don't understand that. Got to make a reservation, but I got people crawling all over me still. Someone needs to explain that one. Huge sections of the park are shut down because of the construction that's happening, which isn't unusual for Disney. The problem is it requires you to completely reroute how you get from point A to point B.
Correct.
In a park that has literally the longest walk between rides already. So it's forcing you to extend those rides where they probably could have been a little more strategic in how they set those barriers up. Oh, and the fact that you have to order ahead for food now because you can't even stand in line to buy food almost at any of the restaurants, the quick serve restaurants.
Well, we actually didn't run into any problems with any of the quick serve. They were still
okay, good.
We were still able to. It wasn't mandatory, because I know when they first opened after COVID, that was the only way you could.
All right, then I'll save that complaint for
reservations.
studios, because I have a very specific complaint about that in studios.
So Epcot, we really didn't do any because the food and wine was going on, so that you had to go to the little individual booths, and they weren't really that busy. And then after that, we kind of cut our day early, because that was our first day in the park. It was extremely hot, and there was so much lack of shaded areas for us to go and hide, that we just kind of called it a day, just because we were just overheated by that point. So we really didn't have a big quick service meal. We just kind of snacked.
So we weren't there long enough for it to really be a problem.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So then we go to Hollywood Studios. Again, crowded. Don't know why. The restriction to the quick serve I had a problem with here, because it was hot. Normally when it's hot, I'll go into the ABC commissary just to cool off, sit in a corner somewhere, relax. Couldn't get in if I didn't have a food order. They literally had bouncers sitting outside the entrance, not letting people in.
Right.
How do you do that? It's like getting a reservation at McDonald's. It's idiotic.
Right. I didn't understand that. But you did eventually get in, because you said you were just going
They stuck me in a literally between two pillars to charge the scooter.
went to go find you. I'm like, where the heck is he?
Now I give total props to all the cast members that
Right.
were there because they were making sure I was okay. They were offering
Right.
me water. The one woman comes over and asked if I wanted to have a cupcake. So the staff was fantastic,
Right.
but the policies I think
Right.
were terrible.
That's, I think, what it is it's the policies that other people
Right.
put into place. And now you have these cast members that are the ones enforcing it and are
Yeah.
like, oh.
So the other thing that bugged me was I was very much looking forward to going to Galaxy's Edge, going to Doc Ondar's, and shopping and buying some of the unique stuff. And they didn't have Jack in there.
Right.
Not only did they not have anything cool, new, or interesting, they had a 20-minute wait in line to look at the lightsabers that they had in the case if you wanted to buy something.
Mm-hmm.
A 20-minute wait to spend $200 and some dollars.
Yeah, that is crazy.
That's ridiculous. And they had a guy sitting there enforcing, almost like he had a cattle prod, making sure people were bunched up on top of each other because the lines were packed so tight.
Right.
That was such a turnoff for me. It
Yeah.
really was. What else did we have? Finding a seat at the quick serve was like, almost impossible. You had people just circling around waiting for someone to get up.
Right. Now, we did eat at the docking station.
Right.
And that, again, didn't have a problem, because they asked when you got there, did you do a mobile order or are you placing an order? Because they had two separate lines.
Right. They let you get in to order something, which was nice because I could at least get in and cool off.
Right. And then, just like, the quick serve. But we've had that before where there weren't always tables available depending on what time.
Well, before our quick serve was always the way that we went because
Right.
or the mobile ordering was how we went because that was our secret weapon.
Right. And now everybody does it. So, of course, you need the app to do it. And, but it worked out. We still got a meal. We still had a table.
Couldn't book anything with Savi's workshop to build a lightsaber.
Well, and honestly, if we had tried to book it when we had made our reservations, we probably
I
would have.
shouldn't have to book spending $400.
I understand that.
6 months in advance. I shouldn't have to do that.
Right. But that's the thing is when we went 2 years ago, we made those reservations as soon as we could make them and we got them.
My biggest concern here was I couldn't even see that there weren't reservations or how to make that. It wasn't even an option. Right. It took you a while to find
because
them.
I had to search. I did a search for Savi's and
right.
Again, it was a whole secret thing because if I didn't know what to call it,
right.
I wouldn't have been able to find it. There was nothing obvious. Again, you had to search, but you had to know what you were searching for. So
there were far fewer character interactions at Galaxy's Edge this time than the last time.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere you look, last time we were there was a character you were bumping into them left and right.
Right.
There were 2 or 3.
Kylo Ren and some stormtroopers.
Right.
That was
and
about
at
it.
one point in time, Chewbacca and somebody else was up on a platform
Oh, see, I didn't
somewhere.
even see them.
You couldn't interact with them. They were basically up there just waving at people like it was a parade float.
Right. Well, that even happened when we were in Epcot. Pooh Bear was behind a fence.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
They stuck him out in the sun.
in the sun,
too.
the poor Pooh Bear.
Man.
He was melting, I'm sure. Yeah. So.
The other issue I had was solo rider times, not single rider. It was solo rider at Smuggler's Run, which I thought was funny.
Right.
They don't publish them.
Right.
You didn't know. The only way we knew it was a 5-minute single rider line was because we overheard someone say it. And we're like, excuse me, how long is a single rider? And they're like, 5 minutes. I'm like, all right, let's go.
Right.
And like one other person did the same thing. And it's like, given how bad your application works for booking these rides, how are you not? It's not up on the signs.
Right.
Nobody's out there. They had one cast member come out and start saying, hey, 5-minute single rider ride if anybody wants to get on.
Right.
How do you not have a provision for that?
Right. And that's something. So going back to Epcot, Test Track has been a single rider ride for as long as I can remember. So most people know about it. So they have, 3 separate entrances for it. And then, of course, as soon as you get close, they're like, oh, don't forget, your party will be separated, blah, 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 and you go on. I had only known about Soarin' having it from watching somebody else's video. So if I didn't watched that other person's video, I wouldn't have known. And I think at Soarin', they're still doing it as a test. It's not official. And again, we had gotten it as the one lightning lane, and when we went up, I was like, oh, are you guys still doing, oh, look. And they basically just have like a cast member holding a sign saying single rider, and then you go on. Smuggler's Run, I wasn't sure if they were doing it until we got to the front of it, and we're like, oh, okay, great. And we, I think it took us longer to walk the whole entrance.
That's just poor planning and poor execution on Disney's part.
Mm-hmm.
That's a major selling point that you could be using to enhance people's visits there, especially with the crappy system that you put in place instead of the fast passes.
Right.
So we, at one point in time, wanted to go over to Star Wars Launch Bay and cool off, look at the stuff they had there, see if there's anything to shop for. And it was literally a ghost town.
Right.
They shut down the Little Mermaid thing that was there. They shut down the gift shop that was there.
Right. Little Mermaid has been shut down since.
But everything was shut down. The only thing that was open was a couple of the Play Disney thing.
Right. But they did have Star Wars characters. That was still open.
Yeah, if you walked 5 miles back,
that was the whole thing, right?
Because they weren't advertising it anymore.
Right. Well, no, they had the sign when you got to the area, so you had to know. But yeah, that was the whole thing, because the Launch Bay area, there was the whole shop there, and then you'd walk through the shop, and then they'd have the characters and artifacts from the from the movies and things.
It was like just a completely forgotten area.
Right. It was just kind of, and the other thing too was it closed at 5. Right. So then that whole section, even though there wasn't a whole lot to the section to begin with, became even more of a ghost town, because again, you already had the Little Mermaid that they haven't reopened Little Mermaid yet. So the little princess store right next to it, that shut down. Then there's a Play Disney gift shop that hasn't opened yet. So you had the couple of characters, but no gift shop. And then you had,
like, at that point in time, just shut the whole area down and block it off.
Exactly.
You're just, it's ridiculous to even have a couple of things open.
Right.
Like I went to get the scooter. I could have swore I saw a tumbleweed blow through. It was so deserted over there.
Well, the squirrels were more entertaining over there.
It was embarrassing.
Yeah, it was
really
kind of sad. And the other thing too was, like, Maddie and I did the Muppet movie, and there's a Muppet gift shop as soon as you get out. And I was like, all right, as soon as we get out, we'll go into the, gift shop to cool off. And that wasn't open too. So that was really kind of the first, seeing a lot of the gift shops that weren't open, because in Epcot doesn't have as many little gift shops along the way, because you have all of the different countries, so all of those were open. So we really didn't see the effect of things until we got, to Epcot.
All right, 5 minutes, Magic Kingdom, and then we're going to summarize.
Okay.
Go ahead. You go.
Okay, so for the Magic Kingdom, that was our Halloween party. As you had mentioned before, with the Halloween party, they let you get into the park 3 hours before your park time. So, of course, there's, tons of lines to try and get in, everybody to get in. And, of course, because of the holiday party, you have a special band, so it takes longer to get in. And, of course, the storms are coming. So you got people that are trying to leave the park, people trying to come in the park. So, of course, very crowded, at the beginning of it. And it always seems to be kind of disorganized no matter what time you go. So I don't know if it's something where if we actually went closer to 7 o'clock or closer to 6 o'clock, if we wouldn't run into that or not.
Well, and what would make sense if they did that is you do a rope drop type thing. Mm-hmm. And for all the people who are coming in for the party, you get them checked in, you get their bands on in that time ahead of time, because they're all queuing up.
Yeah, because that happened
and then you have a rope drop when you let them in.
Because that happened when we did, when we did the Christmas party?
I think it was a Christmas party.
Where you actually checked in at the Polynesian.
Right.
And you got your band and everything, so you were already checked in, so as soon as you got off the monorail, you went right in. So they need to kind of go back to that system of, checking in someplace else.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, though, that their security system has gotten better because they don't do every bag being checked.
Right.
So you kind of go through a metal detector, some sort of scanning thing.
I don't know if that's better or if it's just more lax to get people through.
I don't know, but it seemed to go smoother. So that was at least a positive that I saw. But obviously here was another instance. Now, again, don't know how much of it was because it was the holiday party or not. But again, we saw a lot of different shops that were closed. But
Right.
again, not every shop is always open for the holiday party.
Well, and some of the shops we know were closed because they turn them into other things.
Right, exactly. And then some rides or certain attractions, they turn over to trick-or-treating, areas. The one thing that was bizarre was, because again, they have all these different trick-or-treating sections, and they didn't start handing out candy until 7 o'clock. And at one point, we were in Tomorrowland, and it was 6 o'clock, and there was a line forming
And they
for
were letting
people
form a line, which was
to wait for
idiotic.
candy,
Yeah.
for free candy.
For a couple pieces of candy you'd get.
So we were just like, no, we're going to go on some other rides. So that was kind of crazy. But once the party kind of started and also once the rain kind of died down, we really didn't have too many issues. It kind of spread out because then you have the people, because there are people that go to the party just to go and see the specialty characters that only come out for the holiday party.
Right.
Then you have people that are just doing the trick-or-treating. Then you have some people that are there to see the special Halloween parade and to see the special Halloween fireworks. So it kind of helps to break it up, because that's when Maddie was able to get on Splash Mountain in 5 minutes. Big Thunder Mountain in 5 minutes. I think Space Mountain was 20 minutes. I think that was her longest wait. Haunted Mansion, I think it was about 20 minutes, maybe even less, for us to get on that.
So let's summarize before we leave here.
Sure.
Give me a score, 1 out of 10, 10 being the highest of your overall Disney experience. Give me that artificially high score you're going to give me.
7.
Really? Wow, I would not have thought it would have been that low.
Really?
Yeah.
You would have thought I would have given it higher.
I thought you would have been an 8 or a 9.
Ha ha!
I'd probably give it about a 5.
Mm-hmm.
And really my problem was more with management and execution.
Mm-hmm.
Poor planning, and you can blame it on the fact that they haven't brought all their staff back, whatever
Right.
you want to blame it on.
Yeah.
But there's ways to compensate for that. And to me, it was a disappointing experience.
The one highlight of our trip, and I think we can both agree on this,
Steve from Brooklyn.
Steve from Brooklyn.
Absolutely. Steve from Brooklyn. He was so close to restoring my faith in Disney. He was so optimistic. He was the best bus driver we ever had.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He was so good, I almost want to use Facebook again so I can follow him. Almost. But Facebook's too evil.
Right. So fortunately, I'm already friends with him.
Yeah.
And I had been friends with him already. And when he pulled up, I was like,
That was a very
I'm Facebook
that was
friends
a
with you.
magical experience. And I don't use that term very often for
Mhm.
Disney, but that was a magical experience. And I thank him for that.
yes.
All right, that is all we had for today, and probably that's more than enough. We kind of cut some of my complaints short because I, do have a heart condition with blood pressure and everything. So, before we do go though, I would like to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions listed as Insights into Entertainment. Audio and video versions of all of our network's podcasts can be found under Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, etc. I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We're also on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can find all that and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 14, The Specter of Student Debt. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing great. Can't wait to talk about student debt.
As someone who is a victim of it, I think you probably are the best subject matter expert we've ever had on any of our shows.
If I'm an expert, I don't know that much about it. So, I mean, I owe them. I know that. So that's much I know.
Well, you might not be an expert, but you're definitely a victim of it. So this week we are talking about the pandemic of student debt. Why is it a problem in the United States? We'll talk about a brief history of student debt. And we'll take a look at what's driving the rise in student debt these days. And then we'll take a look at possible solutions to this problem plaguing today's youth and what the future of student debt looks like. Before we do that, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite everyone to give us your feedback. Write in, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions for topics you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, we are facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Yep.
All right. So what is student debt? There is a ton of research out there, or a ton of information, I should say, out there that I came across in doing the research for today's show. Most of what we're going to talk about today comes from firstrepublic.com. They say student debt plays a significant role in the lives of many Americans. The cost associated with higher education continues to increase year over year, and for many, this translates to a heavier reliance on loans to bridge the gap. Consequently, Outstanding U.S. student loan debt reached $1.7 trillion at the end of 2020, according to the Federal Reserve, which is an all-time high. To put that into perspective, that's roughly the GDP ranking of Canada, the 10th highest ranked country in the world by GDP. How does, like, that number to me is just astronomical.
Mm-hmm.
What's the impact of that number to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you said. Once you get past, like, honestly, like 100, it's hard for me to fathom that number. But when we talk about trillions, it's like when you look at the national debt too. It's just these numbers are astronomical. You can't even wrap your head around them.
Yeah.
Let alone the notion of being able to pay that off, which is just, it seems impossible.
Yeah, but the thought that if we wanted to pay off the national student debt right now, that's more money than Canada can generate in a year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, it's ridiculous.
It's a great way to intro the topic too, framing it in that, like, how big of a beast it is. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it seems, when you talk in numbers that size, it seems kind of insurmountable, really.
So we have a couple other student loan debt statistics. The national average per student is about $39,000. The states with the highest student loan debt, number one coming in is Washington, D.C. Their average student loan debt is $54,400 a year. Just below that is Maryland with $42,700. Age groups with the most student loan debt are 18 to 29-year-olds. 34% of that age group have student loan debt, which makes sense because they're people either going into college or coming out of it. More than half of college-educated adults have student loan debt. That's 65% of people. 6% of borrowers who owe more than $100,000 in student loan debt, including the 2% owing more than $200,000, account for a third of all outstanding student loan debt. So a lot of people owing a lot of money. The vast majority of those borrowers who owe more than $100,000 took out loans for graduate school. Loans associated with grad school account for about 50% of the outstanding student loan debt. The other half belongs to the 75% of borrowers who took out loans for 2 or 4-year degrees. And then finally, the U.S. student debt has increased by more than 100% over the past 10 years. So we're looking at, the numbers are only getting higher, and that's why we have the highest in 2020 with $1.7 trillion.
And that's another, alarming statistic, to have anything go up 100% over the course of 10 years.
Yeah.
Has the quality of your education increased at the same proportional rate?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, I've only been in college for 3 years now. I'm going into my senior year. But that large amount of increase, it seems impossible that there would be a reflection in education that would meet that as well.
Yeah, and the business side of me looks at this and wants to say, all right, what's the cost benefit analysis? If I'm paying 100% more over the last 10 years, is the salary that I'm taking when I come out of that college raising 100% more? And statistically, it's not. Salaries are not keeping pace with the current economic scale.
Yeah.
So you're paying all this much more for an education, but you're not getting the compensation on the back end of that to justify that cost. So there's a massive loss of investment here. Like, how long do you think you're going to be in debt with college debt? I
mean, judging by what I'm seeing now with my bills and things for the years, I'm probably in that average, $40K range for what I'm going to owe back. The bigger question is, I'm going into a field that hopefully I'll find a job quickly. I'm planning on going into the radio field, anything like that. So hopefully I'll find a job and they'll just garner my wages. That's going to be my plan, essentially. Now, I know some people that are going into medical field, so they're going into grad school, so that's half of those loans there that people owe. And those jobs are obviously, you end up spending a lot more and you end up owing a lot more debt, but you're pretty much guaranteed a job because the world always needs doctors and whatnot.
Right.
So I think it really depends on just what you're looking to do post-college and how long you want to stay in school and then how much you're going to pay too.
Well, and like I look at it from, I don't know, I kind of try to tie it to more everyday things. So I think, okay, what's the next closest thing I have to a $40,000 debt? And I think, okay, if I buy a car and I finance a car, I'll finance a car for 5 years. After 5 years, 3 years maybe, depending on how much of a monthly payment I want to do. But let's say 5 years is pretty much, I think, on average. I'll pay my car off after 5 years. are you going to have your student loan debt paid off after 5 years?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not, no.
And you look at student loan debt when it comes to your postgraduate schools, where you're looking at around $200,000 in debt that you're going to have. So now you're looking at the cost of a mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
So even if I look at it from a mortgage standpoint, I'm going to pay that over 30 years. So are you going to finance your student debt over a 30-year period?
I mean, I know people that are in their 40s and even 50s that are still paying off their student debt. And that, I mean, sure, that's a financial question because it's going to depend on your income and your ability to make those payments. But it can go that long, and especially it's going to depend on what level of education you decided to go with.
So let's stay on that topic just for a second there. So if I go to get a mortgage and I'm buying a $200,000 house, I have to have an established credit history. I have to have an established income, and I have to prove that I'm not a credit risk for them to give me a loan. And depending on how risky I am, determines what my percentage rate is. What, as a student, did you have to produce to show that you're not a credit risk when it came to getting loans for school?
Well, often they have your parents co-sign, which helps because then they become responsible for that debt too, and that kind of lends credibility to you. I applied to college, so I don't know how it works for grad school because I don't have any, aspirations of going down that path. But it wasn't as rigorous as a test as that of
Right.
Going for a mortgage. It was much more apply to the school, get into the school. Okay, you're pretty much you can just get loans, and there's not
Right.
that long of a approval process. It's more about how much do you make, so that we know how much to give you.
And I think that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make here is that the process itself isn't nearly as rigorous as it is to make sure you're not a credit risk, to make sure you're capable of paying it back.
Mm-hmm.
There's almost an assumption of, oh, well, pay us whatever we ask for, and then we'll make sure you get an education and get a good job that you can pay that back.
Yeah, and I imagine it probably is designed that way because people going into college, they don't want to think about after college when they're going to have to pay all this back. They want to get their education. They want to, if they have a career in mind, they want to get to that as fast as possible. So they'll take any loans they have to.
Sure. And I think one of the indirect consequences of this is that you're seeing the number of people that choose to go into a vocational profession significantly increasing over those that are going to college.
I thought about that. I mean, my freshman year in college, I took mostly gen eds. And I was like, this is not what I want to do. So I started looking at broadcasting schools, and I seriously considered it in my sophomore year, transferring and just going to broadcasting school because, going to broadcasting school because a lot of the people that I look up to in the area that are broadcasters either didn't go to college or went to broadcasting school. And it just seemed like, that's exactly what I want to do. Why not just do that?
Right.
But I ended up rethinking it because, just having the degree, you talk yourself into it.
Yeah.
And I'll probably talk more about that later, but just the mindset of kind of just accepting debt as a notion, you
Right.
kind of just become okay with it.
And I had a friend of mine, her son, they had groomed him for going to college all through his high school career, his grades and all the extracurricular stuff and the clubs and all that stuff. And when he got to his senior year in high school and saw how much it was going to cost, he realized he couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to be in debt for, the majority of his life.
Right.
So he decided instead of going to college for accounting or business administration or whatever, he was going to be an electrician. And he went off and he went through a vocational school. He joined a guild and, is under an apprenticeship now. And he's making more now within less than 4 years of the time he would have spent in college. He's making more now than if he'd come out of college with a 4-year degree. And he's just starting out in his profession without all that debt.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it depends on, we get into deeper questions of how do you measure success? What do you want from your educational career? And I think that once you figure out those answers for yourself, then you can kind of decide, do I really need college? Do I really need to do this?
Right.
In my case, yes. But in that guy's case, no, he didn't need to do that. If he enjoys being an electrician and he gets satisfaction from that work, there's no reason for him to go to college. He can do exactly what you said and not have to worry about debt, which is almost not unheard of, but rare.
Yeah.
At least with my generation.
And it's a very valid point you make that it's very situational and very specific to the individual.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of the intro to the topic that we're talking about. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to look at a brief history of how student debt has evolved in the United States.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking student debt today. So let's just take a quick brief history of what student debt has looked like in the United States. Student debt really didn't come into being until around 1840. The first student loans in the U.S. were offered exclusively to students at Harvard in 1840. Public student loans didn't arise until the 20th century. So it's kind of a whole new concept as far as taking loans to go to college. And, the instance of people going to college didn't really increase too much until around the 1940s. So in the 2 decades prior to the institution of federally guaranteed student loans, the U.S. experienced a significant increase in college attendance, thanks in part to the GI Bill in 1944. So fulfilling the need for affordable higher education, the GI Bill subsidized, or in some cases completely covered, the cost of college education for nearly half the Americans returning from World War II. We jump forward to 1972, and the HEA was amended to ensure, the HEA being something that was up top there that I didn't talk about. The Higher Education Act of 1965. Sorry.
Everybody knows it. It's one of the big bills.
Yeah. If you're listening to this show, you should already know that. So the Higher Education Act was amended to ensure that education programs whose students were receiving financial assistance and student loans did not discriminate based on gender.
I'm sure they didn't discriminate based on anything else.
It's an evolving process, okay? So by 76, 77, all undergraduate students became eligible for Pell Grants. Together, these two popular programs further increased college attendance rates by providing financial assistance to individuals who previously could not obtain it. So the focus so far at that point was not controlling student debt, not controlling the cost of education. It was making education more available to those who wouldn't be able to do it because of discriminatory practices or financial difficulties and stuff like that. So up until the 1970s, mid to late 70s, the drive really was to enable students at that point.
Yeah, so looking into the 80s now, these are when things sort of start to turn sour. 1986, parents and students had incurred nearly $10 billion in federal student loans, which is funny now that we're up to $1.7 trillion.
Yeah, $10 billion is a drop in the bucket, right?
Then considered an outrageous amount. That same year, more than 1/4 of student borrowers owed more than $10,000 in student loan debt. Adjusting for inflation, that's about $21,000 today. So this is sort of where you start to see that this is sort of getting out of hand. And into the 1990s, student loan debt begins to skyrocket. In 1993, the average debt of a bachelor's degree was approximately $9,000, and within just 5 years, it was $15,000, and by 2003, it was almost $20,000, coming in at $17,500. And then finally into the 2000s, today the average loan debt, which we already mentioned, is roughly $30,000. though one recent study by the Fidelity Investments puts that figure closer to $35,000. Approximately 20% of U.S. households currently owe student loan debt, as do 40% of people younger than 35, which is kind of wild. Almost half of people younger than 35 owe student debt. This means an increase of nearly 200% of overall student loan debt over the last 20 years. 200% in just 20 years. As of 2012, total student debt has surpassed $1 trillion.
And that's astronomical. It really is, just that growth rate. Now, my first question there is, what's driving that cost increase? Is it the cost of education? Is it the financing side of things? Where would you pin the blame there?
I mean, I don't really understand economics, but it seems like if more people are going to be able to get an education, then from a business standpoint, because colleges are businesses, then their market base is wider, right? So they can drive up that cost. And especially once college becomes a social norm where you're just expected to go to college, essentially, then that ensures their business model even more, because people want to go to college, they can charge whatever they want.
Well, yes, to a certain extent, I agree with the principle of economies of scale here. So back in the 1870s, when, maybe 2% of the population went to college educations should therefore have been exceedingly expensive. But now when you have such a large percentage of people that are, think of the Ford Model T, okay? So prior to mass production of automobiles, they were very specialized, very hand-built, very unique. A couple of them rolled off the plant per month. So as a result, they were very expensive to cover your overhead. Well, when the Model T comes around and you're rolling hundreds of these off the assembly line per day, you can now produce them, thanks to economies of scale, you can produce them much cheaper and then distribute that overhead cost across many more customers. And I would have thought that same model would have translated into your education system, where the more students you have, the lower that tuition rate should be, logically.
That'd be nice. It doesn't seem like it went that way, though. I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that. I guess because as the debt numbers increase, too, does that allow for, are the higher tuitions not really questioned because it just happens so quickly over time? I don't know. It would be nice if that logic applied, where if the more people went to college, the cheaper it was, but it seems like it's the opposite.
It does. And then I have to take a look at what's the cost of college. What has gone up so dramatically for a college education? Is it technological advancements? Is it the cost of campuses? Is it property related? Like, what has happened in the last 20 years at your local college that would make it so much more expensive to go?
I'm not sure. I mean, if they're dealing with more money, maybe they just feel they need to spend more money on things that maybe they don't necessarily need, new facilities that might look nice and might provide for people that use them, but do we really need them? Or large structures, like parking garages and things like that. Are these things necessary? And maybe they're just spending that money because they have it, and that encourages the need for more money to keep doing that. I don't know.
Like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. That makes a lot of sense. And I also have to look at these colleges that are very athletically driven. Mm-hmm. All your Big Ten colleges and your Ivy League colleges, where you're bringing in a significant income from the sports and athletics that are happening at your college. Why isn't that going into lowering the cost of tuition for your students?
Yeah. I mean, we could do a whole other show on college sports like that. I mean, they just had the NCAA ruling where they can get money from their image, which is nice, but
the school still can't pay them.
Yeah, and the school's still getting a ton of money, especially big schools like that,
right? Just
on like the broadcast rights alone.
And that's what blows my mind is they're bringing in money hand over fist to the point that you've got college stadiums that are more well appointed than professional stadiums these days.
Yeah, I don't know. When I look at it, I look at it very cynically, and it just seems like these are businesses first and educational institutions second, and they are very greedy.
Yeah.
And it just seems like they want to get as much money as possible out of people.
So Forbes did do a study on what's driving the increases in higher education. Now this study was done September of 2020. And their conclusion, college is expensive.
Good work for us.
That was helpful. They said since the 1999 to 2000 academic year, the net price of tuition, fees, room and board at a public four-year college has increased 68%. 68% in 20 years. That's insane. The amount borrowed to go to college each year has doubled in the same time. And today, the cumulative federal student loan debt is over $1.54 trillion, more than double the amount of 2010. That's insane. They say that much of the focus around student debt is around rising tuition, and for good reason. As states disinvested in higher education, tuition increased across the country. Published tuition at public four-year colleges rose by 36% from 2008 to 2018, and in many states, tuition rose even more. Today, most student funding from states is 8.7% less than it was before the Great Recession, which should be a warning sign given the current economic situation. So there's a good driving force there that we're not talking your Ivy League schools. We're talking your state-sponsored schools. In New Jersey, we're talking your Rowans, your Rutgers, ones that get funding from the state. The state has now cut back because of economic concerns.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. States cut the funding, so the colleges have to raise tuition. Now, do they have to raise it by 68% in 10 years? I don't know.
Well, not when you're only cutting it by 8.7%.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you justify that?
Yeah.
So many have proposed making public college tuition free, which I don't think I'd argue with that. But that alone won't address student debt going forward because tuition isn't the only driver of student debt. The total cost of college also includes living expenses like textbooks and room and board, regardless if a student lives on campus or not. Living costs actually are more expensive than the sticker price of tuition. In fact, tuition and fees only make up 48% of the total cost of college at a public four-year college. At public two-year colleges, it's even smaller. It's an even smaller share at 29%, with living costs almost making up 2/3 of the cost to attend. So you were living on campus your first year. How did that go down?
That's something that we didn't even talk about. Like, you're taking out your college loans, but you're also like renting an apartment basically. And, I only did it for 1 year. It just wasn't for me. And I live close enough to campus that it's not really necessary. And it was very expensive living on campus, at least. I mean, there's options, where you can like just get an apartment off campus that I think those might be cheaper, especially if you have roommates, you split that cost. But yeah, a lot of that cost is coming from living there because it is a secondary apartment rental essentially. And it's really great for some people. You're living on campus. Where I was in the heart of campus. So you can get pretty much anywhere quickly. So there's a convenience factor. There's a social factor because if you have a lot of friends on campus or you're part of a fraternity or a sorority, you have easy access to that or any clubs you're on campus. So there's definitely benefits. It's just, is it worth, again, it's a personal decision. Is it worth the, in my opinion, very high cost that room and board is going to run you?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Now, when you stopped living on campus, did your costs go down significantly?
Yeah, it did.
By these kind of percentage numbers?
Yeah, roughly. I don't remember exactly. Like I would have to look at my actual bill because you can see all that. But yeah, definitely there was a decent chunk that was taken out because I was no longer living on campus.
That's a very good point. So they say that covering tuition alone won't eliminate the need for many students to borrow money. Many of the existing, quote, free college proposals would continue the Pell Grant program and allow low-income students to use the grant to cover living costs, which would help low-income students. So a lot of the financial support that's out there now would still continue, even though eliminating tuition fees isn't going to be the end-all, be-all, but there are still other methods out there to assist students.
Yeah, that's another thing. I was looking at my bill recently, like I mentioned, and it goes tuition, and then it just says fees, and that's like a third of the cost. It's like, what are fees? And, I'm sure you can, if you ask, they'll break it down for you. But it's strange seeing, all right, I understand what tuition is. I'm paying you to go to the school. what are fees and where are they going? And it's like, that's where you get into why is this costing so much? And it really makes you wonder, especially if they're fees for things that you aren't using.
Well, and you get that sort of thing on utility bills and stuff like that, where they try to hide all the costs.
Yep.
But when you're talking $1.5 billion, you need to kind of be a little more upfront with these. So, what other factors are there that we have to weigh in?
So there's the graduate school. In 2019, the number of loans dispersed for graduate school accounted for 16% of all federal student loans issued. While they were a small number of loans, they actually accounted for 41% of the dollars dispersed. That's because of the amount graduate students borrow, because graduate school is really expensive, no matter what level you're going for. While many often talk about borrowers with six-figure student debt, that's not undergraduates. According to federal data, the average debt for a bachelor's degree is about $27K. We've talked about that before. That's because they're cheaper, but also there are strict federal limits on undergraduate borrowing. The same federal data shows that there is only one degree level where the median bar exceeds six figures, and that's for your doctorate, so for law or medical school. On top of all of this, another driver of the rise in student loan debt is the sheer number of people going to college, kind of like we were talking about. There's just more access to it. So because of that, the borrowing has also increased. Undergraduate enrollment has increased by more than 3.5 million students since 2000, and more people are going to graduate school as a result of that. From 2000 to 2018, enrollment for graduate school increased by 41%. The rise in cumulative debt looks astounding, but it's also important to consider all pieces of context that contribute to that increase. If people really want to eliminate student debt, it will mean finding a way to cover graduate school as well, in addition to the expensive living costs. And no plan exists to ensure that all students can enroll at Harvard at free of charge. So it comes down to idealism, right? You would like these things to be free, but it's in the real world, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and I don't think most students are shooting for free college. I think the vast majority of students who carry student debt loan at this point in time are just looking for reasonable cost. Mm-hmm. And the numbers that we're talking about so far kind of prove that these costs are well beyond reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being able to go to college is definitely a privilege, and it's good that more people are able to do it. And it just so happens that that access comes with a literal and figurative cost of just being in debt. But if that means that somebody that normally, 30 or 40 years ago wouldn't have been able to go to college that can now, I think that's a good thing. I just think that, like you said, those numbers are ridiculously high and don't need to be that high.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody expects to be debt-free when they get out of college, but you got to make sure that the increases in debt kind of are warranted for what you're getting out of it.
Yeah, you're not just bleeding people dry.
Yeah, and that's really what it seems like at this point. So we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk about some possible ways to address the student loan problem. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are talking about student debt today. So some ways to address the student loan debt problem. This is coming from the University of Washington. There's the Student Loan Fairness Act. The Student Loan Fairness Act proposes to tie interest rates to the Federal Reserve discount window rate. I don't know what that means. I'm not an economist, but that sounds like it might be a good thing. Student loan borrowers are currently paying 9 times higher than the banks are able to borrow for. These rates would apply to federal subsidized Stafford loans. The Student Loan Fairness Act would offer borrowers the 10-10 loan repayment plan, which limits the payment on student loans to 10% of discretionary income. This is already offered with the income-based repayment, which I think I mentioned earlier when I was joking that they're just going to take from my wages. One of the big differences is that the proposed 10-10 repayment also offers a maximum capitalization of 10% of interest over the loan that was taken out. This means that your loan balance will never surpass your original balance plus 10%. The Student Loan Fairness Act would allow borrowers a year in which they would be able to convert their private student loans into federal loans if they qualify. And even if you don't qualify for the conversion, the mere fact that this option exists will force private lenders to work with their borrowers and offer programs to parallel what is offered in federal programs. And then finally, the Student Loan Fairness Act offers forgiveness to public sector employees after only 60 months. So that just, I don't understand the larger terms, but in general, that sounds like it'd be a good thing.
So to kind of put this into perspective, when you go and you get a mortgage, okay, so you buy a house for $100,000, let's say, just to keep the number simple. What they'll do is they'll charge you an interest rate, we'll say 5%, and they'll amortize that over the course of the loan. And basically what that means is they front load your interest payments at the beginning of your loan, and your interest payments will gradually decrease as you pay the loan off. You're going to pay off at a maximum of that 5% of the loan. You're never going to pay more than that 5% of the loan. But what they do is they make sure they get their money up front there, and then the principal gradually increases the further you pay down. What they're saying here is your student loans will be capped. One, they'll be based on what the Federal Reserve rate is, plus a reasonable profit over that. So when you go and get a loan now, your interest rate that you pay on your loan is, if you get a fixed rate, it's based on prime rate plus whatever the bank is charging for their income there. And then the bank has to then pay their underwriters and all that stuff based on what they make from you. But if you take out a loan, I mean, basically what they're doing with student loans is like what a loan shark does. You know, I'm going to charge you 100% a day on what you borrowed. And by the time you pay off that $100,000 loan, you've paid $400,000.
Way more than you borrowed.
Yeah. Which is ridiculous. And what the federal government's saying, no, you're going to not pay more than 10% on what that value of that loan was. So if you borrowed $100,000, the most you'll ever pay back is $110,000.
Yeah, that sounds great.
and it makes sense. The problem comes with who's investing in those loans at this point in time. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Okay.
So the Levy Institute recently published a proposal for canceling all outstanding student debt. The federal government would write off the debt for which it itself is the creditor, the majority of outstanding student loans, and it would assume payments on behalf of borrowers for those loans that are held by private lenders. The population student loan balance would be reduced to zero, a radical solution to the student debt crisis, but one that deserves serious attention given the radical scope of the problem. Economists believe the student debt cancellation would be modestly stimulative to the macroeconomy, increasing annual GDP by $86 per person, which would bring us up to $106 billion per year. It would increase the demand for labor and therefore slightly reduce the unemployment rate. They argue that student debt worsens household balance sheets, and that weakens, the weakness is one of the key mechanisms holding back economic growth. They go on to say that it amounts to around the same size in net dollar cost to the government as the recent tax giveaway to the rich, although with a very different beneficiary population.
Yeah.
You got to convince the rich white guys to let other people get some of that money back. And
that's a hard ask.
That's the hard ask, yeah. So the other concept is free college, quote unquote free college. Free tuition at public colleges and universities, eliminate federal government's profiting on student loans, cut interest on student loans, allow students to refinance loans at today's interest rates, allow low-income students to use federal aid to cover room, board, books, and living expenses. Now, This is sort of like the wish list solution that they have, but some of it makes sense. So, for instance, nowadays, if you have a house and you bought your house 10 years ago and you got a 5% mortgage, which would have been exceedingly high, you can go back to the bank after a certain period of time and refinance that at a lower rate. You can't do that with your student debt.
Mm-hmm.
So if you got a rate of 15% on your student debt, which is essentially what a credit card rate is, you can never go back. You're always paying that amount for the life of the debt.
Which is going to bleed you dry.
Right. So you don't have, with student loans, you don't have a lot of the same rights and freedoms that you do with other financial loans that you might take out. And I think one of the things that pretty much all of these programs are trying to do is level that playing field to make it more fair.
Yeah, I mean, that seems reasonable. And I look at things like this and it feels like it's by design, especially because it's the demographic of, I think we said earlier, 18 to 29-year-olds, somewhat, green to the world. And when you're taking on these huge loans that you then later have no control over, it feels predatory.
Yeah,
extremely predatory.
And I think one of the problems that we're seeing now is a lot of different solutions are coming into play at different levels, different state levels. The federal government's got a couple in place. So nobody's coming out with a unified plan with this. Like, for instance, University of Michigan created the High Achieving Involved Leader Scholarship. The Tennessee Promise, which was adopted in 2014, offers 2 years of tuition-free community college or technical school to all high school graduates. All these different proposals all have pros and cons to it. And I think what you need something at the federal level that melds all of these different programs together to try to give us really the one-size-fits-all answer to it.
Yeah, definitely. Some of those other programs, you have the Education Trust, which goes with a scorecard program based on some of the following criteria. Covers at least 4 years of tuition and a bachelor's degree at a 4-year institution. It helps low-income students cover living expenses, includes adults and returning students. No college GPA requirement above 2.0 or a C average. C's get degrees. Allows students to enroll half-time, and the grant does not convert to a loan if criteria isn't met. However, no state program meets all criteria, like we were saying, but Washington's college-bound scholarship comes the closest. Since most of the programs are relatively new, it is premature to evaluate their effects. However, an article by the Hettinger Report points out that most programs do not give low-income students 4 years of free college. And failing that, quote, it's increasingly clear that free college, as it is often currently implemented, may be more of a marketing message than a policy that will boost the education level of the future American workforce. Which sounds about right. If you can't actually do it, just make it sound like you can. Get people to go there.
And unfortunately, that seems to be a very political approach to this.
Biden talked a lot about student debt when he was running, and he talked about how he was going to try to forgive a lot of it, and that has, there's no movement on that. So it definitely works, and people eat that up.
Well, and he did sign legislation a few weeks back where he forgave something like $10 million in student debt.
I forgot about that.
$10 million.
1.7 trillion.
1.7 trillion. That's like finding pocket change in the couch.
If you wanted to be optimistic, you could say maybe that's a start. Or if you wanted to be cynical, you could say that he did that to get points, just to look good.
And that's really, that was almost done. That was political theater is what that was. Because I can almost guarantee that the 10 million that he forgave, they probably had 15 million more in applications behind that.
Yeah.
So you're not solving any of the problems with this political theater. And really one of the biggest problems that you're gonna run into is that it's the investors that you have to please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, is there a reason for them to fix this problem? I don't think there is. They're making money hand over fist.
And that's exactly it. Until you have a reason as an investor, because what happens is all the student debt gets bought up by investors because they know right now that it's going to get paid back, so it's a good risk for them to take. As soon as the federal government comes in and decides they're going to wave their magic wand and make the debt go away, all that investment money that's out there that's buying up the debt now is going to go away, and you're going to crash the economy.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of people realize that so much of our economy is driven on debt. The fact that our national debt is what it is. If you make the debt go away, the people that invest in that debt are going to go away.
Yep. That's what, didn't that happen with the mortgage crisis? Like that was all based off of people's debt and who owned that debt. And then when things started to go under because people couldn't pay that money back, everything like domino effect fell.
Right. Like people look at debt and think, oh, well, no one should be in debt. Debt should go away. Well, debt is like a commodity. Debt's like gold. Okay. So if somebody owes $100,000, somebody else is willing to invest in that because they know that that $100,000 is going to have a set return on interest rate. So I'll give you $100,000 today if you're going to give me $120,000 a year from now because it's a good wager.
Yeah.
But if you just make those debt go that debt go away,
it breaks the whole system.
Right, it breaks the entire system.
Yeah. And I think that's the issue too, because debt has a negative connotation, but in reality, it's necessary at this point, essentially.
Debt drives the economy more than cash does. And the first thing the federal government wants to do is put more cash on the market when the economy gets bad. And that's the last thing you want to do because it drives inflation up. Mm-hmm. What you need is you need to have debt controlled in a regulated manner to make sure it's a guaranteed return.
And give people the option to refinance things like their student loans.
Sure.
And give people a little bit more autonomy when it comes to these extremely, I said it before, with the predatory practices that they're already doing.
Sure.
And have been doing.
And what's happening here is your debt is getting too high, and it's the debt itself is originating from people who don't have the means to pay it back. So therefore, the risk to that debt goes up significantly, which a lot of investors want to shy away from because they want a return.
Could we see something like the financial crisis in 2008 where it's all these people that have gone to college and have taken out loans but have, once they're out of college, have no means to pay that back?
You absolutely could. You figure it doesn't matter what your debt is. If it's more than $10,000, you can legally file for bankruptcy. Mm-hmm. So if every student out there who owes more than $10,000 files for bankruptcy, all those investors who invested in that debt are out their money.
Sounds like a bubble.
That's exactly what it is. And this is why politicians are so hesitant to just come in and try to make the problem go away, because they understand that it drives the economy.
Yeah, what's riding on it, yeah.
So it's a very difficult situation, and the future of it's pretty bleak looking. As with
I was going to say, that's why it's on this show.
Most things with this show, the future's pretty bleak looking, but I'm sure we'll survive.
Just become an electrician, you'll be fine.
Vocational, you may lose a few fingers, but vocational school's not a bad thing. So let's take our last break. We'll come back and we'll take a look at what the future does look like.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking student debt, and we're going to take a look at what the future of student debt holds for us. So according to onlinecolleges.net, the silver lining in all this is that policymakers, college administrators, borrowers, parents, students, and prospective college enrollees are at least aware of the problem, and many are proposing solutions. So nobody's pretending that we don't have a problem here, which I guess is a silver lining. I think it's kind of hard to ignore the problem. So
$1.7 trillion.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Pink elephant in the room.
At least we're talking about it.
One popular route is to eschew the traditional four-year college in favor of vocational certificate programs, which, we joked about here, but it's a legitimate route to go. In 2012, manufacturers reported that as many as 600,000 jobs went unfulfilled because workers lacked vocational skills. My father used to joke around trying to encourage us to go to college, which my father was not a very particularly encouraging individual. He wouldn't make a motivational speaker. He would tell us, well, the world always needs ditch diggers. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate that.
They don't have debt. Maybe not college.
They don't have any income either. But they go on to say, in fact, a recent report noted that 29 million jobs in the U.S. that require vocational skills but do not require a bachelor's degree, and most award an annual salary of $35,000 or more. Now, I don't know if $35,000 is above or below the poverty line. I know $35,000 is pretty low. Hourly, I don't know. I think that's probably about 15, which is what people are trying to get for a minimum wage. Yeah. And minimum wage is traditionally always below the poverty line. They say some solutions look to change the terms of the loans themselves, which we've talked about. In addition to locking in low interest rates on federal student loans, some lawmakers are seeking to add provisions such as debt forgiveness for those who have made payments for a period of time, as well as suspension of interest accrual during times of high unemployment. Another idea put forward would allow borrowers with student loan debt to refinance at lower fixed interest rates in the same way people refinance their mortgages, which we also talked about. This would result in a savings estimated of $14.5 billion for borrowers in the first year alone. Sounds like a no-brainer. Let's do it. Well, they say many don't realize that Wall Street, and thus lots of people with 401k, invest in student loans to the tune of $291 billion. Additionally, the Department of Education owns another $600 billion in student loan, and the DOE generate a profit of nearly $51 billion from these funds way back in 2013, which is how old this study was. So with so many powerful interests standing to lose by transferring this money back to borrowers, it's unlikely a bill like this will ever pass.
Yeah, and I'm sure perhaps you listening at home have come to this conclusion. No one has a clear idea of what the future holds for education borrowers, but all agree that solutions are needed to ameliorate the student debt crisis. There's a problem, and we should do something about it. With ever more experts forecasting a burst of the student debt bubble like we just talked about, perhaps lenders and investors will have some incentive to work proactively with borrowers to make student loan repayment easier. In any event, until we act, our young people will continue to face more and more debt on an annual basis. I am the young people, and more doing it every year. Sadly, the bottom line is that student loan debt is a big business, and that is, I think, the core of the issue here. The people that are profiting from it at the expense of the younger generation of college students are also the ones being asked to make changes to solve the problem. So why would they change something if they're making a bunch of money from it? However, it's a problem that those investors created to their benefit. As a result, they aren't particularly motivated to take money out of their own pockets and give it back to the debt-laden students or the future of this country.
And that really is the bottom line. It's the people that need the changes, they're the ones that are making the money. It's almost like when you try to change politics for the better. The people that need the change in politics are the politicians themselves. And they're never going to do anything that bites them in the hand that they feed themselves with.
I think the only real way you're going to see change is if people would stop going to college, because then those debt numbers wouldn't, go up as high. But I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Well, what you'd really see changing is if people stop paying their debt and they file bankruptcy. Yeah. And then these people that are investing with their 401k and everything else. And it's interesting they point out 401k. So it's not just these high-powered bankers that are making money off of it. People don't realize where their 401k investments go. And it goes into funds that pick up these debts.
So, like, if you have a 401k and you have a child that's going to college, could you theoretically be making money off of their debt? Absolutely. Which you could also be co-signed to? How does that? That's
absolutely
crazy.
But it's one of those things where you're 6 degrees removed from it. Yeah. So you invest in a mutual, in a fund. That fund has maybe bonds that it invests in, and those bonds are then being forwarded over to a bank or purchased from a bank, and that bank is doing the student loan. So you're pretty far removed if you're a 401k contributor.
Right.
But yeah, you're contributing to that problem. So I kind of equate this almost to the issue that we have in this country with medical insurance and health care. You know, everyone says, oh, well, we need to have free health care. Well, no, you don't need free health care. What you need is affordable medical care.
Yeah.
You know, you look at these other countries that have kind of socialist programs like Canada and the UK and stuff. They don't get free health insurance. They get free health care. And the problem that we have here is we want to tackle the insurance problem when nobody's looking at the expense problem. You know,
Right.
I shouldn't walk into an ER and get an aspirin and have that aspirin cost $500 and then expect the insurance company to pay for it.
Yeah, and it's the same thing here. We're looking at the debt issue, but it's more of why is the cost so high in the first place of college?
Exactly. Why has the cost gone up to the point that they can't justify that increase? You're not paying higher salaries to your professors to justify it. You're not buying new campuses or facilities or technology. Like, the schools, the colleges need to justify the increase in tuition. And until they can justify that on paper, there's no reason to pay it. And that's what the government should be targeting. The government shouldn't be worrying about student debt, because if you control the cost of college and the overcharging of it and the profiteering in colleges, that will automatically control your student debt. But on the other hand, at the same time, you also have to make sure that your student debt is treated as fairly as all your other debt is.
Yeah, by giving people the option to refinance and things like that.
Exactly. Tying it to a prime rate, tying it to a maximum amount of interest that can be earned on it. So if you apply the rules evenly across the board for debt, that would solve a good portion of the problem. If you solve the problem of why student tuition and housing, like the room that you were housing in, the dorm that you were housing in there, you were probably paying 3 times what you would have paid if you were a private citizen renting an apartment like that.
I mean, I didn't have a roommate, so it was just me, but it was one room and that was it with a bathroom. So
Right.
It's not like it was like, you know.
Well, it was a shared bathroom too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, and the amount that you were paying, you probably could have got a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment yourself at a local apartment complex.
Yep.
So those costs have to be controlled. And until that happens, there's no point even trying to tackle the debt issue.
Exactly.
So anyway, I it's as much as we are doom and gloom at the end
We
of these
actually had some
shows,
solutions this time.
we did. And I think some of these, the problem actually, I think that the reason we did is the problem literally is so big, you can't help but start throwing solutions at it and have some of them work.
Yeah.
We're not going to solve all the problems, but I think if people stop trying to rip off our students and, our students are the future. And if they're so laden with debt, one, they're either not going to go to college, you're not going to be able to fill the jobs that we have, and you're going to become a third-class country here because we don't have educated people that can fill the jobs that we need. Or you're going to have people that are so laden with debt, everyone's going to declare bankruptcy and crash the economy.
Yeah, I was going to say that was our solution. We just tell everybody to declare bankruptcy and tank the economy.
Right. I mean, that's then you let the government deal with the consequences of that when the economy crashes. So,
and then would they have to buy us out? There you go.
There you go. See? See? So anyway, that's our show for today. Appreciate everyone listening and watching. I would also invite folks once again to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions are available as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and so forth. Would also invite folks to email us, give us your feedback, give us show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast and on Instagram at insightsintothings. or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And I think that's it. Another one in the books. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 161, Emotional Intelligence. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my stable and mature co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. Nothing exciting to talk about this week, right?
Don't really think so. Been kind of a regular week.
Banged out that big history project, right?
Well, yeah.
Kind of had fun working on that.
Fun, yeah. Stress, yeah.
You stressed early on, and then we tackled most of it.
Yeah.
Anything else going on?
Not much. I had my art club meeting yesterday.
How'd that go?
Went well. We're gonna be doing a project. Basically graffiti name art thing. Sculpture.
Somehow that doesn't seem like something the school should be sponsoring, but that's just me.
I mean, they're trying to she said basically turning something illegal and making it legal. Or putting it in a format in which it would be legal.
Okay. I guess that works. But that is not what we're talking about today. Today we are talking about emotional intelligence. Everyone's heard of your IQ, your intelligence quotient, which is really a measure of how intelligent or how smart you are, I guess. Similar to the IQ, your emotional intelligence is a measure of how capable you are of handling your emotions. The difference between the two is that you can improve your emotional intelligence as you get older. Now, it's worth noting the next several podcasts that we've got set up in series takes this concept and kind of expands on it more and shows you where we can go with emotional intelligence and the effect that it has. So today we're just going to kind of introduce the concept of emotional intelligence and kind of talk about it at a high level. But we'll get deeper into it in the next few podcast episodes that we've got lined up. But first, I would like to invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things, pretty much anywhere you get a podcast, Apple, Spotify, and so forth. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us up on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all that and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Wow, that was definitive.
I know, right?
That's usually not wishy-washy like it is.
I know.
All right, here we go. So our friends at kidshealth.org serve as our source for this episode and most of the ones that we've got lined up here. And they say that there's more than one kind of intelligence. You may have heard of people mention IQ when talking about intellect and how smart someone is. IQ, as we mentioned earlier, stands for intellectual quotient, or not intelligence, which is what I said earlier. Intellectual quotient. It can help predict how well someone may do academically, but IQ is just one measure of our abilities. There are many other kinds of intelligence in addition to intellect. For example, spatial intelligence is the ability to think in 3D. Musical intelligence is the ability to recognize rhythm, cadence, and tone. Athletic and artistic and mechanical abilities are other types of intelligence. But one important type of intelligence is emotional intelligence. Why don't you tell us about that?
So, emotional intelligence is the ability to understand, use, and manage our emotions. Emotional intelligence is sometimes called EQ or EI for short. Just as high IQ can predict top test scores, a high EQ can predict success in social and emotional situations. EQ helps us build strong relationships, make good decisions, and deal with difficult situations. One way to think about EQ is that it's part of being people smart. Understanding and getting along with people helps us be successful in almost any area of life. In fact, some studies show that EQ is more important than IQ when it comes to doing well in school or being successful at work. Some people have naturally good EQ skills. Others need to work on them. The good news is that everyone can get better. Unlike IQ, people can actually improve their emotional intelligence if they know what to do.
So, had you ever heard of EQ or emotional intelligence before?
I don't think I've really heard of it before. I guess I could kind of assume that it existed, but I really didn't know about it.
Yeah, like I kind of know of the concept of it. You know, some people can deal with their emotions better than others. I was never aware of the actual term or the concept or a lot of the details until I started doing the research. So based on the let's say definition that we just heard there, do you think you have a high, low, or medium EQ or intelligence quotient?
Definitely don't think it's high.
Okay, why not?
Well, I'm not always that great in social situations. In a lot of cases, I kind of have issues when it comes to different social situations. I wouldn't think I'm horrible at socializing, because I can still socialize and connect with people. It's just, I feel it's harder for me than most people.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think you are, we'll say, emotionally aware? Are you aware of the emotions that you experience in those situations and in other situations? Can you label them? Can you describe them? Can you understand those emotions? Maybe it's better to look at it from that perspective.
That most of the time I can kind of understand what the emotions are and like kind of comprehend them. Other times I kind of just don't know what I'm feeling and have a hard time kind of comprehending it. Sometimes that's when somebody gives me a compliment, I kind of find it a little difficult to understand that, hey, they actually kind of like a part about you. And I'm like, really? I didn't notice that somebody would notice that.
Is that really an emotional reaction to it, or is that more a modesty and self-image type thing, though?
I guess it can be more that way, but other times I can kind of still be confused when it comes to social situations. And sometimes I can't even call it confused. I just don't know what I am feeling. I can't really put a label on it sometimes.
So we talked about your history project, and in the early stages of it, you kind of got stressed out over it. And we kind of had to ground you a little bit and steer you in the right direction. When that happens, we tend to refer to situations like that as breakdowns, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you have a breakdown like that, where you kind of lose control of your emotions, are you aware of the emotions at that point in time and just struggle to control them? Or is it where you're just overwhelmed by the emotions and can't really understand what they are, where they're coming from, or how to control them?
Yeah, that can honestly be. That's normally when I feel confused about my emotions. Sometimes I can understand the direct cause and direct reason of what I'm feeling and understand what I am feeling. Other times I can get overwhelmed by the emotion. I can cry for absolutely no reason and I wouldn't understand what the reason was, but I'm just crying. I don't really know what to say.
So it sounds like you're at least emotionally aware that you're experiencing these. Is this something that we'll say, they refer to it as a skill that can be improved? Is this something that you would be interested in improving, or is it something that you just don't feel the need or the desire to bother with?
Honestly, yeah, I would kind of look into fixing it because I can be an emotional mess sometimes, and it'd be really nice to not have the constant breakdowns every other day or something similar to that.
Okay, and I think that's a fair point. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back, and we're going to talk about some ways that we can improve our EQ. Not equalizers, our emotional quotient. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about emotional intelligence. And now we're going to talk about how to improve your EQ. Emotional intelligence is a combination of several different skills, some of them including being aware of your emotions. Most people feel many different emotions throughout the day. Some feelings, like surprise, last just a few seconds. Others may stay longer, creating a mood like happiness or sadness. Being able to notice and accurately label these everyday feelings is the most basic of all the EQ skills.
Simply noticing them as we feel them helps us manage our own emotions. It also helps us understand how other people feel. But some people might go through their entire day without really noticing their emotions. Practice recognizing emotions as you feel them. Label them in your mind. For example, by saying to yourself, I feel grateful, or I feel frustrated, and things like that. Make it a daily habit to be aware of your emotions.
Understanding how others feel and why is also an important skill. People are naturally designed to try to understand others. Part of EQ is being able to imagine how other people might feel in certain situations. It is also about understanding why they feel the way they do. Being able to imagine what emotions a person is likely to be feeling, even when you don't actually know, is called empathy. Empathy helps us care about others and build good friendships and relationships. It guides us on what to say and how to behave around someone who is feeling strong emotions.
Another thing is managing emotional reactions. We all get angry. I'm certainly guilty of it myself, and my anger sometimes, especially when it's technology related and inanimate objects, can get the better of me. We all have disappointments, but it's important to express how you feel. Never be afraid of your emotions. I think that's really an important thing. Managing your reaction means knowing when, where, and how to express yourself. When you understand your emotions and how to manage them, you can use self-control to hold a reaction if now's not the right time or place to express it. Someone who has good EQ knows it can damage relationships to react to emotions in a way that's disrespectful, too intense, too impulsive, or harmful.
And the final thing is choosing your mood. Part of managing emotions is choosing our moods. Moods are Moods are emotional states that last a bit. We have the power to decide what mood is right for a situation and then get into that mood. Choosing the right mood can help someone get motivated, concentrate on a task, or try again instead of giving up. People with good EQ know that moods aren't just things that happen to us. We can control them by knowing which mood is best for a particular situation and how to get into that mood.
So how good are you at labeling your emotions once you recognize them?
I think that I can label my emotions to a certain extent. There's sometimes I'm feeling a plethora of emotions and can feel kind of overwhelmed by them that I don't really know what I'm feeling. It's just inherently negative. And whenever that happens, like whenever you guys ask me what's wrong, I just respond with, I don't know.
That's an interesting way of saying it. Do you believe that emotions can be positive or negative? And if so, elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, I'd say so. A lot of them can be positive, like being happy, being grateful, a lot of the stuff that kind of makes you feel better. And then a lot of them can also be kind of negative, like feeling frustrated, feeling angry, feeling sad. I feel like there are a lot more negative emotions, or at least a lot more negative emotions that we can portray than there are positive.
See, and I think I might disagree with you there. I don't think emotions themselves are, to use your word, inherently negative or positive. Give me a negative emotion.
Anger.
Anger. All right. Give me an example of how anger is negative.
Well, it can cause you to kind of lose a lot of friendships. If you get angry at something, it can cause you to be violent. You can break something. You can harm somebody. You could harm a relationship and end a relationship through anger.
All right, so I'll give you a positive way anger works. If you see an injustice, or you see someone who's oppressed, or you see someone who is bullied and you get angry over that, that could actually spur you to take positive action on that person's behalf. So the anger at that point in time is not negative. The actions that's making you angry are negative. Give me a positive emotion.
Happiness.
Give me an example.
Basically when you feel happy, you feel more positive, you're more outgoing, you can tend to have a good sense of your life, you feel joy at that moment, you see the world in a much better light than you would if you weren't happy.
All positive things. Here's a negative way that happiness can be bad. You're watching the news and you see some unfortunate family out there whose house burns to the ground and they have nothing. And your immediate reaction is you're happy that that wasn't you. Should you be happy at somebody else's misfortune because it didn't happen to you? That would make that happiness a negative, wouldn't it?
Fair enough.
So it's important to not ascribe positive or negative, because that's an intent. A positive or negative is really you're ascribing intent to emotions, and emotions have no intent. Emotions really are feelings that we get from outside stimuli.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's important probably to step away from that positive and negative, because you can turn each of those either way for all emotions that are out there. What about how others feel? We talked about empathy in the past. How do you think you react? Do you detect, do you sense how other people feel very well? Do you kind of feel their emotions? And how do you feel that? What's the effect?
Well, I can tend to understand if somebody is going through something, because I can pick up on their body language and kind of their reactions. Like whenever you or mommy are upset, I can kind of detect that by either you're not really looking at me, you're not really talking, you're kind of using a different tone in your voice. I can clearly tell that something is wrong, and thus I can empathize with the emotions you might be experiencing, even if I don't know it.
That's a very good expression of that. Do you think empathy is important? And if you do, why is it important? If you don't think it's important, why don't you think it's important?
I do think empathy is important because, kind of like how it's stated here, is it can really help you bond with others. You have a better understanding of what other people go through, and thus you can gain better connections with them. You can connect with them more, you can understand their situation more, and hopefully they can learn to understand your situation too.
Now, do you think the people that you surround yourself with tend to be empathetic and can read your emotions and respond to them in constructive ways?
Yeah, I'd say so. Some of my friends, whenever those are normally the times whenever I'm with my friends where, like, if I'm not feeling great on that day, sometimes they give me a hug if I'm willing to have one, and, even if they might give me advice that I don't really feel like is necessary, I can at least appreciate that they're letting me just let it out.
Have you ever been around anyone who is empathetic in that they can read your emotions, but they take that information and they use it in a negative way? Like, for instance, somebody manipulating you if you're in certain emotional states.
I don't know if I have a specific example specifically for that.
Because there are situations that I've run into where people will sense that you're vulnerable. Maybe you went through a breakup, or maybe you had a death in the family, or maybe you had an argument with your parents or a friend, and they sense that you're vulnerable, and they try to take advantage of you because of that vulnerability, because your defenses are down at that point in time. This happens a lot with con artists. You've heard the term catfishing. That's where that sort of thing tends to happen there. There are con artists who find people who are coming out of a rough relationship. They know that they're lonely. They know they're trying to find someone, and they'll use that vulnerability that they've sensed empathically to manipulate them, to get them to give them money or do things that they wouldn't normally do. So it's important to be aware of people around you who are empathic and can understand your emotions, because sometimes you might not want to show those emotions because it does make you vulnerable. But from a relationship standpoint, showing vulnerability kind of is unavoidable if you want to have close relationships with people.
Yeah.
Let's talk about emotional reactions. How good are you at controlling your emotional reactions? That's me, it's not you. Sorry.
Well, in certain situations when I know an emotional reaction would not be good, yeah, I can manage it. I can normally, contain myself at a point. I can contain myself that if, I was mad at a friend or if I was mad in general, I wouldn't lash out at my friend.
If you sense empathically somebody is upset, does that influence how you react to their emotions?
Yeah, sometimes. Most of the time I kind of try to be, always friendly and try to have somewhat of a sense of humor with them. But then if I realize that they might be going through something, I kind of tune that off and kind of just make myself available to talk to them.
Yeah, and it's important to kind of know this is almost about situational awareness as well as emotional awareness. If you know your friend is down in the dumps, they might not be willing to accept you joking around or something like that. Sometimes people just want to be miserable. So you kind of have to read that and react to it. If you lack the emotional intelligence, because emotional intelligence isn't just about your emotions, it's about other people's.
Yeah.
And if you can't read somebody else's emotional state, you lack the emotional intelligence to do that, you could interact with them in a way that is not going to help the situation.
Yeah.
And then the last thing I wanted to touch on was moods. Some people wake up in a bad mood. They're 4 out of 5 days a week, I think I wake up in a bad mood these days. But, when you wake up into a mood, it could be because of the way you feel, because of how your day's going, because of something that happened the day before. When you wake up in a bad mood or in a mood that isn't conducive to you interacting positively with people, do you recognize that, and do you actively try to change that, or is it just, I can't wait till this day's over type thing?
Well, I don't say I'd change it. It's just, if I did wake up in a bad mood, I wouldn't really say anything about it. I would just, silently hope the day'd be over. I wouldn't complain to anybody. I would probably just leave it to myself half the time.
Okay. Why is that? Why don't you want to actively make a change to that mood?
I don't know. I guess I just never really felt I had the capability to do it. It's just like, okay, it's gonna be a bad day. Oh well, I guess.
Okay. I'll give you an example. Yesterday was I don't want to say it was a bad day, but I kind of was in a bad mood because of some interactions I had at work. And when I got home, I was tired. I was hurting because of the weather. I was just frustrated. And I just knew I was in a bad mood. But Mommy was in a good mood, and you were in a good mood, and you needed my help. And it was one of those, I really just wanted to come home, eat dinner, and just go veg on the couch and be left alone. But I couldn't do that because you had a project that you needed help with. So I knew I had to turn my mood around. So interacting with you helped me turn my mood around. That was why we sat for as long as we did to study, because I had to kind of get myself into that right mindset that, okay, we're working on this project today. I need to overcome this. So I actively recognized the bad mood and knew that I had to change that in order to accomplish what we had to accomplish. And you were instrumental in helping me to change that mood. You know, your enthusiasm, your energy, all that helped me to change my mood. So you can change your mood. If you don't like the mood you're having, if you're in a bad mood or you're cranky or you're whatever, you can change your mood. Is that something you would be interested in learning how to do?
I mean, yeah, I kind of realized that the reason I normally can't change my mood is the fact that I constantly seem to have the feeling of I just want to go home and sit alone and not deal with this.
And I think that's probably not the most constructive way to deal with it.
Probably not.
And that's where we kind of have to work on this EQ situation here, where we have to teach you how to do these things. You know, and there's lots of different ways to do it. It could be meditation, it could be reading, it could be just coming home and cuddling with the cat sometimes. You know, that helps to change your mood. You know, me coming home and hearing how Mommy's day was and how your day was, that interaction helps to re-energize me when I've had a bad mood. So there's all kinds of different things. It's really a matter of figuring out what it does, what works for you. So that's certainly something that we can work on. We're going to take another break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about how emotion is a work in progress. We'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about emotional intelligence. And now we're going to talk about emotional work in progress. Emotional intelligence is something that develops as we get older. If it didn't, all adults would act like little kids, expressing their emotions physically through stomping, crying, hitting, yelling, and losing control. Some of the skills that make up the emotional that make up emotional intelligence develop earlier.
They may seem easier. For example, recognizing emotions seems easy once we know what to pay attention to. But the EQ skill of managing emotional reactions and choosing a mood might seem harder to master. That's because the part of the brain that's responsible for self-management continues to mature beyond our teen years. But practice helps those brain pathways develop.
We can all work to build even stronger emotional intelligence skills just by recognizing what we feel, understanding how we got there, understanding how others feel and why, and putting our emotions into heartfelt words when we need to.
So, emotional intelligence, because you can improve it, it's kind of like a muscle. You have to use it, you have to practice it, you have to work it out intellectually in order to improve these things. Do you find that in your day-to-day activities, you have a chance or an opportunity to kind of practice some of these scenarios and some of these emotional control exercises and stuff?
Sometimes, like whenever my friends would be in a bit of a rough patch, and whenever I myself might be in a rough patch and know that I can't, just have outright outbursts. So occasionally, not as much as I probably should, but occasionally.
Do you ever find yourself deliberately engaging in challenging situations so that you can improve? Or are you more likely to kind of stay away from those things and stay in your comfort zone?
Probably stay in my comfort zone. I normally don't like adding even more challenges onto myself, and with outside forces kind of influencing all that, it's kind of just, I'd rather not.
Are there people in your life that challenge you and force you to challenge yourself? Or are most people just kind of accepting for who you are and what you want to do?
Sometimes there might be things like peer pressure. Like, one of my friends would, want me to, hang out or, do stuff with them, and, that kind of can challenge, some of my social things. Mommy also tends to challenge, all of that, because, she wanted me to join the club. She wants me to do more social things, so, yeah, I'd say, certain people still kind of challenge my comfort zone.
Now, do you think those challenges and those expectations are beneficial to you? Have you found them to be beneficial, or have they been bothersome and have they been detrimental to you?
Most of the time they've been beneficial. I've gotten more social when it comes to clubs. I really enjoy the tabletop gaming one because I've actually made a decent amount of friends there. So I'd say that most of them have been beneficial.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I think Mommy was kind of right on par there, trying to get you into some of those things. Assuming you want to improve your emotional intelligence and your empathy and your emotion control and all the stuff that we talked about today, right now, what avenues do you have to pursue improvement in those areas that you're aware of? What do you think you can do? Who can you turn to? Who can you ask questions of? That type of thing.
I guess I have my guidance counselor that I see, so I suppose if I wanted to, I could go talk to her about it. And then I guess just still involving myself with the clubs could also still help.
Okay. Have you looked into any kind of counseling? I know we've talked about the benefits of counseling in the past. Have you looked into any kind of counseling, maybe any kind of online resources, even podcasts? And, we're not professionals with what we do here, but we kind of try to keep things real and cite legitimate sources about these things and kind of expand people's knowledge. Is there anything else out there like that you've used or that you're even aware of that maybe you could recommend for someone else?
I've not really been able to look through that kind of stuff. Occasionally there's videos that I could relate to possibly, but most of them didn't really revolve around the idea of emotional intelligence. I've kind of wanted to seek out, like, actual professional counseling, but really we haven't really done that, so.
Is there anything that you would caution people to stay away from? Are there any resources out there? Are there any, and I don't want to get into stereotyping, but is there a type of person out there or a type of activity that you would recommend? Stay away from social media, stuff like that. Is there anything like that you would recommend to prevent the situation from getting worse?
I guess there's, like, certain dating coaches I certainly wouldn't recommend because they do not know how emotions work with other people. They do not understand empathy. They just see people, or, like, the people they're trying to date as objects almost. So I'd stay away from them because they have no idea what they're talking about.
Okay.
So yeah, I would definitely recommend to, not watch dating coaches most of the time, or, I don't know, like, actually go to professionals if you're gonna worry about that stuff. Don't listen to the people online that do it half the time.
Now, I specifically call out social media. Are you involved in social media in any way that you could render an opinion on how it affects this type of thing?
Only thing that I really get from social media is really YouTube. I don't really have anything else, but, I can still become aware of that kind of stuff. I like know kind of what to avoid. There's, like, certain emotional coaches that really do not know what they're doing, and I'd kind of caution people to stay away from, because, again, they have no idea what they're talking about. They seem to give the exact wrong advice, if there was any good advice that they could give.
I think that's a fair point. I think there's a lot of people out there I would recommend you stay away from when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah.
Which is why, we always offer the disclaimer that we are not certified experts here. We consult with notable resources, and we have a talk about it. This is really what we try to do. We try to keep it real and have a discussion about what the experts are saying. I think that was all we had. We're going to take a quick break, come back, and we'll get your closing thoughts, and then we'll finish up with the business of the podcast.
Alrighty.
All right, here we go.
Alrighty, so to everybody out there, I just wanted to say that, take your EQ into perspective. IQ is something that a lot of people tend to talk about when it comes to people and your intelligence, but it's also important to realize that there's plenty of other different types of intelligence out there, and one of them, probably one of the more notable ones, being obviously emotional intelligence. Know that it's something that you can improve, and it's not something like IQ that you can improve. There's always hope that you can get better with it.
All right, sage advice as always.
Thank you.
So this was a relatively short podcast, but like I said, we're going to be expounding on this over the course of the next, 8 or 9 podcasts.
Yeah.
Different aspects of it. So be sure to tune into the next series of podcasts we'll be doing. Before we do go, though, I want to once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can also find audio and video versions listed as Insights into Things. And we're on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast. I would invite you to write in, give us your feedback, give us your suggestions for topics you'd like us to talk about, or questions that you might have about the things we are talking about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream 5 days a week, both on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, as well as on our YouTube channel at youtube.com/insightsintothings, where you can find all of our podcasts listed as well. You can also get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights in Entertainment. I'm assuming you and Mommy are still doing it, so those are the hosts. And Insights in Tomorrow, are not really monthly podcast, usually hosted by you and my brother Sam.
We'll have to change the tagline to the not usually a monthly podcast now, because you say it so often.
Not usually a monthly podcast.
Not usually a monthly podcast. That's it for us today. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 146. Help me, Obi-Wan Filoni. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my special guest once again today is Sam Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
Good. How are you?
Good. So we didn't have a chance to finish our discussion in our last episode. We ran kind of long. Very good discussion, though. But we had to kind of cut our third segment out. So we're going to kind of expand on that a little bit here. Today we're going to continue that discussion where we're talking about Star Wars 10 years into Disney's stewardship of the franchise. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at the two men who kept the franchise alive and given us a new hope, pun intended. And of course, I'm referring to Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau. Then we're going to take a look at the future of the franchise based on recently discussed projects that were revealed during Star Wars Celebration in Anaheim. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Audio and video versions of all the network podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, pretty much any place you can find a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. We'd love to get your ideas on topics and how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, you can find us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes, let's get into it.
Let's get into it. So before we dig too deep into where we're going with Star Wars, I thought it would be worthwhile to kind of go back and take a look at the two men, I think, that have been attributed to reviving and keeping the franchise alive, and the first being Dave Filoni. Filoni himself has gone back in animation back into the mid to late 90s, working on things like King of the Hill, The Oblongs, Kim Possible, Lilo and Stitch, the series. So he's had interactions with Disney through his animation. But the one big project that he really worked on that I think that established him, because he was moving from a writer role and animation work into directing, and that's Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yep.
In 2005. You're familiar with that show, aren't you?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite animated shows of all time, not just animated. I actually did a recent rewatch of it, probably within the last year or two. It's a fantastic show, and you really can see. It's not just a kid show. I wouldn't even say it's a kid show at all. It deals with some heavy stuff. There's really cool action in it. really cool themes, and it was one of the first shows I remember when I was growing up watching, thinking, okay, this is different. This is what the animation medium can be, and this is what storytelling can be in a lot of ways, where it's, it's complicated, but also at the end of the day, it's very simple, and it tugs at your heartstrings, and it really connects with you. And I think that as we go through and we see what Filoni does with Star Wars, you can see a lot of his strengths in Avatar that is then translated into Star Wars with similar storytelling techniques.
Yeah, and from Avatar, he moves on into the Lucasfilm world with Clone Wars in 2008. And it's funny, he had relayed a very interesting story. When he got the call to meet Lucas, he didn't believe it because he was a huge Star Wars fan.
Yeah, I've heard the story.
To begin with, yeah. And he thought it was a prank. So he agreed to meet Lucas to discuss a 3D animated project for Lucasfilm Animation. Well, animation was new ground for Star Wars at the time, so he assumed that was there to kind of feed the prank a little bit, and Lucasfilm Animation didn't even exist as far as he knew. It was a brand new division of Lucasfilm. So when he went to go meet with him, he wound up telling one of the producers during the call that, I'm in the process of building my own Jedi costume in my garage at the time. Now, he's my age, so he was in 97, 30 years ago now almost? 20 years ago? I don't know. Math is hard.
20 years.
20 years ago. So he's in his early to mid-20s, all right? So I can relate to that because I was going through the same types of things, and there was this lull in Star Wars, and everybody wanted to see more Star Wars after, the re-release of the anniversary edition and stuff like that. So it was kind of funny that he really didn't believe that he was being given this opportunity. But what really caught George's eye was his work on Avatar, because so many of the themes that they wind up dealing with in Clone Wars, they dealt with in Avatar. What are some of the parallels from the two shows that you really see his handiwork in?
Yeah, I mean, Star Wars in general, there's always a theme of found family, especially if you get into Rebels and Clone Wars, the idea of that family doesn't necessarily have to be blood, but the people that you find along the way that then become your family. That's a very big thing in Avatar. The idea of like the sins of parents kind of influencing their children, you get that in Avatar with Zuko and his father, and then in Star Wars with obviously Luke and Vader. I'm trying to think of, I feel like there's another big one I'm missing, but really the found family thing is like the big thing, and Filoni's ability to really capture this tight-knit group of people that, would do anything for each other. And that's more Rebels, which I think he actually pitched Rebels before Clone Wars. Clone Wars is kind of more expansive, but you still have that core group of, Anakin, Obi-Wan, and eventually Ahsoka. But yeah, I think Filoni's ability to really get down to the heart of things and tell those stories is kind of what made him the guy going into this.
Yeah, and it's interesting you mentioned the overarching theme of Clone Wars. Clone Wars was originally a George Lucas concept that came out of Attack of the Clones, Return of the Jedi, stuff like that. Lucas wanted to tell that story that he couldn't tell in between the films, and that first season was really a lot of what he wanted to do with that. After that first season was sort of when he kind of gave the reins to Filoni at that point, and then you really start to see this series get deeper and more character development. I mean, it's really hard to take an army of people that are the same person and make them all distinctive, and every episode did exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, and I'll probably hit on it again, but that Clone Wars does so well is that it takes these genre stories of Westerns, I think I said it in the last episode, Westerns and noir and crime dramas and all these different things, and puts it in Star Wars. And that's where a lot of the best arcs in Clone Wars comes from, is, Star Wars doesn't always have to be about the Skywalkers. It doesn't always have to be about, the same like three things over and over again, which is where you get some of the failings in the movies because they're so, hamstrung by these couple of topics. But in Clone Wars, because it's a TV show and you have more time to stretch it out, you can cover so many different themes and topics and storytelling devices.
Yeah, and I remember when Clone Wars came out, they had talked about how they're going to distinguish the personalities of the clones. And the big thing that they kind of latched onto was, they're going to have different hairstyles. And it was like, that's really not going to cut it.
Yeah.
And that's what the first season was. It was, this guy's got a mohawk and this guy's got a buzz cut. And it was like, they were all the same person in really that first season. It wasn't until Filoni really started to get involved with it that you started to find out that they were all distinct personalities. It wasn't just a haircut.
Yeah, and two things I want to mention in that. I think in the first season we get the episode Rookies, which is where it's all about the clones, and we get I'm blanking on, all the Star Wars fans are going to bash me, but we get that original team of clones that we eventually follow through the entire show, and that's when you start to get their different personalities. And I want to shout out D. Bradley Baker, who does the voice for all the clones. He's like ridiculous. If you watch Bad Batch, he does all the voices there. He does all the voices of all the clones. And the more opportunities they give him to do it, the better he gets at it. Because you mentioned the haircut thing, but it really is the vocal performance, too, of Baker giving each of these individual people who look the same, you know, aside from cosmetic differences, but who has the same face, distinct personalities just through the vocal performance. And if you have any interest in animation and voice acting, it's like a masterclass in what you can do just by little, you know, changes to your voice.
Yeah, it is great. And in fact, when we were down a couple years back at Star Wars Celebration in Orlando, they did it was a continuing storyline that they were doing that was an on-stage read-through.
Oh, wow.
And he participated in that.
He was there?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was fantastic to see these guys up on stage, all the voice actors doing a read-through of this story. It was incredible. You could probably find it on YouTube still.
Yeah, that would have been awesome. Wow.
Yeah, it was a great experience to actually see that and to see how they work together. Because it's not even like... Because when they do the show, they're recording their dialogue in separate, you know, studio sessions and stuff like that. But when they're up on stage, they're riffing off of each other, you know? Mm-hmm. They're looking at the person that they're actually reading dialogue to, and they're almost emoting it out. I mean, they're sitting on chairs and stuff like that. They're not up acting it out, but you can see the emotion on their faces when they do this. And when he changes characters, you can see a change in his posture as he's doing a different character.
It reminds me of Andy Serkis, for all you Lord of the Rings fans out there. He did an interview recently on Colbert where he was talking about recording the audiobooks for Lord of the Rings, which are very good if you want to check them out. But he was talking about, because he does all the voices, so he was talking about, and he was physically demonstrating how when he does Gollum, he has two personalities. He'll go from one side of the mic to the other to do the different two aspects of the personality. And it's things like that where, like, I don't know, I'm like such a nerd for like voice acting and things like that, because I just think it's so cool and it's so impressive. And this show is an example of that, Clone Wars. And like with most things with the show, it gets better as it goes. And not just D. Bradley Baker, but Ashley Johnson as Ahsoka Tano, James. I was gonna look up the other two names of Anakin and Obi-Wan, but they're also great because it's, you know, it's not Hayden Christensen and Ewan McGregor. They got new actors, and in some aspects, I think they do a better job than Hayden and Ewan did at some points, especially Obi-Wan. I think Obi-Wan's voice is awesome.
Well, and part of that is the fact that there's so much more character development that happens over this time. You've got so much more freedom to express emotions and regret and development of that character that you don't have that level of freedom in a 2-hour movie.
Yeah. Matt Lanter is Anakin Skywalker, and James Arnold Taylor is Obi-Wan. I just want to make sure I get those names right. Also, a bunch of other people. Corey Burton as Count Dooku is like one of the best voices in the show. It's great, and you should all go watch it.
Just to confirm, it was Season 1, Episode 5 was Rookies.
Yeah, so, I mean, Season 1 is definitely rough, and definitely it can be, like, you're like, okay, do I really want to watch more of this? But episodes like Rookies really are like, okay, there's potential here.
Sure. And
is it a coincidence that's when George leaves that the quality steps up? I don't know. You know, I don't want to bash him too hard, but...
Well, you know, George was never famous for his dialogue, right?
Exactly. So I think if you don't have to, you know, you can cherry pick some episodes from Season 1. And I would say you could probably skip the whole movie. I don't know if we want to cover the movie, but the movie was rough. It's only kind of worth it to see Ahsoka get introduced, but she's also unbearable in that movie. But she's unbearable at the beginning, but then by the end, it makes her character progression even better. So, and Rex too. We get Rex in that movie, who's great.
Yes, we do, and I'll reserve judgment on Ahsoka.
Yes, we've had discussions about Ahsoka.
The jury for me is still out on Ahsoka. My biggest thing with Ahsoka was she was a character that shouldn't have existed. The only reason she existed was to appeal to a certain demographic for the TV show. That was all she was created for.
I mean, in Filoni's pitches for what was going to be Rebels, George handpicked out Ahsoka and was like, "Hey, we should have her." Of all the characters he pitched, he picked Ahsoka and was like, "Hey, let's develop her," and then they did.
The problem that I have with that is canonically, how do you go through the entire episode 3 of Revenge of the Sith? He's still a Padawan in Revenge of the Sith. How do you go through all of that? Or he's an apprentice still. He's not a Padawan. He's an apprentice. How do you go through that? He's never made a master. He never talks about, never mentions that he's had this Padawan that went through, 3 years of the Clone Wars and all this stuff. How do you never mention that?
Well, if you... So they kind of tried to fix that a little bit.
Oh, they did a terrible job retconning that.
With the last season of Clone Wars, where you get the animated versions of Revenge of the Sith, and you see... I don't know. I think it's good because you get, because you know what's going to happen to Anakin, and it makes Ahsoka like a tragic character because she cares about him so much. And it's like, I don't know, George picked her out of a lineup after he made all the movies, all right?
And that's the problem, is they tried to shoehorn her into a storyline after they had a story.
All of Clone Wars is that, though. We have to go back and retro, that's kind of the thing Filoni does, is he takes what are the movies and tries to make them better with TV shows. And he did that with Clone Wars, where the prequels are of just better if you watch Clone Wars, because you get, it's not just one elevator conversation between Anakin and Obi-Wan. It's multiple interactions where you really believe that these guys are friends. And it makes, and the clones in general, you really care about the clones. And when Order 66 happens in that final season, it's really heartbreaking, especially for what happens to Ahsoka.
Absolutely. That I will agree with. However, the one area that he failed to do any justice to in Clone Wars from the movies was Jar Jar. Jar Jar was still annoying.
At the end, Jar Jar gets one arc with Mace Windu that's not awful, but everything else kind of is. He gets one arc.
I still think Jar Jar is a secret Sith Lord who started the whole thing.
Hey, George said Jar Jar was the key to all of this, so we can take that however we want.
So, all right, so he moves on from Clone Wars, does a fantastic job with that. He gets his Rebels, which... I liked Rebels. I think Rebels worked very well. I think it wound up falling into that same siloing issue that Star Wars tends to do, where you have this entire galaxy and this whole thing takes place basically on one planet.
Yeah, Lothal.
And it's not a particularly compelling planet.
No, it's just like a field.
Right. Like there's literally nothing there.
Until the final season when everything's there.
Right. So that's kind of where it was a stretch for me, and it kind of fell off. But one thing they did that was really good with that was they gave you the expansion of the understanding of the Force.
Yeah.
When they tried to do that in Clone Wars with the
father-daughter.
Yeah,
son.
I forget the name of it.
It starts with an M. Mortis?
Mortis, yes. That was interesting because they actually tried to tie that into the novels that were happening at the time with Legacy of the Jedi novels, I think it was. And they had this ultimate villain, and she was associated with the father and all that stuff. Very interesting. Shows up as one of the monster villains in Star Wars role playing.
Oh, really?
SW5E.
Huh, that's neat.
He does that. He does Forces of Destiny, which was the...
Can I talk about Rebels a little bit? Because Rebels,
I was just going to skip right over
I noticed that.
No,
We're just going to blow through Rebels. Rebels is definitely worth watching. I think in a lot of regards, it's on the same tier. We spoke very highly of Clone Wars, but I think Rebels is right there. I mean, Rebels, the problem with Rebels is it's like a kid's show in the beginning, and it does... Yeah, which, is that a Filoni thing? Is that like a network thing? Who knows? I think it's a network thing.
Well, let me stop you there for a second, because I read the prequel novels before this that introduced the characters.
Okay.
They are not kid-friendly.
Yeah.
He's this, addled former drug addict, and he's working in the underworld, and he sees her and has a crush on her. It's really off the wall.
Okay.
And then when I saw the series, I was like, wait a second, these aren't even the same characters that they introduced. So that was kind of a shock for me.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's definitely the hampering of it, is that it is a kid's show for a lot of it. But it also does, I mentioned it earlier with that found family thing, and that's something you don't really get a lot in Clone Wars, but the crew of the Ghost is like a family, and it's almost from the very beginning, and it's really, really genuine, and you get a lot of really good moments, and every character gets their own arcs and things like that to really flesh them out, and it's really... I think that's cool. I also like the original trilogy era, even though the art style in that show is weird because they tried to do like the Ralph McQuarrie stuff, but like that just doesn't translate to animation very well. So if you look up a photo of like Yoda, he looks like a monster, like more of a monster than he actually looks like. I would definitely say watch Rebels, especially if you liked Clone Wars and you want kind of more of that similar storytelling. Season 2 is really good. We get Ahsoka back and we get Ahsoka Vader fight, and it's really cool. It's like one of the coolest finales I've ever seen in a show. But yeah, definitely don't just skip by Rebels. I would say definitely check it out.
Okay, so I won't skip by it. Sorry. It's not gonna...
Forces of Destiny we can skip because I didn't watch that.
Well, Forces of Destiny was more a marketing campaign than anything else. They had to come up with some stories to sell some toys, and that's really what Forces of Destiny was. And it was catered to young girls and stuff like that. I don't really have much to say about Forces of Destiny.
Same thing with the next show, too. I also didn't watch this.
Resistance was terrible. The animation was terrible, the storylines. This was one of the things that they tried to do to bridge the gap from Return of the Jedi to Force Awakens, and it was just awful. It really was. I mean, this is one of the ones where Filoni kind of fell flat on his face.
Well, yeah, like I said, I never checked either of those two shows out, but I mean, I'm sure someone had a good time animating it, so hopefully they got something out of it.
Well, there you go. And then we have Clone Wars 2, otherwise known as The Bad Batch.
Woo! I talked very highly about Bad Batch last week. Maybe not very highly. It's good. It's more Clone Wars, like you said, Clone Wars 2. You get characters from Clone Wars and Rebels. It kind of becomes a thing that they do now where it's a cameo fest, but you get more D. Bradley Baker crushing it as all the clones, Rekka, Tech. He doesn't do Omega. That's somebody else. I forget her name, but it's a young girl or a woman. But yeah, if you liked the family aspect of Rebels and the actiony war tale of Clone Wars, it's kind of like a merging of those two things.
Yes, that I would tend to agree with. And Bad Batch, I think, is pretty good. The only complaint I have about Bad Batch, and you and I disagreed on this last week, is how much they devoted the last season of Clone Wars to setting this up as an offshoot. They wasted a lot of episodes that they could have used to really wrap up that story arc better than they did, because they wasted a lot of episodes of that last season of Clone Wars that they brought back.
Yeah, I mean, they could have. I think they wasted way more time with the Rava.
Absolutely.
Rafa, and I forget her sister's name, but those people that show up in Bad Batch.
Yeah, because they got to reuse them.
Yeah,
they spent all that time animating them, so
especially that with like this is it. Like Ahsoka's back, and like we see where Ahsoka's been, and then she's hanging out. There's like wacky adventures with these two sisters. It's like, what are we? Why? And
that was almost felt like an extension of Forces of Destiny, the way that it went down. That's really what it felt like.
The stuff with the Bad Batch, like I said, we talked about it last week, but those episodes were like basically already scripted and made and blocked. So I think that they were in there because we had already shown the fans this, and people are going to expect that if we're going to give it the full budget that this final season got, which is why it looks awesome. Like in terms of visuals and animation quality, it's like a huge step up.
See, and the problem that I have there is you're retconning. Like, okay, the Bad Batch.
They're like X-Men.
Right. Like, how were they never mentioned before? They come into Clone Wars with this reputation of being like the A-Team. And you've never seen them before. You've never heard of them before. They don't show up on any kind of news feeds, nothing. They just come in with this reputation.
Well, this is what happens
when you're supposed to believe it.
When everything's a prequel and we never move forward. When we're constantly backtracking to fill in gaps, this is what's going to happen. It's inevitable. When the movies are the blueprint and then we try to fill in every possible second of the timeline with new characters, there's just not a whole lot you can do.
And I get that, and I accept it. I just don't like it.
We tried moving forward, and no one liked that. So,
well. All right, so let's take a quick break, and we're going to come back and kind of do a recap on Happy when we come back. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. We are talking Disney and things. Star Wars mostly, but everyone starts out in Disney at some point.
Yeah,
right?
the large looming shadow of the mouse.
So 10 years in, since they've owned it, and we're talking about where they came with it. And the other person who seems to be the man of the hour with resurrecting Star Wars and keeping it going is Jon Favreau, who started out with Disney back in 2008, directing Iron Man and portraying Happy Hogan in Iron Man. And he had a rather storied career with Marvel. What are your candid thoughts on Jon Favreau?
Yeah, I looked ahead at the notes and I saw that we were going to talk about Jon Favreau. I'm not a big Jon Favreau guy. I don't think he's that talented of a director. I think he's, I use the phrase Disney hack off air, maybe. But I like Iron Man, the first one. He also did a movie called Chef. That's pretty good. He stars and directed that. Those movies are good. I don't know. You look at, we have the list here. Iron Man 2, no one likes that movie. Jungle Book, the 2016 remake, The Lion King 2019 remake. Both of those movies just felt like such, corporate kind of cash grabs, especially Lion King. Because
the live-action remakes that were 99% CGI.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, that's a whole nother thing. They're not live action. They're just not. They're animated, okay? Just because it looks like a real lion, which it doesn't make it live action. They didn't, cast a lion. It doesn't matter. The Lion King especially was a personal offense to me because I'm a big fan of the original movie, and the new one was just so, I didn't watch it, so you can disregard my opinion if you like, but it's just so soulless, and I think it's the epitome of Disney as a corporate machine, and I think Jon Favreau is on the front of that face of that.
Because they didn't have the songs in it, that's why.
They only have 4 of the songs, and they redid them and they were awful. Anyway, I'm sure Jon Favreau, he made his money. He's a very successful guy, and I'm happy for him for that.
Happy, I get it.
Yeah.
So what about producing? So producing, he did pretty much everything with Marvel so far. He's been involved with Avengers, Iron Man, Infinity War, Endgame, Age of Ultron. Do you think that his hand with Marvel has been worthwhile? Has he contributed to it? Has he detracted from it? They keep him in it, so
yeah.
He must be doing something right.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways he's similar to Filoni, where if you look at a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff, and, it's all manufactured, so take it with a grain of salt anyway. But Favreau seems like he is a fan of the Marvel source material, and when he gets to stuff with Star Wars, he seems like he's a fan of that source material too. And even if he is, the corporate shill I make him out to be, even if he's
don't hold back. Tell us how you really feel.
Even if he's a little bit of a fan, that's going to translate at some point. He's not someone that's totally unfamiliar with these properties, coming in trying to shoehorn it into whatever story he wants to tell. He respects the source material, and he has also, he's found a way to adapt it to a whole new audience. So there's credit there.
So as a fan, he did participate in Clone Wars as the voice of Pre Vizsla.
Yeah,
which actually he told an interesting story about this. He was on set doing some post work for Iron Man 2 at the time, and was invited to come in and do the voice for him. And all of a sudden, he adopts that persona, moving forward in the shows. Then they bring him back in for Mandalorian. Now, everyone kind of really got juiced about Jon Favreau because of what he did with Mandalorian. What are your thoughts on? Obviously, you're not a huge fan of his Marvel work or his other Disney movie work. How is he now with Star Wars?
I'm a big fan of Mandalorian. I talked about that last week. It's I think it's the best modern Star Wars thing to come out of this whole, the acquisition and everything. I think it's the most promising thing going forward of what we can do with this universe. And it's, Favreau's been a big part of that. And, I give him a ton of credit for that, because it's kind of like what he did with Iron Man, where, this is the guy for this universe going forward. And we're going to center things around him and have that property be the thing. And I think Favreau's good at that. And I think he did it again with Star Wars. So
Now, did you ever get a chance to watch the Disney Gallery documentary on The Mandalorian?
I did not.
That's worth watching because he hosts it and he kind of does all the interviews with all the other directors. Because remember, Mandalorian Season 1 was directed by 5 different directors.
Yeah.
So it wasn't him directing everything. He was really the showrunner for it more than anything.
Okay, so I was thinking of something else. I did watch a couple of these. I didn't watch all of them, but I did watch a couple of these episodes. Because I remember that's where you get a lot of the cool behind-the-scenes stuff that I...
Yeah.
So those were fun to watch, especially like hearing the Filoni one I remember being really good because he talks about like you get, he's just a fan. So it's like 2 fans just talking about Star Wars.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do remember those now.
And I have to say that's probably where the magic really happens. Is each of these guys alone bring an element that's contributory towards the success, but I think the 2 of these guys together as a team are what really have made this what it is. Filoni kind of had this early on when he had that mentor-mentee relationship with Lucas and he was kind of like the Junior George type thing. But I think the relationship that Favreau and Filoni have together is more, they play off of each other's strengths. And I think that's really where a lot of that value comes from. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially if it's, if Favreau is more of the business side of things, having a background in producing and directing and, having a foothold in the corporate world of things at Disney, for better or worse. I think that could be an asset when you've got a creative like Filoni that can do the writing and the story blocking and things like that. Putting those together, that's how you get things made at the end of the day. So,
and I think ultimately that's where we're kind of at with the situation here that we're at now. I mean, we've got Book of Boba that was a collaboration between the 2 of them, which that was probably not the best thing that came out of it up until about episode 5?
Yeah, whenever the Mandalorian showed up.
when Mandalorian season 2.5 started. The one thing I think that we get from the 2 of these guys is that we don't get from the movies that we saw, the sequel movies, is there's an appreciation for the history and for the legacy. They're constantly trying to put little pieces in to connect it back to the original series. I went crazy when the Mandalorian lands on Tatooine in season 1 and the little red R5 droid comes out with the scorch marks from the blown motivator from A New Hope. And I pointed it out when we were watching it to the rest of the family, and they're like, oh yeah, whatever, you're just sort of making this up. And then in the documentary, he talks about that specifically.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's cool.
And he insisted that they actually paint that on there so that you would be able to tell that that was where he came from.
Yeah, speaking of Tatooine callbacks, in the 2.5 episode of Boba, he gets the souped up Naboo starfighter that's like a hot rod,
right?
Which is like so dumb, but I fell for it. Like it was so cool. And then you see it flying next to X-Wings, and it's like the merging of prequel and original trilogy stuff that, I think is really neat. And there's just so much potential that if they would just kind of capitalize on, and like what I imagine the Mandalorian will do, moving the story of Luke forward, moving the story of Ahsoka forward, things like that.
Yeah.
Moving forward with things. Well, I guess for Luke, he's still, we see where he ends up, but the Luke that we all wanted.
Right. Well, and it's funny you mention that because even that scene where they're putting the ship together, he goes to the Jawas and they have to go get some kind of stabilizer, or I forget what it was called, but it's the bar that they used in the trash compactor scene in A New Hope. It's the same exact thing, and they did that just so you had that visual reference to the original trilogy. And it's like the fact that they go out of their way to do stuff like that, I think to me shows their appreciation for it. But it's that little bit of fan service.
I do think you can go too far with that. That's how you get a Solo where it's like the dice.
I agree.
But, at least that the people doing it in Mandalorian actually care, because you see the behind the scenes stuff and, it's not like as in your face.
If it's subtle.
Yeah.
If it's subtle and it's there to provide accent to the scene or context to where you are or something like that,
And it can make the universe feel more connected, I guess. Too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you do something like a Solo, or even what J.J. Abrams did, as much as I want to say that Force Awakens was the best of the sequel trilogies, it still wasn't a very good movie. And it was really there for fan service, just for fan service, for the sake of fan service.
Yeah,
it was
definitely.
basically a remake of A New Hope. And they even make fun of it, Like, in the movie, they're making fun of, oh, there's got to be a way to blow it up. There's always a way to blow it up. Like, lines like that are kind of, it's that slap in the face that where you're going over the top.
Yeah.
All right, so I got a giant Death Star with a big laser. Oh, well, this is what the original Death Star looked like, and this is what, so it's a bigger Death Star. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like, that was too much. Seeing an R2 or an R5 droid that I recognized and thought, wow, that would be awesome if it was the one from A New Hope, and it turned out to be the one from A New Hope.
Yeah.
There wasn't a plot, line around it. There wasn't a twist to it. There wasn't dialogue around it or anything. It was just there.
We didn't get a 6-episode miniseries about the droid like dealing with
Right. The droid didn't get his own series like everyone else seems to get.
coping with the blow motivator.
So, anyway, but I think the bottom line here is that while they each bring their own to the equation here, I think the two of them together is really where that creativity is benefiting the franchise.
Yep, absolutely.
So we're going to take a second break here. We'll come right back, and we're going to talk about the future of Star Wars.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So the future of Star Wars under Disney. So they had a ton of announcements at Celebration. I watched a bunch of the panels. Couldn't go because it was in Anaheim and, flying and all that stuff and pandemic and Corona and all that. But I found when we were down at Orlando, it was better to watch it on YouTube anyway because you can't get close to the stage for anything. So they announced a bunch of things, and some of these we already knew were coming out. So the first one that we have to talk about here is Star Wars Rogue Squadron, which was announced back in December of 2020. It was going to be a Patty Jenkins movie. Then she was on again, off again, on again. She's got Wonder Woman that she's working on, a whole kind of thing. And it almost smelled a lot like Solo, where we're having problems keeping directors again for some reason. Rogue Squadron's still scheduled for a 2023 theatrical release, but it's not clear if they're going to keep that, especially with Taika Waititi's film moving forward that we'll talk about in a little bit. Do we need a Rogue Squadron film?
No, I think my thesis for this part is I talked about it last week, but I've kind of fallen off the movies and TV shows, and I think this is like the peak of that. No, we don't need a Rogue Squadron. If you're going to do it, it should have already came out, and it should have ripped off Top Gun. People would have been way more invested if that's what they did. If I had to guess, I'd say they're probably going to make it a TV show now, because what was it, Kathleen Kennedy, they said they're moving away from movies and they're moving into television?
That was, they did, but they did because
Yeah.
they announced a whole bunch of movies at Celebration.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't check any of that stuff out. But no, I don't think we need that. I never was really into the whole Rogue Squadron thing. I never was really into the games because they were, flying games, and I was never into them. They had the new Squadrons game that was fun. Very complicated though, and again, it's just I don't know the flying thing as a topic never really interested me.
It was a great series of novels. I have to say I did enjoy the novels themselves, and they had a Rogue Squadron video game that came out in the, I want to say, 90s or so, somewhere in that time. But none of the storylines from those books or that game is going to be included in this, from what they said. So
Awesome.
It's going to be something completely new. So next we have a movie that's to be determined. It's a standalone movie from director J.D. Dillard, who did the 2016 sci-fi hit Slight. No details about this. The fact that he got his own movie, because apparently everyone's getting a Star Wars movie now. Not only do you get an offshoot of a series if you're a character, you get your own movie if you're a director and apply for it at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure our letter's in the mail.
Yeah. I'm waiting for our invitation to come do our own. Because the next one that we have to talk about is another one that's to be determined, and that's a Kevin. How do you pronounce his name?
I was looking up J.D. Dillard. Kevin Feige.
Feige. Okay. So Kevin Feige is also getting his own standalone movie.
Okay, hey, people were jazzed about that. He's the Marvel guy, so
he's the Marvel guy.
I mean, he is. He's like, again, we talked about it off air, but you don't want to point fingers at one person for everything wrong or everything right with a franchise. But Kevin Feige seems like he's the one that is like he steps in and he says, "Hey, let's do this to make the MCU a cohesive universe." And it's weird they're giving him only one movie, but
Well, and that's the thing. Like, he's not. Why is he?
Has he directed before?
I don't know. If he's the Marvel guy, why is he doing a Star Wars?
Okay, it's Disney. They own everybody. Let me look up Kevin Feige and see if he's directed. That could be interesting, though, if he, does it right. I don't know. Did they give any information on what it could be about?
No, there aren't a lot of details or any details at all. They talk about him being the man who built the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah.
There was a 2020 conversation in the Hollywood Reporter from Joe Russo, the Endgame director, where he talked about Star Wars in Kevin's debut, and he thinks he's going to do great at it, blah, blah, blah.
It's mostly producer credits on his IMDb, but there's so many of them that I'm having trouble finding anything else. There's 67 of them, and I can't figure out how to sort. So, maybe, he did his time at Marvel. Maybe he wants a shot at directing a Star Wars film, and that's why it's a standalone movie. We're like, hey, here you go, buddy.
Well, that's the only thing that I could think. Michael Waldron's being tasked to write the script of the film. They did announce that. Deadline announced that in January of 2021.
Oh, Loki executive producer. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's
a lot of producers doing things that aren't producing makes me kind of nervous.
Yeah, and kind of they're moving down the food chain. Usually you move up to the producer role in the food chain, don't you?
Yeah, but directors get more critical acclaim, so
I guess, yeah.
If they're good.
And that brings us to another to be announced movie that they're looking to do. So this kind of all plays into that whole theme of Kathleen Kennedy, where Star Wars is moving away from movies. They've got a bunch of movies they want to do. They just don't know, or they're not releasing information. Now, we already know that Taika Waititi was confirmed to be making his own movie here. He was already out during Celebration. He was out scouting locations and filming. It's slated for a late 2023 release. I don't know if I want Taika Waititi doing a Star Wars film. Now, he did get a Star Wars episode. He did get an episode of Mandalorian, which he did great with that.
Yeah.
But I'm terrified that we're going to get a Thor comedy version of a Star Wars movie, and I don't know if that's going to go over very well.
I mean, I'm more open to the idea just because I think Thor Ragnarok was good because it made Thor more interesting and it made the universe more interesting by not taking it as seriously. But also,
it helped that every other Thor movie sucked, though.
That did help. Yeah, it's hard. It's a low bar. I have not seen the new Thor movie, which he also directed, so I'm not sure if that quality's still there.
It didn't get very high ratings.
I saw that. I try not to read that stuff, but it's everywhere. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I think Taika's a pretty talented guy. I don't know. I think if they did something where it's not, like a main character that we know, if he kind of got like his own thing that's a little more quirky, maybe that would go over well. Or just fully commit. Make a Star Wars comedy on Disney Plus. We've never seen that except for like droids.
Droids.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that could be interesting. That's what I've been saying. Let Star Wars do whatever it wants. Take away the restrictions and make something weird. And if you throw everything at the wall, which it seems like they're doing anyway.
Visions is everything weird.
True, but make a comedy.
Well, and they did with Visions. There was elements of comedy in some of the Visions episodes too, which is fine because it's its own self-contained little box there, and it doesn't break the rest of the universe. And that brings us to the last and certainly the least desired movie project, and that is the rumored Rian Johnson trilogy. At least from my perspective, I have zero respect for Rian Johnson after The Last Jedi at this point in time. I'm sure you'll disagree to a certain extent there.
Yeah, people harp on Last Jedi pretty hard. It's not as bad as people say it is. It has bad elements, but there's good things about it, everybody. All right, there's good things, and one of those is the directing. The writing is not great, but there are great shots in it. There's great direction. Maybe not with the actors, but with the action and the cinematography and things like that.
Oh, especially like that Holdo sacrifice scene where it goes completely silent.
It's pretty cool.
And they actually had to put a notification at the movie after it premiered that the sound is okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's funny.
That's how bad the direction was with the cinematography.
Or people are just dumb. I mean, who knows?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of
I think that's much more likely. Because everybody, especially if you're going to a big premiere like that, people have to clap and throw their popcorn at the screen. So, I don't know. It could be all right. I don't think it's actually going to happen, though, because I think people are way too turned against Rian Johnson for them. Like, he's like corporate, like, he's like a bad apple, I don't think they give him another chance.
Well, and I think that's a reputation it's well earned after Last Jedi.
Well, the same thing happened with the guys from Game of Thrones. One of them, right? Benioff or Weiss, one of them was supposed to get a trilogy. And then the final season of Game of Thrones came out and everybody hated them. And they were like, well, we're just going to scrap that.
Well, and then they're coming out with the offshoot, the spin-off.
House of Dragons, something like that.
But anyway, that kind of concludes what we're looking at. We have a whole bunch of rumored movies that we have no real detail.
Yeah, that's like way less information than I thought there was going to be. Like, not like plot, they do the Marvel thing where it's like She-Hulk 2023, Thing 2,
And the setup here is that they're focusing on streaming.
Yep.
Because they have to keep people paying for streaming to get their money.
Because that's guaranteed money as opposed to releasing something in theaters.
Absolutely. So streaming, it's ridiculous how many projects they have for streaming.
And I'm not going to watch any of them.
They need to come out with another network to stream all this stuff on. So you've got Andor, right? So you're going to get Diego Luna coming back as Cassian Andor. That one's already set. They've got a release date for that for August 31st. We know we're getting that. Do we need that?
No. Nope, we don't. Anytime you ask that, the answer is almost always going to be no. Yeah, no. I forgot this second show we're going to talk about. I might actually watch, so I might have to retract my earlier statement.
Yeah,
but
just so you can disagree with me, right?
Well, no, I have my reasons for this second show, but no, Andor does not need to be a thing. I mean, it could be. And here's the thing: we talked about this last week. It doesn't all have to be like important to the lore. It can just be an interesting story. If Andor turns out to be like a gritty war spy thing. I don't think it will be, but if it was, and like they actually raise some questions that haven't been talked about in Star Wars before, like the more interesting parts of Rogue One, that could be something worth your time. I don't think it's going to be that.
and rumor has it that they're going to be doing that. They're supposed to be depicting the origins of the rebellion, and the rebel cause, and they keep referring back to one scene about he's been in this since he was 7 years old or whatever it was.
Since I was 6 years old.
So it was really 7. It was
Time is hard to keep track of. Space time.
But it's supposed to kind of go into that, what he sacrificed and what these other people sacrificed, and how like Mon Mothma had this idealistic idea that she could change things from within the organization, and she comes to the realization that so there's a lot of
drama,
There's a lot of that drama that they're trying to establish with this. Whether or not they pull it off or not, I don't know. We'll have to find out.
I just hope they commit. I hope they don't shy away. Like that, what you just pitched me sounds great. That sounds like that could be really interesting and deep, and really great character drama. I don't have faith in them to do that.
It's not disputes over trade lanes.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So then the next one that you'll argue with me on is Ahsoka. And I'm actually excited about Ahsoka.
We got like the whole Rebels cast coming back.
We do. And what I like about Ahsoka is the character's finally interesting to me.
Yeah.
She's matured. She's not this annoying little
kid.
anymore. Yeah, I'll use that word. But she's mature. She's a wizened Jedi at this point. Not a Jedi. I don't know what the hell she is. She's a gray Jedi.
They let her keep the lightsabers.
Yeah,
So.
but they're white now. So
Yeah, it's pretty cool, huh?
But I think the time period that we're seeing here needs to be explored, and I think it's a great opportunity.
And this is after Return of the Jedi?
This is set in the same time period as Mandalorian, which is 10 years, 15 years after, or 5 years after Return of the Jedi.
Okay. Yeah, because, like, I like Ahsoka, obviously, and I also keep forgetting the show's going to happen. But also, they've announced, like, all these Rebels characters are coming back. And Ahsoka's appearance in Mandalorian, she's looking for Ezra. She wants to know where Thrawn is. And, like, that's the stuff that, like, interests me. Because Thrawn's cool.
Yeah.
And, like, if we get an adult Ezra who's, like, again, not super annoying, because
he was as annoying as she was at that age.
Except he was the whole show. I should have mentioned that when I talked about Rebels. Ezra, the main character, is the worst part of the show, and he never stops being the worst part of the show. He's insufferable. He gets like 3 good moments, but I'm really looking forward to that, and I'm curious how that's going to translate to live action, because everybody always harps on the translation from animation to live action, and the real answer is because it's not meant to be that. It's not supposed to happen. But like, imagine Zeb, who's the big furry dude, like in live action, he's gonna look like a monster. So I don't know what any of that's gonna look like. But yeah, I will probably watch that show. And that's it. That and Mandalorian.
All right, so we got you hooked on that, and then we've got Mandalorian season 3 coming in with the big mistake. I think is they're bringing Baby Yoda back in, which
they had to.
You didn't have to. You didn't. You absolutely didn't. Everyone accepted the fact that Baby Yoda went off to train with Luke.
And he's back.
Right. And they killed that in Mandalorian Season 2.5, otherwise known as the Book of Everyone But Boba.
But like right away, which is we talked about this last week.
Stupid. So stupid that they did that.
They should have done, I'm not saying a whole season without Baby Yoda, because I'm not a big Baby Yoda guy. I can't stand the kid. But
you don't like any young people in the
because
the
it's so, at least Baby Yoda was just so, I don't know, cheap and like just a way to sell stuff, which they did.
But they didn't, though. That was the funny part. They released the series, and it took them 12 months to get a piece of merchandise out. Everybody else was selling Baby Yoda stuff.
That is true. I think if we would have gotten like half a season without him, and then he shows back up or something, just to give the Mandalorian some more character time alone,
See, and I think they had set it up perfectly. All he had to do was take the damn lightsaber. Who doesn't want a shiny lightsaber?
I thought he was going to take both.
Yeah.
Have cool armor and a
Luke?
lightsaber? Well, no, I thought he was going to... For those of you that don't know, Luke presents Grogu with a lightsaber or a tiny Mandalorian t-shirt. and his choice is essentially, you can either stay with me and be a Jedi or go live with Mandalorian.
I survived the Empire and all I got was a stupid t-shirt.
It's really funny, guys. Look it up. It's a small... He holds it up like this.
T-shirt.
Yeah. Anyway... So Grogu ends up choosing Mandalorian, and I thought he was going to pick both.
I think it would have made such a better story if he picked the lightsaber and he realized he had to put that part of his life behind him, and then Mandalorian can go off and shine on his own.
Yeah.
What the hell is he going to do with this kid now? The kid was nothing but a draw to him.
Well, now we're going to go full... I think, isn't the idea he's going to go full Mandalorian? We're going to get... We're
going to get him in a full Mando suit now?
Yeah, it's going to be a mech suit. No, I imagine they're going to go to Mandalorian and kind of make all that a thing, because, they said the Mandalorian isn't the Mandalorian anymore, even though he has the Darksaber, things like that. So I imagine it's going to be...
But you don't need Baby Yoda for it.
Well, now he's a foundling, just like Jin was, and he's going to get a mech suit.
Okay.
But I'm in because it seems like we're going back to Mandalorian. Every time that's in anything, I love it.
Okay.
We'll get Bo-Katan back.
Yeah.
And,
Well, she's coming back. But...
The Armorer, the Destiny character.
No, because the Armorer is one of the mean ones now. She's one of the Death Watch, so he's not Death Watch anymore.
He's going to have to fight her, and she's going to have all different swords and stuff because she's an armorer.
Is that what she's going to have?
She's going to have a weapon wheel like Grand Theft Auto.
Anyway, so the next one we have is Skeleton Crew.
There's more?
Yeah, there's like 12.
I thought Mandalorian was the last one. All right.
We got Skeleton Crew. Jude Law is set to lead John Watt's first foray into Star Wars canon. The series follows the fall of the Empire through the eyes of 4 children, which I'm sure you'll love.
What?
Yeah. The series is previously named codename Grammar Rodeo. It's described as galactic version of classic Amblin coming-of-age adventure films through the 80s, which clearly you're not watching this one.
Well, like, okay, so I talked about earlier how you can make Star Wars interesting by taking other stories and, like, putting them in Star Wars. This isn't quite what I meant. This is not what I meant. Although John Watts, he did the Spider-Man movies. He's pretty good at doing that, like, you know, that Homecoming movie is very much like a, you know, like the, what's the guy's name? Like Breakfast Club, all those.
Right.
All those movies. So yeah, it could be interesting, I guess. Why? But sure, Jude Law's in it, so he can be like the principal, I guess. Anyway.
So that's another one that Filoni's involved in, as is Rangers of the New Republic, which was on again, off again, on again. This was the one that was supposed to have the two guys that we're seeing show up in The Mandalorian, and it was supposed to, they set up Gina Carano's character, and then she pissed them off because she was tweeting stuff they didn't like, so they fired her. Then they canceled this, and then at Celebration, they indicated that this was back on. Don't know what they're doing with this one here or why they're doing this one.
Just combine this and Rogue Squadron and no one will know. You know?
This was really what Rogue Squadron should have been.
It sounds like it's like a procedural. Like they're gonna like investigate like a it's like these kind of
Law and Order for Star Wars.
These shows just sound so boring. Like, is it just me? Like these sound like really boring.
But wait, we're not done yet.
We're really not.
Then we're gonna. Don't know if we're getting Donald Glover for it or not, but we're coming out with a Lando series, which if you don't have Donald Glover, or Billy D, it's not going to be a Lando series.
Well, this was announced back when like Solo came out, right?
Yeah, but they talked about it again.
This is all just to keep the shareholders happy. None of this is ever coming out.
Well, and that's the problem. It's like, it's almost like, well, let's throw all this stuff against the wall and see what sticks. And, you know, we're going to tease all this stuff and see what kind of reaction we get.
And it's because they have to, you know, they got to keep people, Star Wars fans, like, oh, here's this content's never going to, the pipeline's going to keep on flowing, everybody.
Then after Lando, we have The Acolyte. Now, The Acolyte actually sounds kind of interesting because they're taking a different route with it.
Yeah.
It's kind of described as a mystery thriller that will take audiences into a galaxy of shadowy secrets and emerging dark side powers in the final days of the High Republic era.
Vague.
Nobody cares about the High Republic.
No, because it's all books. I don't want to read. But if it was a show, I might check it out.
Right, so this is where they're going to introduce High Republic into the series.
They should have held off on the High Republic stuff until this was ready.
You would have thought, right?
Because nobody wants to read.
No. I'm struggling getting through the second book of the High Republic. I really am. I've read every novel out there.
Is it bad?
It's terrible.
Oh.
It really is.
Well, maybe they'll do better.
It's boring. It's more boring than some of these TV shows.
These descriptions, these very vague, good will fight evil.
Like, they don't even have good villains. You can't have a Star Wars novel without good villains. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about this one is it's going to be a Sith apprentice who's training to become a Sith Lord.
Mm.
So you can easily tie in elements of Plagueis and Palpatine and the history of the Sith. You can get some, who was the ruler two?
Bane?
Bane. You can get some Bane tied into this stuff.
Sure.
So there's a ton of lore that you can tie into this, which I like. Then the next one that you're going to hate, A Droid Story. An animated feature, A Droid Story will combine original Star Wars animation with new visual effects from ILM.
What does that mean?
I don't really know. It sounds like they're remaking the old animated stuff. But the film will premiere on Disney Plus and introduce a new hero guided by the iconic duo of R2-D2 and C-3PO, with Anthony Daniels confirmed to reprise.
Oh, he's got nothing going on.
I know.
He's working at Taco Bell. He's sorry, Anthony, if you're watching this, but come on. I've heard you're very unlikable, so it's all right.
Okay,
that sounds terrible.
well,
that sounds like a ride. Like that sounds like a Star Tours edition.
It does. So that's another golden oldie.
More. There's more.
We got 3 more to go through here, believe it or not. So we have Tales of the Jedi.
Oh, this one's good. This is more Clone Wars.
Maybe. Tales of the Jedi will land on Disney Plus at some point in the fall of 2022. IGN describes it as a new anthology series that will tell stories of Ahsoka and Count Dooku. It's supposed to be a bunch of one-offs.
Yeah, there were some screenshots of this that leaked, and it looks like it's the Clone Wars animation style. So
yeah, which I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah.
And Then we have Star Wars Visions Season 2. Did you watch any of Season 1?
I watched like 3 episodes, but I am happy it got a Season 2 because it's something different, and I'm glad that they're giving it more time.
They did a really nice job. There was, I think, 8 or 9 different stories that came out of it. They were all standalone stories. And of those, 5 were really good.
Yeah, I watched like the first 2 or 3.
Yeah, 5 were really good. 2 were okay, and the rest just throw away.
That's pretty good.
And that's a good, yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And I think it was based on that idea of, here's 9 stories, and 7 of them were good. Oh, well, let's have 15 new series and see if we can get a couple good ones out of it.
Let's dedicate 7 episodes and 15 shows. That's not how that works. Just spend billions of dollars.
And the last one we have to talk about is
oh my God.
Young Jedi Adventures. First full-length animated Star Wars series created specifically for preschoolers. Because there was a market there that we weren't serving, right?
Yeah, somebody in like the team was like, you know what demo we're missing out on? Preschoolers.
The series will follow younglings as they follow the path of the Jedi in the High Republic era and learn about compassion, self-discipline, and the power of friendship.
Hey man, if it teaches kids something, sure, Good thing it's not the other Republic younglings, because then the kids would ask, what happened to all the younglings?
So it's worth noting that in the first novel of the High Republic that I've read, they slaughtered probably 50 or 60 Jedi in the first novel. I'm not sure that's preschooler material, to be honest with you.
Make it like Sesame Street. Just don't talk about that stuff.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at.
I guarantee you a third of these shows never come out.
They won't. Well, I mean, some of them are already confirmed. The first 4 are confirmed. So you've got Andor, Ahsoka, Mando Season 3, and Skeleton Crew are confirmed.
And Bad Batch Season 2, which isn't in here.
It's not. Bad Batch Season 2, Acolyte's confirmed. Visions Season 2 is confirmed. So there's only like 4 of these that are speculative.
Yeah. Okay. The pipeline, the content will never stop.
So we talked in our last episode about whether or not this is overkill. Is this overkill?
I mean, it looks really bad seeing it all on paper like this. So yeah, it is. And we talked about Star Wars fatigue. People are already feeling that after 3 sequel movies and all these shows already on Disney Plus. And I think depending on the release schedule of this, it's only going to get worse. I think the only way not the only way, but a big way to save this would be something like an MCU Thanos buildup where everything is tying into this larger thing. I think these scattershot shows and movies are just not going to grab people like they think it is.
Yeah, and I think the philosophy is that Star Wars is in a universe, and it's a big universe, and it's more than just a Skywalker story. So let's tell everybody's story in the universe. And they're really kind of close to that at this point.
Yeah, but I at the end of the day, I think they're always going to fall back on the Vaders and
you have to, because that's the moneymakers.
Yeah, it's tough.
At the end of the day, they need to make profit, right? The one thing, and we're already pushing up against the time, but I don't care. We're not gonna go to another episode. We're gonna finish it up here.
Yeah.
So Star Wars in movie and television is one thing. Now you can live Star Wars, right? So you can go to Disneyland, Disney World. You can go to Galaxy's Edge. You can stay at the new Star Cluster.
I have no idea what it's called.
I don't forget what it's called. The Halcyon, the new hotel you can stay at. When I heard about all this stuff, I was so excited because I've loved Star Wars my entire life, and I thought it would be great to be able to live in that environment, or at least visit it.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? Do you think it needs to come off the silver screen? Do you think it helps to add to it? What are your thoughts on that?
Just theme parks in general for me, I have a really hard time getting immersed. I'm a jaded, cynical old man now.
We dragged you to Disney enough to make you hate it?
Well, it's just like, for me, there was definitely a time in my life where this would have been awesome. It would have been like, hey, I'm going to get fully into the same thing with the Marvel Avengers Campus, where it's like you see the dummy of Spider-Man fly across and hit the brick wall because the thing broke.
You saw that.
Yeah, it's a very funny video. Those things, they do nothing for me, and they're all way too expensive. and it's not that interesting to me, unfortunately. But if you can get in there and you can really feel it, and if you enjoy it and it can do something for you that movies can't, where you're in that world, more power to you. Harry Potter world was pretty cool, and I'm not even that big of a Harry Potter fan, but that was very neat. So something like that I think could be interesting. It's not my cup of tea.
And I tend to agree with you. I've only been to Galaxy's Edge once at this point, and I enjoyed it. I had a good time. I could have spent the entire day just soaking it up. The promise of the interaction that they offered you when they first launched it's not there. That's where the hotel comes in. So now you got to spend $6,000 for a 2-night stay to get that. To me, it's a lame attempt to capture the nostalgia that you get from the movies and TV. And what bothers me more than anything is it's not my Star Wars. That Galaxy's Edge is set in G era, and it's not my Star Wars.
Which is interesting, right? Because they know that, I feel like they have to know that most people don't like the sequel trilogy, or at least the people that are going to spend $6,000 for a 2-night stay. So why would you not, I think if they made an original trilogy themed area, maybe they're saving that for other parks. You get a prequel one, you get an original trilogy one. I don't know, but I think it's a strange, I don't know, maybe they decided to double down, right? If we make a hotel, maybe it'll convince people to like these movies more.
It's really hard for me to go to a Star Wars land and know I'm not going to see Darth Vader.
Yeah.
It's just, he's Star Wars, and he's not there.
That is very strange.
And it just seems very cheap, and it's a money grab to me. So
yeah, I mean, that's the theme of the sequel trilogy.
What's the one drink cost at the hotel?
Oh, the Kyber Crystal, the $5,000 drink.
Yeah, which is just, it's insulting. The fact that you're asking me to spend $6,000 to stay in a room smaller than our studio here, for 2 nights, it's insulting. Like, I have the money. I could go there today and book that and stay there and not blink an eye at it. I refuse to spend that kind of money because of how insulting they are.
Yeah, and they're counting on the Star Wars fan that has the money like yourself, but that doesn't have the free will, the free will in their brain to say, wait a minute, they're just bleeding me dry. They don't care about me.
Yeah.
They just yeah.
Well, and we're going there again in August. And I'm going to spend a lot of money there. I'm going to come back with a boatload of merchandise that I don't need.
Do you have a good time though? Do you enjoy it?
And that's the idea. I'm going to, I don't know, in August I might not enjoy it so much.
Florida.
But yeah, I mean,
and that's really all that matters.
It's disappointing that it's that money grab. That's all.
It's okay to fuel these corporate monopolies as long as you're having a good time. As long as you don't think about it.
Thank you so much for helping me justify it.
As long as you have that dopamine hit when you buy a new figure or something, it's okay. Just spend money and don't think about it.
Thank you. I feel so much better now. That'll change my life now. Thank you.
Use your Twitch Prime sub to subscribe to this if you have it.
Oh, so I think that's all we had. I think we beat this topic to death.
Yeah.
Today with our second episode. Before we do go, though, I would want to just once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video and audio of all of the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, any place you can get a podcast. Write in, give us your feedback. Tell us what you'd like us to talk about. Tell us, if we're doing a good job or not. Do you want us to? Do you want to bash me for hating Ahsoka? Write in and tell me about it. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream on Twitch 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you get a free monthly Twitch subscription, and we'd appreciate you throwing that our way. You can also find high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings, or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. You had something else?
Yes, I would like to issue a challenge to everybody out there. What's the best metric? Twitch follows or subs for us? If we get 10 Twitch subs by the time Andor comes out, I will watch it and we'll do a review on this program.
Wow.
That's a challenge for all you people out there.
That is bold.
I will abandon my principles for 10 Twitch subs. That's not even that much money. You can do it, everybody.
Good to know you got a price.
But yes, if August 31st is when the first episode comes out, if we have 10 Twitch subs by then, we will be doing a full review of Andor.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. That's all we have for today. Another one in the books.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 160, Perspectives on Parenting, Top Challenges. I'm your host, Madison Whalen, and my co-host, Joseph Whalen, for this episode.
Hello, Madison.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I am awesome.
Nice. So, definitely a new setup already, but not only that, but we also have a special guest joining us for this podcast, my mom, also one of the possible hosts of Insights and Entertainment. You know, we're still working on that.
Nice.
But my mom, Michelle Whalen.
Yes, I'm not Madison.
Sorry.
So that's who you were named after.
Anyway, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am good. So, bit of an interesting setup we've got today. Me hosting, special guest. Also, 160th episode. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. Woo-hoo!
Alright, so, we figured that for our 10th episode. Now, just for a bit of context, this was technically my idea. The idea of basically, despite the fact that we mainly focus with teen issues, I figured why not focus on parent issues as well to have, you know, an equal playing field.
Okay.
So we mostly address issues teens deal with on this podcast, but there are challenges to parenting that are worth taking a look at as well. Our perspectives on parenting topics are aimed at looking at these issues to help teens understand some of the difficulties parents face to hopefully put things on a more even playing field. Today's perspectives on parenting will look at some of the top challenges of parenting today. But before we do that, we have a few show plugs, so you can find audio versions listed under Insights into Teens. You can also find video and audio versions listed under Insights into Things. I'd also like I'm bad at this, don't mind me. I'd also like to invite you to give us your feedback on what we're talking about or give us your suggestions for show topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com or links to all of our social medias, websites, and much, well, not websites because we only have one, but links to all our social medias and more on our website at insightsintothings.com. Now, with the fact that I pretty much butchered our show plugs, are we ready to begin?
I think we're ready.
Let's do it.
Alright, so, we're gonna, basically this is gonna be kind of a Q&A for you guys. I came up with questions based on challenges that you've picked out for us, Daddy. So, the first segment we're gonna be focusing on the basics. And, these, questions are going to be focusing on providing basic care for your child. So the first question I have for you both is, do you believe that parenting just comes down to providing the basic necessities?
And who's answering first?
I guess you can answer first.
Okay, I guess I will. No, I mean, obviously, the basic necessities of, food on the table, a roof over your head, that type of stuff is kind of a requirement legally. We kind of have to do that for you. But parenting is much more than that. And parenting is it's nurturing, it's growing, it's teaching, it's mentoring, it's a lot of different things. Mommy?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of different things. In a lot of cases, there are people that, don't have a suitable roof over their head or have enough, food to eat, unfortunately, but yet have the love and care and support of their parents. So it's, in a perfect society, you have everything, but there are people that are missing on certain aspects and kind of make up for it in other respects.
All right, I think those are some solid answers. Next is, do you find it more or less difficult to provide for your family than just yourself?
Sure, I'll go first. It's good if you direct traffic.
Okay, sorry.
So, I don't know if it's more difficult, because I think regardless of I was by myself or if I had a family, I'd still have the same needs, the same income, the same requirements. I think where it makes a difference is the sense of responsibility. It's one thing to have to take care of myself. It's a whole nother thing to know I've got a family I have to take care of. I've got your individual needs that have to be taken into consideration. It's a much bigger lift, I'll say, much bigger responsibility that you're worrying about, where you're not just worrying about yourself. You're not self-centered at that point in time. You have to worry about other people. And that comes with its own rewards as well. It's not a burden or dragging it down or anything, but it's a bigger perspective, I think, on life.
Yeah, and I think, again, not every parent, does everything to the full 100% that, that they can because of limitations on different things. And I think, if a parent is giving as much of themselves as they can and they're doing the best that they can, then hopefully, their the family dynamic and everything is functioning. There are some people who have, tons of money, but they don't do anything with their kids. And then there are people that don't have a lot of money, but yet find a way to do things and be with their kids and do things. So it's kind of, doesn't really matter what your economics standing is. You could, have the best economic standing and be the worst parent out there, or be on, the low end of things, but be the best parent. So it's it kind of can go all over the place, really.
Next up, have there been sacrifices you've had to make for your family? If so, what were they? Mommy, why don't we go with you first?
Well, there's that blood altar in the backyard there.
Shh, we don't talk about that. And the chickens, but no. I don't know if I probably made some sort of sacrifice in terms of, not knowingly doing it, but, pursuing my career and trying to, get ahead knowing that I had a family at home. I guess I was willing to only work so many hours a day, so many hours a week, so that I still had family time. So I guess in some cases, some sacrifices, but I don't really think that I made any. I don't think there was ever an opportunity that came forward, in my career where it said, oh, well, if you came and worked on weekends, you'd get promoted. Nothing like that ever came to me, but I'm sure if I tried, there might have been something. If I had wanted something a little bit more, I would have had to sacrifice something else, and I wasn't willing to sacrifice that family time.
I think I'm kind of in the same boat. I don't see them as sacrifices. I think there were different choices. Had I not wanted to have family time, had I not wanted to spend, I'm the type of person who, there's a very clear delineation between personal life and professional life. And I've always maintained that. And there were instances in which, had I let the professional life bleed into my personal life more, I probably would have had different career choices. I probably would have had more opportunities, but I don't think I lost anything. There was an opportunity at one point in time for me to travel more for work, and I was never big on traveling, so it wasn't a sacrifice. It was a choice I made that wasn't what I wanted to do, but it would have taken me away from the family more. So I don't think I've made sacrifices. I think I've made choices because of the family that, had I not had the family, I would have gone down a different path. So certainly no regrets on my part.
All right, that's good. I'm glad I don't give you guys any regrets or make you think you had to sacrifice stuff, other than, the chickens, but we got that.
Right.
The next question I have is, does the support of your family make up for any possible drawbacks needed to provide for them? Mommy?
Well, if you guys would empty and load the dishwasher a little bit more, I'd appreciate it.
I did that Monday.
I know. You did it Monday.
I've done it before. I
did
get
that
busy.
once back in 2018.
I'm busy. Okay.
I'm just saying, there are certain things where I shouldn't have to ask. I shouldn't have to beg. It should be, hey, that sink looks a little full. Maybe I should help out. Hey, would you like some help with something? That's really more of what I was, going towards.
I think we'll just move on to the next question.
It's safer that way.
All right. The next question is, have you ever had any issues trying to, quote unquote, put bread on the table? Daddy?
Not recently. We've been very fortunate with that. There have been a couple of times that I've been between jobs. There was a period that I was working as a consultant, and you didn't know if I was going to go to work the next day. It never got to the point where we couldn't pay our bills, but it was one of those things where other plans were kind of in limbo. We couldn't plan a vacation. I didn't know what Christmas was going to be like the one year. So it's never been to the point, I grew up in a family that every week we didn't know if we were going to put bread on the table. I knew what it was like growing up, literally not knowing if you were going to have a meal the next day. Clearly looking at me, we got over all those problems. But we never got to that point, but we got to the point where it was uncomfortable from time to time, especially this one period that I was out of work for quite some time, and I tried the stay-at-home dad role there and wanted to see how that fit, and came to the conclusion that I'm not cut out for that type of thing.
Yeah, I do remember around that time, mainly because I was almost grounded, but We
You
won't.
were almost grounded.
Well, I got in trouble at school, but you know we won't talk about that. Mommy?
I would have to, kind of piggyback with that. We have been very fortunate, knock on wood, for the time that we've been together and we've had our family, that, there were just, a few months where it was a hiccup for us. And I don't think it was anything that, ever affected you in terms of things that you couldn't do or things that you couldn't have, or,
Other than having to put up with me being home for an extended period of time.
Right, because it was also during the summer, too. So instead of going to camp that one year, obviously that was there's no sense in sending her to camp. Let's, you stay home and you guys, go to the park and do things. And
Yeah, and I remember that you would be able to pick me up from school when that ended up starting, and, well, I didn't really like that at first because, I got, in trouble 2 times, but, we won't talk about that.
so it was, again, we've been very fortunate and very blessed to have, we didn't have to really modify too many things, at that time. Going into the pandemic, we've talked about this, multiple times too, that, Daddy and I both worked full time from the moment the pandemic started until now. Nothing ever changed for us, where a lot of people didn't have that luxury. And it really was a luxury to be able to, keep the lights on, keep the heat on, keep the air conditioner on, all the bills got paid. And, there were times when, I worried that maybe something was going to happen with the pandemic, and we were very fortunate. So I totally feel for those parents out there who, they don't know 1 week to the next how they're going to manage. And they do, in some cases they do what they have to make sure things go well for, as well as can be in their situation for their family.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I definitely think we are pretty fortunate, knock on wood. Alright, so the next question we have is, do you think you've been able to provide me with all my basic needs? Daddy?
Yeah, I think you're fine. You're good. No, seriously.
Okay.
I think we've been in a position where we've been fortunate enough to not only meet but exceed those basic needs. There's very few things that you need. There's very few things that you ask for.
And the stuff that I do ask for, it's normally me paying for it.
Usually.
Sometimes.
Once in a while. But we've been able to do things with you that a lot of families can't do. I mean, you've been to Disney more times, I think, than pretty much most human beings out there that don't live in Florida. Okay? Some kids never get to go. Most kids get to go once in their lifetime. Twice, maybe. So, yeah, I think, not to pat myself on the back, but I think we've done pretty good.
Are we good? You have anything to say on it?
No, I think, in some respects, and we know that you're spoiled, but in a good way. You're not, you don't expect to get the newest phone or the newest iPad or the newest whatever. You're happy if you get a hand-me-down of something, and, so the way that we kind of reward you for being a good student and being a pretty great kid is if we feel, you know what, you do deserve an upgrade of some sort, and we give it to you. And, for the holidays, you wanted a purple hoodie. That was your big gift that you wanted. You didn't care about anything else, where there are some kids that are like, I want the new blah, 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 or I want, the new game system, and I want this. And you're just like, I just want leggings and a purple hoodie. And you were ecstatic that you had a purple hoodie.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, all of my gaming systems, I've never asked for them. I've never asked for the Switch. I have a Switch. I never asked for the PS5. I never asked for the Xboxes. We have those.
Well, technically,
Well,
I
they're-
have the
well,
PS5.
they're down.
Well, technically, that's yours. I don't really even
I
use
let
it
you play
anyway.
with them.
I don't even use it that much anyway. And technically, I mainly just play with the older Xbox because, there's Rock Band on it.
Yes.
Yeah, if you had one game to play, you'd be, all right, whatever, and that's fine. And that's why it was so funny when you and Daddy started going to the gaming stores and looking, and you're like, there's all these games for Switch? How did I not know? And it was like your mind had just like exploded because it was just you were happy playing one game or two games on it, and that's fine, and nothing wrong with that. So it's nice when Daddy and I can spoil you in that respect because you appreciate it. You don't take it for granted. You don't try and con us out of, something. The only thing you might con us out of is something at Five Below that's like $3. Like, that's really when it comes down to it. Or anything else, you're like, all right, I'll pay for it. Or there's a new Sims pack or something, and you know how much money you have, and all right, I'll pay for it. That's fine.
Yeah, and I have to ask you guys, hey, can we sort out my finances real quick?
Right, which normally means there's something I want to buy. I want to make sure I have enough money for it.
Alright, the next one we have is, are you happy with the conditions we live in, or do you wish things could be better? Mommy?
I want a mansion. No.
A haunted mansion, maybe.
A haunted mansion. Oh, that's a good one. I'm happy with where we are. Could we always have a bigger house? Yeah, but then that would be more to clean. Could we, live someplace warmer? Yeah, then we have to deal with bugs. I think I don't need to have the biggest, the newest, the best of whatever, because I have you.
Yay.
Both of you.
I'm the biggest, right? I mean, come on, look at me. I'm the biggest, you're the best. We're good, right?
Right.
And Mommy's the beauty.
Right.
Aw.
There you go. See, the 3 Bs. We're instead of Bed Bath & Beyond, it's
Well,
biggest, best, and beautiful.
They're going bankrupt, so we won't talk about that.
Yeah, we don't want to be them. No, I agree. You always want to provide a better life for your kids than you had yourself. And I know from my perspective, we've accomplished that quite handily. But you always want something that's better. You want something to strive for. And there's always something else that we could do, something different vacation we can do, a bigger house, nicer bathroom, a bigger fire pit, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be huge things, but it's always something else to look forward to. And that kind of is what drives you. It's like, I don't want to be complacent and say, oh, I love my life and it's as great as it can be and I never want to change. Because at some point in time, it's going to change. And if you don't prepare yourself for that, and you don't prepare yourself in a way that kind of looks for that positive change, you get stuck in your ways and it changes in a way that you don't like and you're trying to adjust to it and stuff like that. So yes, I'm happy with the conditions that we live in, but I wish things could be better. And we try to make things better. That's the big thing. It's not just wishing. I don't sit around wishing I hit the lottery, right? We work harder. We work smarter. We save our money. We make the right decisions so that we can have things better. It's not just about sitting back and envying what the neighbor has or something like that. It's actively doing something. It's being motivated to do something to make it better. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with everything, Things could be better, but things are great as it is now. The final one for basic needs is, do you try to go the extra mile to help support your family's needs? Mommy?
I think so. I hope I do. I hope you appreciate, everything that we do, that I do. Could I do more? Probably. Could I do less? Sure.
I mean, I can definitely appreciate especially the fact that you get up with me in the morning, even if you don't have to get up that early, and you help me to make my lunch and occasionally help me remember to get my lunch. You're, like, up to drive me and like, wait for me with the bus, and occasionally you'll even pick me up if, you are able to, and, I really appreciate that, because otherwise I don't really know what I would do in the morning. Like, when you go and, like, I have to do my own lunch, I have to do my own stuff, it's like, what is this? So
Daddy feels the same way.
Indeed I do. I would say I don't go the extra mile that I used to go, because I live much closer to work now. And I don't go the same extra miles that Mommy goes. I think we go down different mile paths.
Yes.
All for the same goal of trying to make things better.
That's fair.
Mommy and I have very different skill sets, and we complement each other. And I think that's what makes things work so well around here. If I compliment Mommy more, it probably would work better.
Yes.
I don't compliment Mommy enough. But I think we've each found a path for our own skill sets.
I would tend to agree.
Let's take a quick break here, and then we can come back and talk about some more stuff.
All right.
All right, we'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. This is our first episode of Perspectives on Parenting, talking about the top challenges. And now we're going to talk about taking care of the mental and emotional needs, there being children. Just so that you know. Don't want you to assume. So the first question for this section is, what do you do to make sure that my mental and emotional needs are looked after?
Mostly neglect and ridicule, really.
Lots of chocolate.
This is one of the things. We started doing the podcast as a way of having these discussions and trying to help out with the various things that you run into. But there's a lot of talks. We tend to do a lot of dinner time talks. We tend to do a lot of incident talks, we'll call them. And there's a lot of life lessons to pass on with stuff like that. But I think it's time. It's about taking the time to listen and to engage. And I think they're probably the biggest things that I do. And occasionally stopping and getting chocolate on the way home under certain circumstances.
That helps.
Right. I think we're very fortunate that we are so open with each other, and that we can have serious conversations and we can have silly conversations about things. But in the end, it all kind of boils down to that we have that open communication. And hopefully there's nothing that you are afraid to talk to us about or worried about. And yes, there are times when the emotions run wild, and we try to manage the situation as it comes, because it's happened from, when you were younger, and it's going to continue to happen. And hopefully we can give you enough life lessons and enough help so that, 10 years from now, if something comes up and we're not nearby or can't get us on the phone, you can go back, and kind of remember something and go, oh, this is how my parents would have helped me out.
Okay, that's all fair. I definitely agree with all that. The next question we have is, can this be a daunting task at time, and if so, how? You first.
Absolutely not. It's been a pleasure the entire time. It's never been
Lies.
No, yeah.
Liar. Lies.
As a man,
That's always a great way to start a sentence.
it's proven difficult when I've had to deal with the female element of raising a child. And when I say that, I mean the emotional roller coaster. It's very different than when Sam was growing up. I can't, I don't have words to really describe some of the challenges, because there are times that you'll get emotional about something and I don't get it. But like, I can't be like, I don't get it, just get over it. Like, because I've tried that and it doesn't work. So
It's amazing you're still alive after saying that.
it's one of those things where I have to, at the very least, try to understand the situation from your perspective, and then figure out a way to say something that's encouraging and uplifting and not demeaning or going to make the situation worse. And I'm very good at demeaning and humor and stuff like that. I have a difficult time with the encouraging part of things sometimes when you have an emotional incident.
That's fair. Mommy?
Well, and I want to give Daddy some props, because not a lot of men can be as open-minded about certain situations with their daughters. And you probably know a whole lot more about things pertaining to your daughter than most dads with daughters, honestly. So that's kudos to you for not shying away or saying, oh, we'll talk to your mother. That's her department. There's only so much knowledge that you have and knowledge that you can look up, but without having lived that, you don't know, but you do your best and you don't try and fake it. You admit when you have your faults.
I'm glad you recognize that.
I do. And then if you bring chocolate, then it makes everybody happy.
Yep.
It offsets some of those demeaning comments sometimes.
And trust me, I can only, because I'm still in it, it's hard for me to even take a step back and go, why does he just not get it? Because I understand what she's going through and she understands what I'm going through, because we're going through it the same time. So I can only imagine where you walk in the door. Is it safe? Do I need here's a chocolate grenade? Woo! And then all
there are times.
And then we crawl from the walls.
The women folks scurry to pick up the chocolate.
There are times that I come home and I know what's going on, and I'm just like, all right, yell at me and I'll go downstairs. and I'll
Okay.
leave you alone at that point.
Right,
in time.
exactly. Just take my beatings and
There are times I just know I got to take one for the team, for the greater good.
I know in 3 days everything will be fine. Everything will go back to normal, and it's just the way it's going to be. And it's not a personal attack. It's
Right.
just
So-
what happened. So
So that's one example.
Yes, the one example. Anyway, moving on to the next question. Would you say it's easier or harder to look after these needs than to take care of my basic ones, and if so, why? Mommy?
I don't know. I guess some people are meant to be parents, and I guess for me, I don't see it as a challenge. I don't see it as a hardship. I kind of knew what I was signing up for. I did it willingly. I wanted it, where I know that there are people that end up being parents because of other situations and have to kind of grow into it. And some people are just parenting types. You're a very motherly individual. When you're with your group of friends, you're kind of the mom of the group, making, hey, if your guys are sitting outside and it's, cold out, hey, does anybody need a blanket? Does anybody need a snack? Does anybody need a drink? You take care of your little group of friends. So again, some people have that kind of built into them, no matter if they're a parent or not. There are some people that never become parents but still have that in them, and then there are people that become parents that never had it in them, and unfortunately their kids kind of suffer because they didn't have that nurturing environment. So I think for me, it's just in some cases second nature. Obviously there are things that happen on the day-to-day basis where I'm like, oh, this isn't what I signed up for, but okay, how are we dealing with this today? But for the most part, I try and keep as cool and calm, collective sometimes, and okay, what do we need to do to get past this? What's the lesson here, so that the next time we don't have a freak out.
Were you gonna say anything on that?
Nope, not even gonna touch that one.
All right, good enough. The next question we have is, do you wish you were better at dealing with these needs than you are now? I guess we can start on you for that one.
Why? Because it seems like I need to be better at dealing with these things.
I
Is
don't
that
know. I
obvious?
think it's just because you didn't say anything on the other one.
Yes, I try to get better. I try to be more patient. I try to be more understanding. But, like Mommy said, there's only so much that I can understand. Right? I don't have the same physiology, we'll say. So there are things that you go through that I could never go through, and you can only get so much out of hearing someone talk about it and reading about it that I'll never really understand these things. What I try to understand is what my role is in helping to cope with these things. Is that role being that guy that gets yelled at because someone needs to get their frustrations out? All right, I can take the punches and deal with that. Is that role the guy who stops and gets chocolate on the way home? Okay, I can handle that too. So it's a matter of figuring out where I can constructively fit into the equation, knowing I can't fill the gap. So that's where I try to get better at those things, and it's a learning experience. It comes with time. It comes with trial and error.
Mommy, did you want to say anything?
No, I think I'm good.
All right. The next question we have is, what do you think can be changed that could improve the condition of these needs more? Mommy?
See, I don't know if we, not to toot our own horn, but I think we have opened that line of communication where, as far as I know, you don't have an issue coming to us about things. There were certain topics not that long ago that you didn't feel comfortable going to Daddy with, and you came to me and we talked them through, and then I was able to talk to Daddy about them and kind of prepare him, and that was definitely a little bit of a bumpy situation, but since then the lines of communication have been pretty open about it, and it was a learning curve for all of us. So I think anything that comes our way, we all kind of, all right, what do we need to do for this? And we've had a couple of different situations that have popped up more recently where you were afraid to talk to me about something, and you talked to your guidance counselor about it, and your guidance counselor said, if that's the way you feel, that's the way you feel. And you and Daddy had the conversation, and you didn't want to bring it up to me because you figured I'd be upset. And yeah, I was upset, but I understood your reasoning behind it and made sense and said, all right, well, if that's what you want to do, then that's what you want to do, and we will support you. Same thing with, another topic where, not that we wanted to push you towards something, but you kind of made a decision on something, and we kind of agree, yeah, okay, that's the way it's going to be. So I think even though we still have these situations that come up where, all right, well, I don't want to tell Daddy, I'll tell Mommy. Or I don't want to tell Mommy, I'll tell Daddy. At least there's somebody that you feel comfortable talking to. And there are lots of kids out there who can't talk to their parents about anything. And they don't have a guidance counselor at school that they're able to talk to. Or they don't have a family friend or somebody, and it eats them up and in some cases destroys who that person is. So again, I think we're very fortunate that we've been so open and understanding with you from the beginning, that when these little kind of hiccups happen, they're just little bumps in the road. They're just little pebbles, in the sand. They're not these huge mountains that we can't overcome.
Anything?
She went to the mountain analogy. I can't really top that.
Well, I mean, it's a mountain, so yeah.
If
I'm just that good.
What can be changed to improve? The only thing I could say is, a subscription to the Chocolate of the Week Club or something.
Okay, I like that.
I got nothing there.
All right, the next question we have is, do you feel looking after these needs are just as, if not more important than taking care of my basic needs? You first.
Me being Daddy.
Yes.
I think they're more important. I think the basic needs are the ones that kind of cover themselves. I think all of what we've been talking about here is the important stuff, because these are the formative things. Yes, you need food. Yes, you need a roof over your head and, clothes and all that stuff. But what makes you who you are when you're an adult is everything else. Those experiences. Where do you get your sense of compassion? Where do you get your sense of empathy? Where do you get your sense of morals? Those are all the things that these other things are instilling in you. So I definitely think that these are really where you need to be focusing on the most important things. Because if you're focusing on those things, chances are you've taken care of the basics.
Fair enough. Mommy?
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. Don't think I really have anything.
No, I think you're not going to pull another mountain analogy out on me. No? Okay. Mommy's not going to the mountain again.
All right.
I'm saving it for later.
All right. The next question we have is, have you ever thought that I needed counseling to better help these needs? Mommy?
Possibly. I am not one who thinks that those that need help are weak or can't do their day-to-day life, or that it's something to look down upon. I think if there's something that you can't get the help from those around you and you're still struggling in some sort of way, that absolutely you should go and find support elsewhere. So it's really up to the person. You have to be the one to want the help. People can suggest it and say, yeah, I think maybe you should, or, but if you aren't ready to go for help, then going and talking to somebody, you're not going to get anything out of it for anybody in general. So, but to be able to admit to yourself, you know what, I think I need a little extra work to help, I think that there's nothing wrong with that.
There was a time in the not too distant future that I probably would have said, no, you don't need that. My perspectives on counseling and professional help have evolved over the years. And I, not being a professional or a qualified professional, I can't say that you need counseling. I will say that it doesn't hurt. There are times, and it depends on the person you talk to as well. There are counselors that are very in tune with your thoughts and feelings and needs, and they're very helpful. They're the type of people that can read you well and can unlock the parts of you that need to be unlocked and let loose. There are other counselors who aren't like that, who aren't very good, who are, I don't want to say conventional or unconventional, but there are people who do it by the book, and the book was written as a guide. It wasn't written for everybody. So somebody who's adaptable and can understand your needs probably could do wonderful things for you. But like Mommy said, you have to be ready for something like that. You have to, one, not stigmatize it yourself, because there's absolutely nothing wrong with talking to a counselor or a psychologist or a psychiatrist. There's nothing wrong with that. So you can't stigmatize it, because then you're going to look down on it yourself. And you have to be willing to unlock those parts of you. There are times that a lot of the issues that we have, and this was, part of my experience with counseling, was there were parts of my past that I locked up and threw away the key because I didn't want to deal with them, because it was too painful to deal with. The problem is that you're lugging this chest around, this very heavy chest, and it weighs you down emotionally, and it's an impairment to you until you deal with it. You can either cut it loose or you can open it up and deal with it. And you have to be prepared to deal with it sometimes. And in my experience, I found that when you deal with it and you come to terms with it and you accept it, you can move on, and it's part of you at that point in time. You're not trying to run away from it. And you can embrace it and understand it. And in my case, it was about forgiveness. And until you're ready to forgive yourself in those situations, going to a counselor is not going to matter to you at all. So it's like chicken soup. It might not help, but it won't hurt, right?
Fair enough. All right, those are some very deep responses. Thank you. The final question for this section is, would you say that what you've done for these needs has helped me from what you can see? Mommy?
Yes. Yeah, I can see that, you know, what we've talked about in general has affected you, with the way that you act, with the way that you think, with the way that you do certain things. So again, not to, you know, pat ourselves on the back, but I think we raised a pretty decent kid. You're a pretty decent human being. You know, there's nothing that you do that disappoints us.
Yeah, not a disappointment. I'm just a burden.
Our little burden. And that's an inside joke. That's, you know, that we joke about it, you know, where unfortunately there are parents that yell at their kids and say that they're burdens and they're disappointments, and they mean it. And yeah, we might get upset that you didn't do a chore or something. When was the last time you were grounded for something?
What time is it?
It's still early, right? I'm sure we can find something. But we trust you because we have, you've never done anything for us to not trust you. You've never done anything, you know, the night's still young, who knows? You might sneak out, but you don't want to. You don't want to go outside. It's cold, you know. I think you'd want to go outside and play with a cat. That would really be the only...
Yeah, because it's not like I have a social life.
All right. Do we want to take another break and come back and finish up?
All right, let's do it.
All right.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're doing Perspectives on Parenting, Top Challenges. And now we're going to talk about ensuring children receive a quality education. So the first question we have in this section is, has it been difficult trying to get me into school at this point? We will go to you, Daddy.
No, it hasn't.
Next question, then?
Next question.
All right. Next question we have is, do you have any experiences with this as a parent that might seem like a more unique situation than most? Mommy?
Well, fortunately, you're in the public school system. We didn't decide to send you to a private school. We felt that the school district that for the town that we live in, that there weren't any issues, where, again, not every parent has that opportunity or feels that a public education is sufficient for their child. So then they do go above and beyond and look for a private school. We haven't started looking at colleges yet. That'll be next year's big fun activity. So I'm sure that will be a new set of challenges for us. But as of right now, we've been very fortunate with doing, what you're doing now with the engineering program and things like that. That was all you getting into it. So there was nothing that we had to really worry about. The only thing we kind of worried about was at the start of the pandemic. What was school going to be like? Did we have to start homeschooling you? That was really, I think, the only time we ever really worried about what are we going to do for school? Do I have to now be a homeschooling teacher? Do we have to find a homeschooling group? What online programs can we do? And that was probably the biggest challenge.
That's fair. The next question we have is, have you ever thought of enrolling me in different schools? Daddy?
Not seriously, other than the time that Mommy mentioned with the COVID stuff. But every time I go and look for a different house, I always look at the school district and, I consider whether or not we want to pull you out and move to a different school district. And then Mommy's little voice in the back of my head just sort of smacks me in the back of my head. All right, we won't look at that house anymore. So no, I don't think there's ever been any real serious consideration except for the COVID experience.
All right, that's fair. Next up is do you have any Next question is, do you have expectations for when college approaches, and what are they? Mommy?
I think it's, is it something that a school that you want to go to? It's ultimately your choice by then. Do you feel comfortable at the school? Does it, do you feel excited by it? Does it have what you're looking for? Is it far enough from home? Is it close enough from home? It's, what are your criteria? And I think right now it's a little early for you to really know what it is. So it's where you're going to end up for hopefully 4 years, but also it's one of those things where you might end up someplace and absolutely hate it after the first year and decide to go someplace else. And again, by then it's your choice. Daddy and I need to be there to support you with that decision. So again, it's going to come down to you where you want to go.
Yay, I love getting pressure put on me. That's fun. Yay. All right. Next question we have is, have you ever had to get involved with something I was dealing with at school? I definitely think this is a good question for you, Father.
There have been a few instances in which there were issues that you had in school, and I had to express my displeasure at the situation. The first one, the biggest one I think that comes to mind, was an incident where you had a teacher who was making fun of one of your phobias. Well, let's just say he didn't after I had a conversation with him. I've never had a problem exercising my right to free speech when it comes to situations with your school that I don't necessarily agree with. But I've never had a problem with that with just about anything. Getting me to engage is not difficult. Getting me to shut up, now that's a challenge.
All right, that's fair. Polite way of saying that. Next question we have is, do you think you've helped to influence my work ethic in school? Mommy, this is for you.
I believe so. I think in some cases you have a better work ethic than Daddy or I had.
Oh, definitely me. I was a slacker.
On a Friday afternoon, you come home and do homework, where most people are like, I got all weekend, whatever. Or you did homework on a Friday when you had off on Monday, just so that you could get it done and then you could relax. Same thing when you get home from school. You come home, you relax for a couple of minutes, and then you take out your books and you start doing it.
Even then, I don't even relax. I kind of just drop all my stuff in the kitchen, take off my shoes, call you, and then do homework.
Right. And that's what I'm saying, is that you instilled that kind of all on your own. That wasn't really anything that we ever talked about. And I don't know if that was kind of due to doing like aftercare.
Yeah, that might be the reason, because it's like that they got us to do our homework like at the very start. That probably might have been the reason why I did that.
Yeah, and it's a good work habit to have. So no complaints there.
All right. The next question we have is, have you ever had any major expectations for me when it came to school activities or my performance? Daddy?
I think every parent has an expectation. I think my expectations for you, regardless of what it was, whether it was scholastic, whether it was marching band, or even the clubs that you're in, it's to do your best. Always do your best. Sometimes your best doesn't get you an A, but if you're doing your best, that's all I can ask for. I have no right to ask for anything more than you to try your best. Don't go in there and do it half-heartedly. Don't try and coast through. Do your best every time, because if you adhere to that ethic, when you get done school and get done college and you're out in the real world and you're working in your professional career, that same philosophy will pay off in the long run. So my expectation is always try your best.
All right. I agree with that. Or at least I agree with that that's your expectation.
But you don't agree with that philosophy.
No, I agree with the philosophy. It's, whatever. The last question we have for you, Mommy, is what do you think the future holds in terms of my education?
Let me get my crystal ball. I don't know. It's, where do you want it to go? That's really the most that I can hope for. Yeah, I'm hoping you're planning to go to college at this point. I believe you are on that track. Do you go to school for engineering? We don't know yet. It's still early to make that decision. You have to do what's best for you. Not because Daddy wants you to do it, not because I want you to do it, because you want to do it. And yeah, there were things that we made you do when you were younger that as you get older, you don't have to do what we want you to do because you are your own person. And that's where I'm having issues, because I'm trying to guide you to certain things and you're like, no, I don't want to do that anymore. And it's like, but
Chicken butt.
chicken butt. But I have to realize, not to hit my microphone, that you're an individual and you're going to do what you want to do. Just because I love the Haunted Mansion doesn't mean you have to love the Haunted Mansion.
Despite the fact that I've been really interested in the lore recently.
Right, which is totally fine. And you love SpongeBob, where there was a conversation not that long ago where, she's going to grow out of that phase. And it's like, well, no, for how long have you liked Darth Vader? Oh, ever since you were a kid. Okay, well, maybe she's going to like SpongeBob.
Not to name any names.
I'm not naming
Jeez.
I'm not naming.
Hey, look, you want to back that bus up over me again?
Where's that beer truck? But that's the thing, is that we can, we've guided you for as long as we can, and hopefully we will guide you longer, but at some point you have to take the reins and you have to make that decision, and hopefully we give you enough knowledge and enough confidence to make those right decisions.
Alrighty, I think we had a solid discussion. May have been a little long, but solid discussion.
That's fine. It was worthwhile.
Yep.
Could have been longer.
All right. When we come back, I guess I'm still. Am I still doing the, thing at the end, or we just?
Yeah. Let's see how bad you murder that one.
Uh,
We'll be right back.
Great.
Did you want to do your closing thoughts?
I mean, sure.
Okay, do that then when we come back. Ready? Here we go.
All right. So, despite the fact that we didn't have a general theme when it came to all of this, I guess what I can at least say is, try your best to keep open communication with each other. That's really something that we've really been fortunate about, and that's one of the reasons we're able to have this podcast with each other. And I know it's obviously not going to be the case for everybody, but if you have the ability, try to keep an open communication with your parents or your kids.
Okay.
Yeah, don't really have too much else to say, and I guess I'm doing the show plugs.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so for audio versions of the podcast, they are listed as Insights into Teens. We also have video versions of the podcast that are listed as Insights into Things. You can find our podcast on all popular podcast services like Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and, much more. Any place you can get a podcast, really. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can find all that and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted normally by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our not really monthly podcast that's really only filmed almost once a year at this point, hosted by you and my brother Sam occasionally.
Okay, well, we clearly have to work on your marketing skills.
Well, I mean, maybe that's what gets people actually interested in the ad. They don't just want a regular read-through. They actually would like personality when it came to it.
Well,
You never
there
know.
you go.
There
That's the
you
way to
go.
look at it. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Oh, bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 164, The Power of Positive Emotions. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my positive and upbeat co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hey, everybody.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm alright, I guess. How about you?
I'm doing okay. I am positive and upbeat just like you. You are positive and upbeat, right?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Sure, we'll go with that. I think you're pretty positive and upbeat for the most part.
Mostly.
Anything exciting happened since our last podcast?
Nah.
Like a mini vacation, maybe?
Okay, fine. Yeah, mini vacation. We did that. Because, Mommy's birthday and so forth.
Right, so we went for a relaxing couple of days out in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and out in Amish country. And we stayed at the Fulton Steamship hotel, which was a very unique experience.
Also very small.
Yes, one of the few themed hotels I think they have out there.
Yeah.
But did you have a good time?
I'd say so, yeah.
Good. I did as well. It was a good way to get out there and recharge and come back and tackle the rest of the week.
And get a lot more sleepless nights.
There you go. But that is not what we're talking about today. Today we are talking about emotions.
Dun, dun, dun.
Are negative emotions bad and are positive emotions good? Each serves their purpose, and striking the right balance between the two is the challenge we all face. In today's episode of Insights into Teens, we'll take a look at how both positive and negative emotions help us in different ways, and how we can balance the two for a healthy emotional lifestyle. But before we do that, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find audio and video of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're available on pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast, Apple, Spotify, Google, etc. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions on topics you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things, or you can get links to all those and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Here we go. All emotions are natural. Let's say you start to brainstorm a list of all the emotions you've experienced. And just for fun, try it right now. So what would be on your list? Chances are you'd include things like happy and sad and excited, angry, afraid, grateful, proud, scared, confused, stressed, relaxed, or amazed. Now sort through that list and divide it into two categories, positive emotions and negative emotions.
Feeling both positive and negative emotions is a natural part of being human. We might use the word negative to describe more difficult emotions, but it doesn't mean those emotions are bad or we shouldn't have them. Still, most people would probably rather feel a positive emotion than a negative one. It's likely you prefer to feel happy instead of sad, or confident instead of insecure. What matters is What matters is how our emotions are balanced, how much each type of emotion...
Slow down.
I need to slow down. Alright, let's start that over again. Sorry, everybody. What matters is how our emotions are balanced, how much of each type of emotion, positive or negative, we experience.
So, going down that list, and maybe even things that weren't listed on that list that I had mentioned, name 3 negative emotions that you feel are negative emotions.
Well, for me, from the list, I see things like being stressed, angry, and scared.
Okay. So those are very good ones. So let's talk. We've talked about anger and how anger can be positive. So let's put that one aside for right now. How can being scared be a positive thing? Nobody likes to feel, well, I mean, that's not true. There are horror fans out there who love to feel scared. But how can feeling scared be a positive thing for you?
Well, I know that we've talked about fear on the podcast, and basically it's kind of your fight or flight reflex. For years we've used fear as a warning sign for oncoming danger, and obviously even if there's irrational fears like arachnophobia, for example, fear can still cause your body to, or cause you to, like, sense danger and be able to protect yourself.
Yeah. So fear at that point, fear is a defensive mechanism that you have. What about stress? How can stress be a positive thing for you? I know that's a hard one to make positive, but how would that be positive?
Well, I guess from my own experience, me being stressed, it's made me more productive. Fearing deadlines has made me work on things to make sure that, like, everything is done by that deadline. Even if I don't like the feeling, it technically it is a good motivator for me.
So that was interesting. You kind of grouped fear and stress together there. Are they two emotions? Does one lead to the other? Are they complementary? Do you normally associate the two of those? Because you kind of did it involuntarily when you were giving your explanation.
Yeah, a lot of times whenever I feel stressed, I also feel fear. Whenever I'm stressed on an assignment, I also get a fear of not being able to complete it or not having the ability to complete it. And then especially if I have a ton of work, which the stress is normally from, then fear is also kind of dragged along with it.
Okay, that's kind of interesting how they go together for you there, and that makes perfect sense. For me, stress is a motivator. I have a project I have to do, or I have, if I'm at work and there's a system down or emergency or, something like that, there's stress. If there's an emergency at the house, stress is one of those things that triggers a response in us that forces us to do something, take an action. Put out that fire or get that job done or put that extra effort in. So there's a positive aspect to it. Now let's flip the script a little bit and give me 3 emotions that are normally you would associate with positive emotions, and we'll see if they can be negative emotions as well.
Well, I would pick excited, proud, and, I guess we'll go with relax as well.
Okay, so how can excited be negative?
Maybe you're excited for the wrong thing?
That's possible. See, I would say excited to me makes me make mistakes. Okay, so I might be anticipating something at work, and I might get excited because I'm looking to the future. I'm waiting for that. Maybe it's the day before vacation, right? So I'm excited for that 5 o'clock to get here. I'm excited to start my vacation. And as a result, it causes me to get sloppy. I may miss things that need to get taken care of beforehand. I may be less motivated to do what I need to do to get everything buttoned up before I leave. So being excited is a distraction type emotion where it can detract from other things that you have to do. What was the other one you had?
Grateful.
So, okay, that's a tough one to make a negative, but do you have any way that grateful could be a negative?
Only thing I can really think of is the idea of you being grateful that you weren't in an accident.
That's a very good one. So you're going to flip the script on that one and say, I'm grateful because I wasn't the one that had a misfortune. That's not inherently negative, I think. It could be hurtful. It could be in bad taste, which those by their definition could be negatives. What was the third one that you had?
Relaxed.
Relaxed. Relax is a great one. Okay, so you're driving a car and you get so relaxed, you fall asleep. Or you come home from a hard day's work, but you have to go do an extracurricular activity after school. And you come home and you're stressed out and you need to relax. And you relax so much, you completely forget that you have this other appointment that you have to go to. So again, it's one of those distraction ones where you feeling this way is a positive to you, but it can have the ability of distracting you from other things that you need to do. So the bottom line is anything that we associate with positive, they're interchangeable. And this is why in the past we've talked about the fact that emotions don't have positive or negative connotations. A positive or negative connotation would kind of infer intent. And emotions are just things that we feel. The important thing is what you do with those feelings. And that's the case with pretty much everything we've been talking about the last few podcasts. It's understanding those feelings, knowing what they are, knowing what they tell you, and controlling those emotions, not letting those emotions control you. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, pretty much. I definitely did have my stance that emotions were either good or bad, not even just positive or negative. And, through these podcasts, I've kind of developed the idea that no, emotions are kind of just emotions, and it really just depends on what you do with those emotions rather than the emotions themselves.
Yeah, and that's really, I guess, the most important takeaway here is that emotions are things everybody feels. Everyone feels these emotions. Once you can identify them and describe them and understand their effect on you and how you can use them to your advantage, then you can start controlling those emotions. So we're going to take a quick break and we're going to come back and we're going to talk about how negative emotions can actually help us and how positive emotions can help us. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about the power of positive emotions. And now we're going to talk about how negative emotions can help us. Negative emotions warn us of threats or challenges that we may need to deal with. For example, fear can alert us to possible danger. It's a signal that we might need to protect ourselves. Angry feelings warn us that someone is stepping on our toes, crossing a boundary, or violating our trust. Anger can be a signal that we might need to act on our own behalf. Negative emotions focus on our awareness. They help us to zero in on a problem so we can deal with it. But too many negative emotions can make us feel overwhelmed, anxious, exhausted, or stressed out. When negative emotions are out of balance, problems might seem too big to handle. The more we dwell on negative emotions, the more negative we begin to feel. Focusing on negativity just keeps it going.
So how can positive emotions help us out? So positive emotions balance out negative ones, but they have other powerful benefits too. Instead of narrowing our focus like negative emotions do, positive emotions affect our brains in ways that increase our awareness, attention, and memory. They help us take in more information, hold several ideas in mind at once, and understand how different ideas relate to each other. When positive emotions open us up to new possibilities, we're more able to learn and build our skills. That leads to doing better on tasks and tests. People who have plenty of positive emotions in their everyday lives tend to be happier, healthier, learn better, and get along well with others. So let me ask you, on average, do you think you have more positive or more negative emotions in any given day?
Probably more negative emotions.
And why is that?
I guess the reason is mainly because probably because of my own doing, because I am a perfectionist, and whenever it comes to schoolwork, I always get stressed of the work. I'm never really able to feel confident in my abilities, even after proving it countless times. I feel like maybe if I had a little more confidence, I could possibly have more positive emotions, or maybe if I did more things or made more time for activities that made me feel good, maybe I would have been more positive.
Do you notice, or can you recognize negative things that occur as a result of the negative emotions?
Yeah, I definitely think I can. I guess some of them, I don't know if I can really pull up a specific example.
Like, do you find if you start out the day having a negative emotion in the morning because you might be running late and you're stressed, or somebody says something rude, or you see something that makes you upset, do you find that sets the tone for the day and you tend to have more negative emotions that day, or the day doesn't go as well as you would hope it would?
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes for me, yeah.
Do you wake up in the morning and try to be positive?
Not directly, no. I kind of just wake up and see how the day goes.
Okay. Do you ever have occasion to take a few minutes and try to find positive things if your day happens to be not going so great and you want to make it better? Can you actively find positive things to make your day better?
I mean, when I get home, I'm normally able to do things that make me feel better.
Okay. And I think the important thing to the questions that I'm asking is that, and we've talked about this fairly recently, is that we control our mood. So if you wind up in a bad mood, and we all do, it happens to everybody. Nobody's perfect. Nobody has complete control of their emotions. Everything can set us off in one way or another. But when we see ourselves going down that path, we have it within ourselves to make that change if we choose to make things better. Have you had an opportunity to try that, where you kind of start off with a rough day and try to make it better and see positive results from that?
Well, I probably could be making more of an effort on that, but most of the time I kind of just try to find ways to almost distract myself from it. I do things that I enjoy, like playing games or drawing or stuff like that, and really, I know I could probably do more to make a day better, but half the time I normally just do distractions.
Well, and those distractions are things you enjoy, which elicit a positive reaction. So they may be intended as distractions, but the end result is they help to elicit positive feelings and steer you in the right direction. And a good analogy I had heard recently about emotions is that emotions are like a highway, right? So you're driving down the highway and you know your exit's coming up, but you take the wrong exit. That's a negative emotion. That's a bad emotion. We all have them. We all experience them. Sometimes it's outside of our control. We don't even have the ability to avoid them. But that doesn't mean that you stay off the highway when you make that off ramp. What you do is you reinforce that negative emotion with a positive one. And you use that positive emotion to get on the next on-ramp and get back on the highway and get yourself back on track. We all have the power to get ourselves back on track and get us back on the route that we're trying to go down. It's just a matter of one recognizing the fact that we've hit that off-ramp, we've made that wrong turn. Once you can recognize that, then you can start making changes. Then you can start doing the distractions that elicit positive feelings. You can start looking for the positive things that have happened during the day. You can talk to a friend to get a positive reaction from a friend. You can talk to your family or loved ones. You can then take the power. You're in control. You've got the wheel in your hands. you can get back on the road. Is that something that sounds appealing at all to you?
Yeah, I would really like to have more control over my emotions, because for the longest time, it's always felt like my emotions have controlled me. Until I finally started to recognize it, like they controlled so much more of me than they do now, and even now, I'd really like it if I could be a little more positive and not always feel as negative as I do.
And we had talked about it, actually, we had talked about it fairly recently while we were on vacation about, we all have bad days. You kind of can't avoid those. You try to minimize them, but you can't kind of make them go away. And sometimes when we have bad days, it's best for us to deal with them without interacting with other people first. There are times that I come home from work and I'm frustrated or angry for whatever reason, and I just have to kind of go veg. Usually I'll go downstairs and fire up one of my first-person shooters, and I'll just, involve myself. I'll immerse myself in the game for a bit, and it kind of detoxes me. And after about an hour of getting frustrated with the game, because I'm not very good at it, I've distracted myself enough and desensitized myself from what I brought home with me. I can then interact with people. What are some of the methods that you use when you're just in that bad mood and you've got those negative feelings that are overwhelming your actions? What do you do to try to compensate for those and correct those?
Well, I also definitely take some time to just be away from people. As much as, I care about you and Mommy and my friends, sometimes I just don't want to have to be in a situation where I have to socialize with people, and I feel like a lot of times that can lead me to feeling negative emotions because I don't feel like I want to have to be in social situations in certain instances. So when I'm not in a social situation, I'll do things like petting a cat. That's quite soothing. I'll play The Sims, I'll draw, I'll watch some YouTube videos. I'll kind of just immerse myself in distractions up in my room.
And that makes sense. And I think we all kind of have our own little worlds that we immerse ourselves in. Yours is a virtual world when it comes to The Sims, or a real world when it comes to just the cats. The pick up a fluffy cat and pet it for a while. The cat's going to give you the love back. And that's kind of that positive reinforcement that you need to detox, I like to call it. And that makes a lot of sense. Now, do you find that these incidents that you run into where you kind of need to have that reinforcement are decreasing the more you learn to understand your emotions, or are they getting worse, or where do you think you feel on that scale?
I guess it really depends on the day. I've definitely gotten a lot better than how I used to be. But I still have days where I kind of have breakdowns, and even with, getting away from everybody and doing what I do to de-stress, sometimes that's not enough.
Now, do you reach out for help when you can't de-stress, or do you just kind of, collapse within yourself?
I try to search out for help, but I kind of have it's weird. I try to rely on you guys as much as I can, and let you guys know, but sometimes when I can't understand it myself, I don't expect you guys to be able to understand it just because I can't really express it in a way, and then I kind of just have to keep all that to me.
Yeah, and I understand that, and there are times that until you can kind of vocalize it to yourself, having Mommy and Daddy see that there's something wrong and pester you about it. Is everything okay? What's wrong? Do you want to talk about it over and over? Can just sort of feed into that, right? So it's one of those ones where we kind of have to see something's bothering you and not attack that directly, but maybe if you're upset about something, asking you to talk about it's not the answer. Maybe going to play Rock Band is. Or let's go get ice cream, or let's do something. Let's, like you said, your distractions. Let's give you some kind of distraction to let you deal with those things and let you kind of detox a bit. So as a parent, as a loved one of someone who goes through these and someone who goes through it themselves. I mean, I would be lying if I said I didn't go through these myself. It's important for the people around you to recognize that and recognize that you might be going through something right now. You need something to give you that positive boost. You know, that not that probing, let's talk about it, let's have a deep talk type thing, but you're upset about something. You're not ready to talk about it. So let's go do something else. Let's get your mind off of it. Let's walk away from it. It's like when you're working on a project and you're staring at it for so long and there's a problem that you just can't solve. Sometimes you just need to get up and walk away and think about something else, and the solution presents itself to you without even thinking about it. So that's another method, and it's important for others around you to know how to deal with that too. I know we can be a pain in the neck sometimes, you know, because it's very difficult for a parent to see their child going through a difficult time like that. And I think a lot of parents don't appreciate the fact that sometimes kids just don't know how to talk about it. And it's hard to express that. So, you know, when those types of things happen, there are flags. There's red flags to look for that parents can kind of clue into, okay, let's go distract you. Let's go do something. And then we'll digest it a little bit and go from there. So your thoughts on that? How do Mommy and I do with that? Are we half decent with that at least?
Yeah, and when I do want to talk about it, you guys are always open to it. It's just, there have definitely been certain things that I've either wanted to tell only one of you and wasn't ready to tell the other, or just things that I haven't told either of you because I either don't know how to put it into words or don't know how you'll take it. And yeah, you guys have seen that when I am in states of I don't really know how I'm feeling, or just moments where I can't really talk about it, you guys do try to find distractions for me because you know that sometimes I just can't talk about it.
Well, and the important thing to understand is, as much as parents may not understand everything that you're going through, we've all been kids at your age at some point too. So we've all gone through similar type things that most kids have gone through. And I think most kids don't appreciate that. Granted, the challenges of today are very different than the challenges when we were growing up. But the emotional struggles are pretty constant across the board. The inability to understand and describe and to talk about it. So my point is, give your parents, and I'm talking not just to you, but I'm talking to everyone in the audience, give your parents the benefit of the doubt that they kind of know what they're doing. Nobody gives us a handbook when we have kids. So a lot of what we do as parents come from experience when we were kids and with our parents. A lot of it comes with making it up as we go along sometimes. But, you know, for the most part, we kind of have some idea. So give us a little bit of credit for trying to help solve some of these things. So we're going to take our last break, and we're going to come back and talk about the importance of positive emotions. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about the power of positive emotions. And now we're going to talk about the importance of positive emotions. Not redundant at all. Science is helping us find how valuable positive emotions can be. Experts have learned a lot from recent brain studies. Here are 2 findings that can help us use positive emotions to our advantage. The first finding being, let positive emotions outnumber negative ones. When we feel more positive emotions than negative ones, difficult situations are easier to handle. Positive emotions build a resilience, the emotional resources needed for coping. They broaden our awareness, letting us see more options for problem solving. Studies show that people feel and do their best when they have at least 3 times as many positive emotions as negative emotions. That's because of something called the negativity bias. The negativity bias is a natural human tendency to pay more attention to negative emotions than to positive ones. It makes sense when you think about it. Negative emotions call our attention to problems we might need to deal with quickly. Tuning into negative emotions can be a survival mechanism. The negativity bias has a downside, though. It can make us think a day went badly, even if we experienced equal amounts of positive emotions that day. It takes at least 3 times as many positive emotions to tip the scales and make a day seem like a great one.
You should also practice positivity every day, building habits that encourage us to feel more positive emotions can help us be happier, do better, and reduce our negative emotions. Building positive emotions is especially important if we're already dealing with a lot of negative feelings such as fear, sadness, anger, frustration, or stress. Building a daily positivity habit is pretty simple. It comes down to 2 basic steps. Notice and name your positive emotions. Start by simply focusing on your feelings. You can tune into your emotions in real time as they happen, or take stock at the end of the day, noting how you felt in different situations. For example, you might feel proud when you answer a question right, joyful when your puppy chases you around the yard, or loved when your mom shows up at your game. When you first start doing this, you'll probably need to remind yourself to focus on your emotions. But like any habit, it gets easier the more you do it.
You should also pick an emotion and act to increase it. Let's say you choose confidence. What helps you feel confident? How can you get more of that feeling? You might give yourself a yes I can pep talk before a test. Or maybe you stand up straighter and practice walking through the halls in a confident way, feeling strong and powerful. Positive emotions feel good, and they're good for you. Pay attention to these powerful tools and find ways to make time for them in your everyday life. Create a room in your day for joy, fun, friendship, relaxation, gratitude, and kindness. Make these things a habit, and you positively will be a happier you.
So let me ask you this, and we'll do a little exercise here. Do you think you had a positive or a negative day emotionally today?
I can't really say. There's not, anything majorly good that happened today, but nothing, really bad that happened today. But overall, I guess it would lean more toward the negative bad day kind of vibe.
Why is that?
A few things. Some people ended up annoying me in class today because we had a substitute, and, kids really don't And when I was trying to work on the assignment we were given, they were making a lot of noises and I can't focus with noise. And I was still kind of stressed out about a project I had for one of my classes.
Okay. So you had a negative day today. So it's the end of the day. You're home. You've had dinner. We're just about ready to wrap up the podcast. What can you do to end the day on a positive note?
I guess maybe something like playing Rock Band, drawing, playing Sims, watching videos, petting a cat.
Pet a cat. Yeah. So my point is that even though you had some negative things happen to you today, nothing was tragic, right? You had no major problems, no major downfalls, no world impacting things happened, which that alone is a positive. You had some people annoy you in class because you had a substitute teacher. That could be a negative. I could see that. Did you get the work done that you needed to get done?
Well, eventually I didn't get all of it done in class. I had to do it at home.
Okay, so the work is done. That's a positive. So how can we turn these negatives into positives? That's really the key. You recognize where your negatives were today. What were some of the positive things that happened to you today?
Well, I ended up somewhat understanding the programming I needed to get done today.
Which was frustrating you yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a pretty much easy math assignment that I was able to get done in class.
Okay. Did you wake up today?
Yes.
That's a positive. Did you wake up with any ailments today?
No.
Did anything bad happen to the family today?
No.
Do you have a roof over your head?
Yes.
Did you have meals today? So you had food on the table. These are all positive things.
Yeah.
They're positive things because not everybody gets to enjoy those things. Did the bus pick you up on time today?
Mm-hmm.
That's a positive thing. Did it drop you off on time today, or were you late for school?
On time.
That's a positive. My point is, the things that you take for granted every day are positives. They're all the things, because if the bus was late, what would have happened?
Then it would have been more complicated to get to school.
Right, you would have been stressed out, and it would have been a negative. It picks you up on time. So therefore, if it's not a negative, make it a positive. Count those things as positives. That's how you make things a positive day. So and if you add all those things up, I'll bet you at the end of the day, you'll have more positive things than you'll have negative things. The negative, and this is what the negativity bias is. The negative things are what stick out in your mind. You failed to mention or to notice all the positive things. So take some time at the end of the day to look at all the things that are positives for you. And you'll learn to appreciate them a little bit more. I think that's kind of the important thing. Did your friends do anything or say anything? Did you have lunch with your friends today? That's a positive. So you have to start finding the wins, right? If you have a couple of losses during the week, then find the wins. Appreciate the things that you don't normally appreciate. Understand that they are positive things that happen. Start building it that way. And then midway through the day, if you take stock of how the day's going, you're going to find that it's a pretty good day today. And that's going to feed the rest of the day. So the second half of the day, because you're coming into it, you might not wake up positive. I'm not a morning person. I'm never positive in the morning. If I could start my day at 10 o'clock every day, I would. Unfortunately, my job doesn't allow that. So I always wake up a little on the negative side because I have to get up and I'm achy and, tired and all that stuff. So I have to start finding positive things. Last week, Mommy was away on business. So one of the really positive things for me was I came down on Wednesday morning and my lunch was sitting on the table. Thursday morning. My lunch was sitting, my mommy always has my lunch sitting for me, which is always a positive and always brings a smile on my face. But she wasn't here Thursday morning, but I still had lunch on the table. And why did I have lunch on the table? Because you thought enough to make lunch for me, pack my lunch and put it on the table. That meant the world to me. It's little things like that, little positive things. You know, you called me yesterday with what you thought was a negative. You had dropped your phone and you had cracked your case. Well, that negative wasn't a negative. That negative was a great call that I get to have with you in the middle of the day that I don't normally have. That was a positive to me. All right, yeah, so you crack the cover on there. We'll replace it. It's not that big a deal. So that was a great way of taking a negative and turning it into a positive. So you can do it. You got to be a little bit creative sometimes to find these things, but you're very creative. So I don't think if you applied yourself to this, that it would be difficult at all.
Yeah.
And that's really the lesson I'm trying to push here, is that every day we have negatives and positives. You'll almost always have more positives if you appreciate the little things in life that you take for granted. You know, I came home, as soon as I pulled into the driveway today, I had a positive feeling because I could smell dinner. Mommy's an awesome cook, and anytime I can smell dinner, because it was warm out today, the door was open, the smell from dinner was wafting outside, and I immediately had a positive reaction walking in the door. It's those little things. Sometimes they're involuntary. Sometimes you have to look for them, but they're there. You have to just appreciate them.
Okay, well, I don't think I can give my closing remarks. You pretty much just stole that.
Well, no, I think it's worthwhile to get your take on it as well. That was all we did have. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Honestly, again, I think you summarized it pretty well.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, come back, and we will get closing thoughts from you for the rest of the audience.
All right. So this podcast got deeper than I thought it would. So I guess all I can really say to everybody is that, yeah, there's going to be positives in every day, and there's probably going to be more positives than negatives in certain situations. And as long as you can appreciate the little positives in your life that tend to happen, then you're going to always have good days, I guess.
That's one good way to bring balance. Sage advice you have there.
Thank you. Totally didn't just copy and paste yours.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
Before we do go, I do want to once again invite the listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find audio and video of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things on Apple, Buzzsprout, Stitcher, Amazon, anywhere you can get a podcast. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Give us show suggestions. Tell us how we're doing. Tell us what you don't want us to talk about. Whatever you want. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us streaming 5 days a week on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings, as well as on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcasts, or you can find links to all those and more on our website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, if you guys will end up doing a podcast, and Insights into Tomorrow, our not really monthly podcast anymore, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Okay, well, there's the marketing department for you there. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 145. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my special guest host today is Sam Whalen, host of our Insights into Tomorrow podcast.
Hello there.
How you doing, Sam?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you for joining us today. So this discussion kind of came about. You know, we've been itching to have this discussion for quite some time now. We've finished the Obi-Wan series now, so we can finally have the whole conversation. So today we're going to discuss the current state of Star Wars. Believe it or not, we're actually coming up on the 10th anniversary of Disney taking over Lucasfilm. We'll take a look at how the franchise has progressed since Disney took ownership and what their stewardship looks like. Then we'll take a deep dive into the properties that have come out recently and the trend towards streaming. We'll give our thoughts and opinions on Obi-Wan, and then we'll take a look at what the current forecasted future of the franchise looks like and where we think it's going. But before we do that, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Both video and audio can be found on all of the network's podcasts, listed as Insights into Things, and we can be found anywhere you get a podcast, Google, Spotify, and so forth. We'd also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com or check out our official website at www.insightsintothings.com for all of our social media links. Ready to get into it?
Yeah, before we get into it, full spoilers for everything. So if you haven't seen the new sequel movies, you haven't seen Obi-Wan, we're going full spoilers, just so you know.
All right, good warning there. Here we go. So Disney's trying to get their money's worth from the franchise. So we all know that back in 2012 or thereabouts, Disney basically bought Lucasfilm for about a little over $4 billion. They wanted to quickly capitalize on this by putting out their own trilogy, which kind of worked out for them, I guess. We'll get into that later. So they put out the first film in 2015 with Force Awakens. That brought in $2 billion. At the time, it was the highest grossing film in Disney history, which was kind of impressive. Then we got that complete mess of a movie, Last Jedi, in 2017.
People are hard on that. It's not that bad, guys. Come on.
Then they finished murdering the franchise in 2019 with Rise of Skywalker.
That one's pretty bad. I don't enjoy that movie.
Hey, the one thing about Rise of Skywalker is you didn't have Luke Skywalker milking any unusually unattractive animals.
That's what the people wanted.
Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted. Do you think their investment was worth it at this point?
I mean, they made their money, right? So,
well, yeah, breaking even is not really a sound investment.
True. I don't know. I think for Disney, they clearly want to be a media. Some may say monopoly, others may say conglomerate. I just looked it up. They acquired Marvel in 2009. So 3 years after that, they buy Star Wars. They've made it part of the Disney brand for better or worse. I think for them, if they want to appeal to every possible demographic, owning Star Wars is going to help that. Maybe if you're not a comic book fan, a lot of people are Star Wars fans, and that's a huge audience you're grabbing right there. So
yeah, and I think no matter what you do, and they've kind of proven, though, at least when it was under Lucasfilm, when it was under George Lucas, the way that they handled their licensing, they basically showed that even though it was very expensive, and it still was very expensive to license Disney to produce anything for it, or Star Wars rather, you can't help but make money doing it.
Yeah, like the fan base is very dedicated.
Right. It's just a moneymaker no matter what. What might differ is your profit margins.
Mm.
You know, you're not going to be raking in 70, 80, 90, 100% profit margins. You might be raking in a guaranteed 30%. But you know what? A 30% return, guaranteed return on an investment is a pretty good return on investment.
Yeah, and they definitely know their market. They know that most Star Wars fans, it's going to be pretty much impossible to turn them off from the franchise. Maybe not, every property. Certainly, most people aren't reading every book and every comic. I'm not.
Right.
But anything that's a TV show or a movie, most Star Wars fans are probably going to go check that out.
And I agree. And I think, we'll talk a little bit more about where they made some mistakes in a minute or so here. But I think Disney is smart enough to know what property they have and how to milk it, how to get their money's worth out of it. They've been doing it for almost, over 100 years now.
Yeah. And do we want to go movie by movie? Because Force Awakens is a great example of that, kicking it off.
Oh, absolutely. Go right into it.
You get J.J. Abrams. He did it with Star Trek. He took Star Trek and kind of made it more for mass appeal, for better or worse. If you're a Star Trek fan, some people had problems with that. But he basically did the same thing for Star Wars. I mean, it's a New Hope again, but it's updated with modern visuals. It's a very, it's hard to not like that movie. I love that movie, and I know it has its issues, but I think it did a great job capturing what Star Wars was and what it could have been.
And I agree. I think Force Awakens was a good movie to kick off the new franchise because it reintroduces people who are familiar with it, and it's comfortable for those people. Mm-hmm. And it's a great way of easing other people into it. The critical difference between what he did with Star Trek and what he did with Star Wars is Star Trek he had a loophole.
Mm.
Star Trek was a alternate time.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So with Star Trek you can say, oh, okay, this is an interesting story, but that's really not what happened because here's the official timeline.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where he gets the out. So with this, you don't get that. The problem I think that we really ran into at Force Awakens was you took a universe that and you didn't relaunch it. You moved it 30 years in the future, and it's a completely different universe. Mm-hmm. And you have no idea how you got there.
Yep.
And Disney tried to fill in some of that backstory with the novels and the video games that people aren't going to consume. So people walked out of the movie theater scratching their head thinking, what the hell's the First Order? Who's this new Snoke guy? Like, it did a very bad job of introducing things because there was almost an assumption that you knew what was going on.
Yep, and I think that comes with it being what's the phrase, soft reboot, where you just make the same movie again, but in the same universe.
Right.
Because everybody will just say, they won't think about it too hard. It's just the Empire again. It's just the Rebels again. But it's like, if we're thinking about the context of the universe, it's like the Rebels won. Why are they still Rebels, But the other thing is, and we're going to hit it probably a million times in this discussion, is the lack of planning. I think because, the way Abrams does things is he has mystery boxes where he introduces things and he may or may not answer those questions later. But when there's no plan and he doesn't know if he's coming back for more movies, those questions definitely never get answered, or they get answered in ways that was never intended to be answered, which you get in The Last Jedi. So I think from the very beginning, the lack of planning is kind of the thing that, was doomed from the start, maybe.
There was kind of a clash of styles with some of the classic stuff too. The biggest reveal in the history of Star Wars was End of Empire Strikes Back, where Darth Vader is Luke's father. Well, they did a similar reveal in Force Awakens in the first 10 minutes of the movie, where Kylo Ren is the son of Han and Luke. Han and Luke, that would have been interesting.
He's adopted.
the son of Han and Leia. And he wears this mask like Darth Vader, which comes off in the first 15 minutes of them. And it's like every reveal that there could have been was like out of the bag. Like the first scene is what you get. So it kind of was a clash of styles too.
Yeah, I don't know. I like that because to me they're trying to make Kylo more of a character. Darth Vader, you don't get his character until Jedi, where you find out he kind of gets redeemed in that movie. Whereas with Kylo, they skip all the reveals right away so we can see him as more of a person. And, he throws temper tantrums and stuff. But I think the big reveal for Force Awakens is Han dying, right? I mean, that's in the similar vein.
I would agree. And the way that he died, I think, was acceptable. Okay. Like a lot of people will flash back to the expanded universe novels, and the first original character that was ever killed off in the expanded universe was Chewbacca. And he was killed off in the first series of the New Jedi Order books. And they killed him by dropping a moon on him while he was saving one of Han's kids, which was you couldn't come up with a better way to have a death scene than that in a book. And then Han gets stabbed and falls off a bridge with his son. So it was kind of anticlimactic how they wind up killing him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I guess if we're keeping in trend of it being New Hope, I guess he's supposed to take the place of the Ben Kenobi death.
Right. And Ben Kenobi dying propelled Luke down this path of being a Jedi.
Yeah.
Where Han dying really lended nothing to the character development as much as they wanted it to. It lended nothing to the character development of Kylo Ren.
Yeah.
Because they tried to revisit it in The Last Jedi, and it just didn't work.
And Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
When he comes back as a ghost.
And it doesn't work for him.
Yeah, I think it all goes back to that lack of planning. You could have saved something like that for a later movie if you knew you were going to do it.
Right. If you knew you were making that trilogy, I could totally see that being, and it probably was, because when it originally happened, the understanding was that J.J. Abrams was going to make the trilogy. And then he had a scheduling conflict with Last Jedi, and we wind up having Rian Johnson step in to do Last Jedi, and by all accounts, all of Rian Johnson's other films were fantastic. What happened with Last Jedi, I don't know.
I still think Last Jedi, in terms of direction, is like one of the best. Like in terms of cinematography and stuff, it's like that and a Rogue One. Like no other Star Wars movie looks like that in terms of how it's shot.
I have okay, it's different. I'll give you that. I'm not going to argue with that. The fact that they start the movie off with your mom joke is kind of a slap in the face.
Well, the whole thing's a slap in the face, right?
Well, it is, and really, it's the entire movie took everything that was established in Force Awakens and threw it out the window.
Yep.
And it was like, oh, okay, you only got another movie left in this trilogy. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and there is merit in trying something new with Star Wars and not just doing the same thing over and over again, even though it would have made you infinite money. But it's not great when you make it a pillar movie of the franchise. Maybe give Rian Johnson a Star Wars story first.
Yep.
And have him work it out.
Yep.
But I think if you're going to have this, especially coming off Force Awakens, which was very much just New Hope again, and played it very safe with pretty much everything, to have it be such a drastic change, I think was a difficult call.
Well, and I as much as I harp and I rail against Rian Johnson's abuse of the franchise, it's not his fault. It's the fault of Kathleen Kennedy and the other executives who saw this before it went out the door and allowed it to go out the door.
Yeah, I wonder what the behind the scenes were like on that, like how that got that far.
Like it was embarrassing to see something like that. Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master, is milking a cow. Okay,
it's tough.
It was just, and the whole premise of the movie being a rehash of really someone my age. It was a rehash of the O.J. Simpson chase. It was a slow white Bronco chase where no one in the history of Star Wars ever ran out of gas. I'm sorry. Like that whole premise itself was just weak.
Yeah. And it's things like that where like when you're going to release a main movie in the franchise, people are going to ask questions. They're going to be much more critical of it. So like give them a side story, give them a TV show. Well, they weren't doing TV shows at the time, but do a side story. It's maybe they were taking a risk because they know he's a good filmmaker. Maybe they thought he could pull it off. But I think, and I'm sure he didn't write and direct, not entirely. I'd have to see who the other writers are because the writing is a big part of that as well.
Right, I agree.
But I just think
but it was a reputation. I mean, he got the movie based on his reputation, and his reputation was for making some non-standard films. You know, I mean, he was a revolutionary director in what he's done. And
I've only seen Looper. That's the only other film I've seen.
I don't know what they expected out of him other than something that was unconventional. And it was unconventional.
Yeah.
But unconventional is not Star Wars.
Yeah, and it's difficult not to compare it to the MCU because it's like the same company now, and eventually they clearly were trying to go for something like that.
Right.
Where it's like all the MCU movies are directed by different people, but when you get an Avengers movie or a Civil War where it's like everybody shows up,
there's a timeline they have to abide by.
Exactly. There's a Kevin Feige at the top who's saying, "Hey, we gotta." Even in the individual movies, Kevin Feige's coming in and he's saying, "Hey, we got to stick with this."
There's an overall master who's directing the plot. Like, you have to go from point A to point B. How you do that is up to you in the movie. But at the end of the movie, you have to be at point B is what the rule is.
Yeah, and there are some negative aspects to that because you see MCU directors fired all the time for creative differences, a.k.a. they're not sticking to the cookie cutter what Disney wants formula. But the benefit of that is that you get a cohesive narrative.
And when you're doing it over the course of 10 or more movies, you need that or it's complete chaos. Look at what happened to the Marvel properties before Disney took over. You know, look at the Spider-Man movies. Look at the Fantastic Four movies.
Yep.
It was a mess. They were all over the place. There was consistency issues. There were continuity issues. There was nobody who was helming the entire thing. And that's the one thing that Disney has at least done with the Marvel side of things.
Yeah, and I'm hoping, and we'll get to Dave Filoni later, he's the guy in charge of, Clone Wars and Rebels and things like that. I think he's the closest we have to a Kevin Feige in this universe with how he's worked on Mandalorian and elements of Boba Fett and the Ahsoka show coming up. We'll get to all that later. But I think it's something that I think is hopeful for the franchise going forward.
Absolutely. Let's finally, bash a little bit on Rise of Skywalker and finish up this diatribe before we move on.
That's my least favorite movie in all of them, even the prequels. I just can't stand it. It's like terrible.
I think J.J. Abrams kind of got stuck with a raw deal. He had a vision when he started Force Awakens that was thrown out with Last Jedi, and he had to spend half of Rise of Skywalker fixing all the stuff that Rian Johnson broke in Last Jedi.
It felt like two movies.
Yeah, it did, because he had to basically retcon Last Jedi.
Which, is just so sloppy. And again, we go back to the lack of planning. That's, ridiculous. When you're spending billions of dollars on these movies and you have to spend half of, just from a production and, a narrative standpoint, having to redo or undo, a half or a third of your trilogy is, ridiculous. How did that happen?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think it's because he had a vision of where he wanted it to go, lost the control in the middle there and had to try to regain it. And you had to resurrect Palpatine. Somehow,
Palpatine has returned.
No, mind you, if anyone follows the expanded universe, Palpatine comes back a couple of times. And every time that he comes back in the expanded universe, it's a stretch. Okay?
It's ridiculous, yeah.
It is. And for him to come back here, and not only did they bring him back, they had foreshadowed him coming back when they had Ian McDiarmid, who plays Palpatine, show up at Star Wars Celebration months before the movie came out, because the trailer they put in the Emperor laughing.
Yeah.
And then and it was like there was no surprise whatsoever. You knew exactly what was going to happen.
The question was, it'll be really cool how they show it, and then they did it.
Right. and then it wasn't cool when they showed it.
They're still trying to explain it. We've gotten some hints of cloning and siphoning Baby Yoda blood, I guess, for midichlorians, but we still don't have a concrete explanation as to how he came back.
Well, and the kicker is, had they gone down the original route of the expanded universe and which is the direction they're going now, mind you, went the path of the Thrawn trilogy, which legitimately should have been the sequel trilogy to what we originally know of as Star Wars, you would have gotten Thrawn. You would have gotten Jorah Sabath. You would have been introduced to the cloning of a Sith user and of a Force user and the complications. You would have gotten all that stuff, and it would have logically led to this point.
Yeah.
And when they acquired the property, they just decided to throw everything out that was Lucas's stuff, and they didn't want it anymore.
Yeah.
And that was their dumbest mistake.
We might talk more on that throwing out later, but yeah, that whole the months after the acquisition where they just destroying projects left and right is rough. But going back to the EU stuff, it's like the Marvel comics. You know, you have a blueprint, and it's not a perfect blueprint. Comics are very weird, but like you have a story that at least most people, not most people, but like people have read, and it worked. So you can at least pull elements from that. It's something. It's a path you could take, and it's 3 books, so it could have been another trilogy right there.
Right, and it's something that people are familiar with too. So they've got something to latch onto. Marvel's more difficult because you have relaunches of storylines multiple times in the comic industry. And what Marvel tends to do is they pull different pieces, different elements from each of those relaunches and puts them into a cohesive story. So no matter what era you read the comics, you'll recognize parts of it. And it's that recognition, not nostalgia so much, it's that recognition of, oh, I know who that guy is. He was this guy over here. I wonder where he's going to wind up in this story. It's that little click in the brain that makes the Marvel stuff work so well.
And how they will subvert those expectations as well, where like they'll take if you know, like everyone, not everyone, but when everyone figured out Thanos was the bad guy, people went and looked up the original Infinity War. Right. But it's not like that. Like it's much different.
But you've had fails along those lines too, like the Mandarin.
Oh yeah.
So that didn't go over quite as well as they wanted to do.
Yeah, they had to go back and retcon that multiple times.
They had to clean that up a couple of times.
But yeah, it's always like with that, you've got the blueprint, and then they change it up where they need to, and you know they keep what they want, but they use the comics as at least a jumping off point. Whereas with Star Wars, there seemed to be no planning at all.
Right. Well, and to complicate things, and this, you know, we'll go into the next segment here about, you know, Disney learning from their mistakes. Is while they're making these, Disney's also in the process of releasing these one-off movies. And their premise at the time, and they even stated this, was they would have a canon Star Wars saga, a Skywalker saga movie every, 3 years, and then they'd have a one-off movie in between there. And the idea was to keep interest in Star Wars. Well, everyone who's a Star Wars fan knows that you get a trilogy, there's 3 years between each episode, and then there's like 15 years before anything else happens. And that's kind of the pace that we've lived at. Well, you wind up getting the first example of this in Rogue One, a Star Wars story, which, in my opinion, is one of the best movies in the entire Star Wars franchise.
Yeah, Rogue One's pretty good. It really doubles down on all that nostalgia and like fan service stuff, but it's fun, and I like that movie. And it's not a main trilogy, so it's okay for it to be like that flawed.
It's a movie that didn't need to be made. It didn't change the overall narrative. It didn't change the overall story. Everything else remains. It's a fringe movie that happens to be made that has beautiful artistry to it, beautiful writing. It ties perfectly into what we know is Star Wars. And you get a badass version of Vader out of it, too.
Yes, yeah, that's true. That probably knocks it up like 3 points for you.
Yeah. And then, 2 years later, we get Solo, another Star Wars movie that didn't need to be made, which was terrible.
I mean, it has good parts, but like overall, it's not great.
It's one that didn't need to be made, and it goes against the idea. It's basically what they did with Darth Vader and Boba Fett, and all the characters that had these brief moments in Star Wars history that were badass characters because you didn't know anything about them.
Yep.
And you didn't need to know anything about them.
That's what makes them cool.
Right.
Is that you can say whatever you want in your head about them.
Right. So no matter what, you're going to look at Darth Vader, and he's a whiny little kid now.
Yeah.
You're going to look at Boba Fett if you watch the Clone Wars, and he's a whiny little kid now that misses his dad. Like, you've ruined these characters by doing this stuff. And Lucas tried to ruin Han Solo already in the digital edition of Star Wars by making Greedo shoot first.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we're not even going to get into that debate. I will say on that, though, that Han shooting first defined Han's character.
Yeah, he was like a bad guy, basically.
Right.
He was a murderer.
He was that guy on the fringe that was going to play dirty if he had to get the job done.
Which is the whole point of his arc in New Hope, is that he learns, he comes back for Luke, he helps.
It's a redemption story for Han.
Which you don't get in Solo also, because they give him an arc in that movie where at the end of Solo, he's a good guy. where he shouldn't be. He should
he should be a bad guy.
which doesn't make any sense to me because he gets betrayed in that movie by his love interest Kira.
Right.
You'd think that would
And his
harden
mentor.
him, and his mentor. Yeah, everybody basically. You'd think that would harden him and make him bad, but because it's a movie, you can't have an ending with your character being a bad guy.
Right.
I guess I don't know. You could have, but they didn't want to.
Yeah, so that was where you left some head scratching there. And the other problem that happened with Solo was, again, if you were a fan of the expanded universe, there was a natural story progression of the relationship between Han and Chewie. You know, Han gets his blaster as another storyline. So you have all these different things that define the Han Solo character over the course of years, and they cram it into this movie where it happens in the course of a couple of days.
It's like the ending of Revenge of the Sith, where in the last 10 minutes, everything has to get set up for New Hope really fast.
Right, exactly. And it just kills the whole premise of what this character has done. So this character has no backstory whatsoever that didn't occur in the last 3 days.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of, we'll get into Kenobi at some point. This is probably going to run long, but
Yeah, it is.
Kenobi should have been, in my opinion, should have been a movie. The Solo movie should have been a TV show.
Yes.
Where it was like serialized, you know, it was almost like designed to be a TV show, especially if you're going to do the forced, here's how Han got his socks, here's how Han got his watch. Like,
Exactly. Exactly.
like the old, I never saw it, but I've seen clips of it, the old Indiana Jones show, where it's an old Indiana
Young
Jones
Indiana Jones. Yeah.
telling stories about his youth.
Yep.
It could have just been that. Him talking to Kylo or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have went well. Right before he gets stabbed.
Yeah. He's like, Wayne, I have to tell you all these things about my past.
Fortunately, after that came out, and it was
It flopped, right?
it was profitable at the box office, so I can't call it a financial failure.
Oh, I thought it was a financial failure.
No, but from a creative standpoint, it was a terrible failure. I mean, the writing was weak.
Well, that was one of the ones where they had director issues because it was Ron Howard
they
and
swapped
then
out directors in the middle of it.
I think it was the Lego Movie guys, right? Miller and Lord.
Might have been. I forget who the original one was.
Yeah.
It also didn't help that they cast someone that looked nothing like Harrison Ford, sounded anything like Harrison Ford, walked like Harrison. Like, he had no resemblance to the character itself. They almost deliberately picked somebody that didn't fit the part so bad as almost like a slap in the face to fans.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where I come down on that because I'm okay with people performing it in their own way, but if you're doing a prequel story, they should at least pretend like they're that person eventually, or where you can see those elements of where they will get to that point. Like Donald Glover was good as Lando.
Oh my God, he was the highlight of the entire movie.
But he was pretty clearly just doing a Billy D impersonation.
He was.
So,
but that's the problem. You're playing an existing character. Like, if you get cast to play George Washington in a movie, you damn well better look and sound like George Washington.
That's
okay?
fair, I guess.
Otherwise, it's called Hamilton.
True,
okay?
true. But I think we're getting a Lando show eventually, right?
We probably are. We'll talk about that, though. But anyway, so they learned their lesson here. They backed off from the movies. Disney Plus came out, and they moved into streaming. So what they encountered was some Disney fatigue. They encountered some Star Wars fatigue, which I think Disney was surprised at because they kind of went down that same path with Star Wars that they did with Marvel, and the fans ate up everything Marvel that came out, and they loved it. And I think it backfired on Star Wars. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it sure seems that way. I certainly feel the fatigue. But I think the reason that happens is because at a certain point, there's only so many stories you can tell in the Star Wars universe, right? Especially when you limit yourselves like they constantly do with all these movies and TV shows, where they very rarely try something different, something that breaks the mold. And I think that kind of it limits the amount of things you can do. And I think that's where a lot of the fatigue come from, where like with Marvel, you'll get a Ragnarok, a Thor Ragnarok, you'll get a Guardians, movies that do things that are kind of weird and out there because they're allowed to be. But like, there's really nothing like that with Star Wars. Maybe we'll get the Taika Waititi's making a show. We'll get something like that, maybe. But I think if you look at the broad, selection of what we have to view of Star Wars, it's all pretty similar.
And I agree with you 100% there. I think with Marvel, you can get away with that because Marvel, let's face it, Marvel combines several different properties that no one ever thought they'd be able to combine.
And genres.
Yeah, well, when Guardians of the Galaxy came out and we were told that they're going to merge in with Avengers, I'm like, how are you going to do that?
Right.
Like, one's almost an adult version of Marvel merging in with the kid version. Like, none of that's going to work, and they wound up making it work. Mm-hmm. You brought in brilliant out of the box thinkers like Taika Waititi, who I love everything that he does. He comes in and gives us a comedy that fits into everything that's like a flash from the 1970s with everything that he does. So you could get away with that. And I think Disney found out that the Star Wars fans are too rigid for that. They're too loyal to what the nostalgia of it is, and they're big on the nostalgia.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the problem. And I try to break myself of that because, like, with Marvel, it's like if you want a spy story, you can go watch Winter Soldier. If you want a Western, I blanked on one, but you know what I mean. There's a genre for a movie for everything. And I think if they did that with Star Wars, it'd be a lot more successful and a lot more, at least creatively interesting to watch, because you can do those things with Star Wars. I mean, we see Mando and Book of Boba Fett. They love the Western trope. They get into that. But you can make it work in other genres. I've only watched a handful of episodes of Visions, the animated show where they did a bunch of short stories, but that was another example of where you could have done all these different genre type stories in Star Wars. Make a noir, make a war movie, which you got a little bit of a war movie in Solo for like 15 minutes. But the point is, you don't have to be creatively, out of ideas because you limit yourself based on your nostalgia. You can do all these other stories in Star Wars if you just do it right and make new characters and make new settings and, kind of blaze a new path that isn't so rigid and stuck to itself.
And ultimately, I think the problem boils down to the fact that Disney did not know the fan base of Star Wars. And I think they're just finally starting to learn that, because you're starting to see things that are different. But they're not dramatically different, nor are they canonically impacting on the overall story, which is where Visions comes in. And Visions, with the exception of, I think, 2 or 3 of the episodes of it, every episode of it is different. It's a different style. It's a different story. It's a different impact. It's a different time period. And they do a really good job of that. And the fans accepted it because it's a little bit at a time, You can't just come in and throw a Thor Ragnarok in there, because the Star Wars fans just aren't going to accept that.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to lead them down that path.
And going back to what I was saying about doing different genre type stories in Star Wars, that's one of the reasons I like the Clone Wars show so much, the animated one, not the Genndy Tartakovsky one, because they did that in that show constantly. They would take, an arc, they'd take 3 or 4 episodes and make like a murder mystery, or they'd make like a Western, or they'd make a,
or a horror. They did a horror series with it.
Yeah, and it really showed that Star Wars doesn't have to be the same thing all the time. You can take these tropes, and that, I mean, really, the original trilogy, at least New Hope, was like that too. Lucas being inspired by Kurosawa and things like that. It was all, and Campbell's hero's journey thing, the circle. Like, it's all just taking big idea stories and putting them in a sci-fi fantasy setting. And you can do that more if you don't limit yourself as much.
I agree. And I think Disney is finally getting to the point where they're hitting their stride and they're learning how to do that.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, and we're going to talk about the current state of Star Wars. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's our subject today. We're going to talk a little bit more about the current state of Star Wars. So the properties that we have available right now, and I'll run down the list real quick that are currently active. We have Mandalorian, which is filming season 3. We have Bad Batch, which is in post-production for season 2. We have the Book of Everyone but the Book of Boba Fett, which has finished its limited run.
They're making more of that?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
It's finished its limited run.
I know, but it's the ongoing section. I thought I had missed some announcement
Well,
or
it's
something.
current. We also have Obi-Wan that finished its run, too. So that's what we have available to us to watch right now, plus all the other stuff that came out. Where do we stand with Mandalorian? What do you think of it now? We're going into our third season here. Is it still worth watching?
Absolutely. I'd argue to say it might be the only thing worth watching. It's probably, and I was going to say this conclusion for the end of the show, but it's probably the only thing I'm going to be watching going here on out. I can't do it anymore. But I like The Mandalorian. I think season 1 and 2, while they have their flaws and they have their problems, I think by season 2 especially, they really figured it out. Some say they go a little heavy with the cameos from other shows and things like that, but I think at its core, Din Djarin, whatever his name is, the Mandalorian.
Din Djarin.
I think that character is great, and I think that it's really something positive that's come out of this new era of Star Wars. Grogu, I can take it or leave it. I'm not a big Grogu guy. I know people are, but it's fine. And I think that crew, that cast of characters that they've got in there, whoever's left. I know some people got booted for having bad beliefs in real life, but they've done a good job crafting that universe, and I think that show going forward, I think it could only go up, really.
And I agree. I think it's probably the highlight. It has reinvigorated people's interest in Star Wars. They've used it as a springboard to basically create multiple spin-offs from. I was disappointed at what everyone describes as season 2.5 of The Mandalorian, which was the tail end of Boba Fett, Book of Boba Fett, where we thought, the whole storyline with Baby Yoda, Grogu was gone, and now he's back in the picture. And I think that's a mistake, because I think continued emphasis, even though everyone loves the cute little Baby Yoda, I think continued emphasis on that character is going to be a drain on any storyline that's out there.
I always knew Baby Yoda was going to come back. I did think we'd get...
He had to, because he makes so much money for him.
Exactly. If you want to look at it cynically, yes. I'm sure you can look around this room and see Baby Yoda merch somewhere.
There's some behind you.
Yeah. He makes way too much money, and he's way too marketable. They're never going to get rid of him. However, I thought we'd at least get... I wasn't expecting 2.5 in Book of Boba Fett. That kind of...
I wasn't either.
That was like wild. But I thought we'd maybe get like half a season of Mando without him, and then, maybe he has like some other adventure with something else, and then he comes back. But no, he's back right away.
Yep, right off the bat. And I think that's a mistake, unfortunately.
Yeah, because what are you going to do? You concluded that whole arc.
Yeah.
I guess it would be, now it's Mandalorian reclaiming his Mandalorianness, right?
That almost sounds obscene the way you say that.
Because like, didn't in that episode of Boba Fett, he gets kicked out.
He gets kicked out
by the other two living Mandalorians that are left.
Right. Well, and they're not the only living Mandalorians left. They're the living ones from the Death Watch.
But I'm hoping we get, because we already had what's her name, Bo-Katan, right? So
she's obviously going to be back.
So yeah, I'm hoping. I like the Mandalorian stuff in general, like the Mandalorian.
It's a great, and everyone loves Mandalorians. Like that's the thing. It's that they're like the Klingons of Star Wars. Everyone just loves how rich their heritage is.
Yeah, so I'm hoping we get more of that. I much prefer it as now, especially with the Mandalorian, because I like the characters. I prefer it much more when every episode is connected to the overall plot. I'm not big on like the whole serialized thing, which you kind of got more in. That was more season 1, right?
That was season 1, yeah.
Yeah, but when they started moving to season 2, where things were more connected and it told one long story, I much prefer that. And I hope that they stick with that and there's not as much, one-off episodes, unless they're, interesting.
Well, the only concern that I have in the direction that they're going is they're probably going to have to lend some support, some tertiary support to some of the other shows. So we already know they're feeding into the Ahsoka series, right? So they're doing... The whole Grogu cloning, Admiral Thrawn type stuff. So they're already feeding into that. I don't know what else they'll be feeding into, but because it originated with Mandalorian, it's there almost like a
Iron Man.
Yeah, it's what the whole Disney Plus stuff is circulating around right now. So you're probably still going to have some drain on the resources for that.
I mean, yeah, that's how all these shows work. We're going to name the show after a character, but then we're going to introduce a bunch of other characters along the way and give them time so that they can have their own show so that we can keep stringing people along.
Right. And that's good business. What about Bad Batch? What's your thoughts? And who's the character, the young one there?
Wrecker? Omega?
Omega. I had to get you to say it.
Yeah, Omega. I liked Bad Batch a lot. It was way too long. I can't believe it was like a full season of Clone Wars where it was like 23 episodes.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous. However, if we can keep making, and they're doing that with
You're scraping the bottom of the barrel when you got the kid in there scamming card games.
Yeah.
You're putting that into
Yeah.
an episode.
They should have taken the approach of the Clone Wars final season where it was short. I'm a big advocate of everything should be short, but I really like the Clone Wars animation. I've come to really like it, and especially with that final season of Clone Wars, they've really stepped up the budget, and it looks like incredible.
Yeah.
And I like keeping in that universe with the clones. I always think that those were some of the best stories coming out of Clone Wars, and I just like that style of show continuing. That being said, like I said, it was way too long. It had, a lot of episodes that you could have just not had in the show. And it had a similar thing like with Mando, where it was it became a cameo of the week show at a certain point. But unfortunately, I just think that's all the Star Wars shows at this point so that we can get people to stay interested.
Right. You got to sell shows. You got to sell merchandise.
But I'm looking forward to the new season of it. And I just really like that not a genre, but those types of shows. And when we're getting more of that with what's it called? Tales of the Jedis, I think.
See, the one thing that I did like about it is the fact that Clone Wars always showed you Star Wars from a different perspective. It wasn't from the lead character perspective. It was from the guys down the bottom, right? Mm-hmm. Bad Batch does that, but it does that at a critical period of time. Seeing Order 66 from their perspective was awesome.
Yep.
Seeing how people react to Imperial troops now, you get a whole different perspective on what that period of time is like.
It's one of the most interesting periods in Star Wars, too, seeing that transition from the Republic to the Empire.
Absolutely. And you never get a chance to see that anywhere else. This is the first time you got to see that. You got to see, little bits of it here and there with, A New Hope, but like
Fallen Order.
You had no interaction. But again, video games. I want to stay away from the video games because it's a small segment of the population. This opens it up to more people, and this adds more character, more color, and more grit to that time period, and it's going to support everything moving forward, which is what I like about it.
Yeah, definitely.
Book of Boba, what are your thoughts on it?
It's such a disappointment. It really was. And it was one of those shows that put another coffin in the nail of me stop watching these shows, because it felt like such a waste of time. I think that it was structured poorly. I really don't know what they were doing with it. It seems like they didn't really either. It seemed like the whole thing was just a con to get to the Mandalorian stuff at the end. I really don't know what else to say about it. It just, you can definitely skip it because Boba Fett doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, and like the first 4 episodes are nothing but flashbacks of how he survives the Sarlacc, which once he shows up in Mandalorian, you kind of have to answer that question. Mm-hmm. How he forgot that he left his armor there when he got out, I don't understand that. There was a lot of inconsistencies in it, but you're right. It's a series that did not need to be created. Why Boba Fett, a bounty hunter, would want to be a crime lord on Tatooine, still don't understand the concept behind that. Why he aligned himself with a gang of teenagers who rode really flashy motorcycle bikes, I don't understand that either.
Like, and you say it's a show that doesn't need to exist, but it also didn't justify its own existence. That's the thing. You can have things that don't need to exist but are still fun to watch. But with Boba Fett, it didn't need to exist, and you didn't need to watch it.
No, you're right, and I think you hit the nail on the head. That the only reason it existed was to give you Mandalorian season 2.5, which we could have all waited for that to be, an episode or 2 in season 3.
Yeah, we've talked about this off the air before, but it should have been the reverse, where it's a season of Mandalorian with a Boba Fett episode.
Sure.
Not a season of a Boba Fett show with a Mandalorian episode. Because you easily could have, let's be real, you could have crammed this whole Book of Boba Fett show into an episode or 2 of a Mandalorian season. And, you could have, where's Boba at now? Because, he was a character in the show, basically.
Right.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we do get that in the new Mandalorian season, where we get more on Boba.
Well, and the ultimate problem that I had was everybody from Mandalorians getting their own series. It's like, even the bartender at that nowhere, town that they've had Cobb Vanth's getting his own series. I'm surprised Cobb Vanth doesn't have his own series yet. It's like,
well, he's a robot now.
But it's like they're telegraphing it at this point in time. It's like back in the 1980s when you had all these spin-offs of these original shows. It's like it's too much. Like, if you want to come up with additional shows because you need to fill airtime on Disney Plus, come up with something original.
Well, it's funny you call it airtime because that is what it feels like. It feels like it's like cable TV and they have to fill this airtime. When in reality, they could put on there whatever they want.
Well, they're trying to get people to maintain their subscriptions to it. And they think content is king. You got to throw content out there, whether it's good or not, so that people can consume something.
And that's kind of why I've fallen off. I just can't do it anymore. It's just none of this it's all, and you don't want to limit yourself to a numbering system, but for the sake of this, I'm going to. Everything feels like a 6 or a 7 out of 10. None of this feels like it is much must-watch TV. Nothing's really doing anything different. It's all just very middle of the road, and it all just feels like it's stringing me along as a viewer. And Marvel is doing that too, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that on the air, but I've stopped watching the Marvel shows, and I'm probably going to stop watching the Star Wars shows, except for Mandalorian.
And I think you're right. And I think it's a race to mediocrity at this point. Mm-hmm. And I think it's our fault as a consumer because the more, and it's always been this way. If you look at TV and radio, whatever, the more crap they put out there, the more we want to consume it.
Yep.
And now they can tie direct numbers to it because they've got subscriber numbers. We're paying for this crap now. It's not just that we're sitting there watching advertisements. Mm-hmm. We're paying them to put this stuff out there.
Yep. And that was kind of the conclusion I came to, is that I'm part of the problem. By watching all these shows and by paying for Disney Plus, I am contributing to the thing that I hate. So I've decided to try to remove myself from the equation.
So finally in this segment, let's have our discussion about Obi-Wan, the series. This is what triggered this whole idea of this podcast. Give me your thoughts, and then you and I can argue.
Well, I liked it. I don't think it needed to be a show. I'll just say that. I think it could have been a 2.5 hour long movie. But they couldn't have gotten 6 weeks of programming out of it if they didn't do that. I think the first 2 episodes started off very strong. I think a lot of the Obi-Wan stuff, with a few exceptions, was pretty good. But I think when you get into everything else in the show, it all felt like extra fluff that didn't really need to be there. The character of Reva, I didn't really like at first. By the end, I kind of was a little bit higher on her when she started showing more emotion other than just being angry. And the twist of her hunting Vader was good. All the Vader stuff, I thought did a pretty good job. You get to see Vader be a crazy murderer, which everybody loves. You get a lot of good Vader moments in that. I think there's some parts that don't really help at all, like all the stuff with the Grand Inquisitor. That didn't need to be in there. A lot of the stuff with a lot of the other rebels he meets really didn't need to be in there unless they show up in that Rangers of the Republic show that's coming out, which is what it felt like. It felt like an ad for that show.
Oh, they're going to show up on Andor probably, too.
Oh, yeah, that too. Yeah. But Little Leia was great. I thought that was a great twist that I didn't see coming. That was really well done and consistently paid off throughout the show. But yeah, I definitely think it could have just been a movie, and it would have had more impact if it was a movie.
And you know what? I don't disagree with anything what you said. I was happy that the whole damn thing didn't happen on Tatooine like everything else in the Star Wars universe seems to. I would suggest the next time they decide to have a lightsaber fight, you need to have more lighting than just the 2 lightsabers because you couldn't see shit during the fight. That was a problem. And recreating the Ahsoka fight between Vader and Ahsoka from Clone Wars from Rebels probably wasn't necessary because you already saw that fight once and it was almost an identical walk for walk through that fight. So that was kind of disappointing. How did you leave Reva alive?
She's redeemed. It's fine.
Is she? Really?
I thought she was going to off herself. I don't know. I don't know what our censorship's like on the show, but I thought she was going to unalive herself.
I don't know how, as Obi-Wan, you could let somebody who is a Grand Inquisitor, who now knows about Luke and Leia, live.
Well, because she has to have her own show. It's the same reason he let Vader live, because he had to, because that's what the writing dictated.
Well, no, from a canonical timeline, you kind of had to let him live. Well, but how do you walk away from that? Like, you literally have a chance right there. Mm-hmm. You thought you killed him before, and you walked away, and he was still breathing, and you thought he was going to die. How do you walk away from him again after doing that?
I was telling a friend of mine, we were talking about it, and I was like, big Batman energy with this, where like he has him dead to rights, and he just lets him live, even though he knows that he's going to go on to kill thousands of people. And it's like, but like, didn't we know this going into the show, right? When they confirmed Vader was going to be in it, and they confirmed they were going to fight, we all knew how it was going to end. No, neither of them are going to die. Right. That's what happens when you milk every like moment of this timeline, but you already know the end in the beginning. These things are inevitable. I think if anything, they should have done, You remember in Force Awakens when Rey and Kylo fight and then an earthquake happened and they're split apart? Something like that.
Well, and it's funny you mention that because I was having a conversation with a colleague at work and we said, okay, so we know there's 2 battles. We know that Obi-Wan is going to at least win the last one because you have to in order to fit the line from A New Hope of when last we met, you were the master. So we now know that he had to win that last fight. But everybody else besides Vader thought that Obi-Wan was dead. Even Tarkin says, oh, he's long dead, right? So the way the battle should have ended was Vader lost, but somehow came up with a way to conceivably explain how Obi-Wan dies. And he basically lies and says, oh, he kicked my ass, but I killed him and he's gone now. Knowing that he's alive himself, but everyone else thinks he's dead. That's what should have happened. And the Kylo Ren thing with the earth splitting would have been a great way to do that.
Yeah.
I thought that's what they were going to do when they dropped him in the pit and threw the rocks on top of him.
Yep. They could have even done that because you get the Ian McDermott cameo, which is great. He's always great. Not necessary, but great.
No, it didn't do anything for the show.
But you could have had that moment where, because basically Palpatine just shows up and goes, you mad? You look a little mad. But he could have said, like, that's where he could have had the moment you're talking about where he lies and says, I got him. He's dead, you know? Because then you know he's lying to the Emperor. He's lying to...
And that would have set it up perfectly.
Yep.
That would have made so much more sense.
Yep. But,
instead of, oh, no, Obi-Wan he left him with a broken mask and left.
Yep.
It makes no sense that you would just walk away.
I know. And that's what happens when you limit yourself and you make a prequel, because they love prequels. And like when you do these things and you tie yourself down to these conclusions that like you can't get out of, right? I mean, like, there's no way to get out of this.
No, you're right. You're right. You kind of have to talk your way around it.
But the question is this show must-see Star Wars? I would say it is because I like Obi-Wan.
And I would say it is because I like Darth Vader.
Yeah.
So just for the fight alone and seeing Darth Vader's power, I would say it is.
Yeah, I really, he has a good fight with Reva too. That was fun. I wish we would have gotten a little bit more.
Yeah, the fight, the saberless fight with Reva was awesome.
Yeah, a little bit more Vader character stuff.
Well, my question to you is: are we going to get a Vader series out of this now?
God, I hope not.
Because Hayden Christian had suggested
he's got nothing going on. Don't listen to him.
He's available.
Yeah, I know.
He's available.
But like,
but that's the moneymaker. That's Grogu.
I know.
You could make a series of Darth Vader going to the bathroom and people would watch it and pay to watch.
If they're gonna do a Vader show, they should just do the Vader comics, because those like make him a real human being. Where like when Palpatine,
they do, but I don't want to get Dr. Aphra in. Oh,
I don't. I'm not talking about that. Like when Palpatine strands him on the planet, or like with nothing, and like he has to fight Tarkin and stuff like that. Like all those little one-off things.
I could see that. They did the Sith Lords book. That would make a great series that you could do.
Yeah, because the problem is like, at least in the movies and TV, because that's the only thing I've seen. Because I've only read some of the comics, but like Vader is just like a crazy bad guy at this point. He's just like a mass murderer, and that's hard to make a main character of your show because he's just like murdering people all the time. Like, what are you gonna do with him? Like, in the comics, you get more of his depth, where like he has his own motivations and he's overcoming his own insecurities and things like that to become the Vader we see in New Hope.
You get much more depth, character development in the written.
But even in Obi-Wan, he's basically just a crazy murderer the whole time, except for a few moments where we see Anakin come through. But even then, he doubles down.
That was very well done, by the way, especially
the cutting between the voices.
As the voices were cutting back and forth, that was really well done.
And we talked about this before we came on, but there's a lot of great lines in that finale that I really, really liked. I like how he calls him Darth. Obi-Wan calls him Darth before he leaves. Like he says, only Master of Evil, Darth in New Hope. So it's like he's finally accepting that Anakin's dead. But even then, it's like, come on, just stab him, you know?
Yeah. Like, at least stab him and walk away and have him survive it. Because like, you already established the Grand Inquisitor survived it.
And Reva.
Right. So that would have been a great way to think he killed him again.
Yeah, I mean, he could even cut him in half. You could do pretty much anything.
You could cut him in half because he's done that before and the guy survived too. So. And threw him down a pit.
See, that would have been even... Because I don't know, I'm not familiar. I haven't seen A New Hope in a while. Does Obi-Wan know Vader's alive and like is Anakin in New Hope? Like, does he know him?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, because I was gonna say it would have been interesting if he killed Vader.
That's why Luke confronts him, where after he tells him,
okay, yeah,
Darth Vader betrayed and murdered your father. That's where they get the line from. You know, Anakin Skywalker's dead. I killed him. Oh, that's a great way to explain that to your son in 10 years. All right, thanks for that.
Yeah. Because I was going to say he could have legitimately thought he killed Vader only to have him reappear later, but that probably wouldn't have worked. I don't know. I still think that show is worth watching. You know, there's definitely a lot of parts in it that didn't need to be in there, but I think especially if you're a fan of the prequels and if you're a Vader fan, you basically get the payoff of Obi-Wan, because like he shows up in Rebels as like old man Ben and does some stuff, but like it's not like character development. He's kind of just there.
Right.
But if you want the conclusion to, especially coming off of Revenge of the Sith, because they really pay into that a lot, I think it's worth watching just for that.
I agree. It's definitely worth. The cinematics, I think, are worth watching. The stories.
Critical. I do want to mention that we are starting to see the limit of this LED wall that they shoot everything on, because everything looks flat. And you can see that in the Thor trailer, too. There's some shots of that look flat. You can really see it in this Obi-Wan show when they're on that rock planet. You can tell that it's like where they are is real, but everything else around them is very flat. And that's kind of the downfall of, I forget what it's called.
The volume.
Yeah, that's kind of the downfall of that tech. And I get it. It's Star Wars. The prequels were pushing the limits of what tech could do, and we're kind of doing that again. But like, I think they're...
What was funny was, I don't know if you watched the documentary, if you haven't seen stuff from it. They talk about the volume, and the purpose of the volume wasn't to create the dynamic backgrounds. It was to create the lighting from the backgrounds. And then they were going to digitally overwrite the backgrounds.
Okay.
Like a green screen.
Yeah.
But at least now you've got those realistic, that sun beating down or the fire coming up from the lava river from the finale of season 1. You have that effect, and you have something for the actors to react against. Even Carl Weathers says they're in this boat on this made-up floor with everything going on, and the scene is passing by. He said he was getting motion sick. He wasn't moving, but was getting motion sick because of the real. So it was a tool for the actors and for the visual effects guys, but it looked so good for what they were doing. They left it in so many of the shots. The one thing to take note, though, is you've got a couple of, and we're not going to go into this last segment here because we're up against the clock now, but I just want to touch a couple things. You've got Andor coming out. Well, Andor's not using the volume. Andor is using all practical effects.
Good.
They're building their sets. They're building their props. They're doing everything like a traditional movie. And it was very similar to what they did with the TV series of Halo. And you can tell the difference.
Yep.
When you open a door, and it's a door. It's not a panel with green on it that they overprint digital stuff on it. It looks and acts like it's real.
Yeah, that's good, because I'm definitely, like, I brought it up, but I'm feeling the limits of this volume technology, and I'm hoping they don't, because it makes everything feel flat, but like, end of the day, that's kind of just what it does.
And when you're doing outdoor panoramic shots like that, it doesn't always work.
Yeah.
Where it works is when you're enclosed somewhere and you don't need that depth. But when you're looking at a shot in a desert and you've got rocks in the foreground and rocks out in medium and rocks out, you lose that depth, that perception of depth.
So I'm hoping they either, they kind of work out on that, or I didn't realize Andor was being shot all practically. Double down on that. Practically is almost always better, in my opinion.
It is, but it costs a fortune.
True. So. Yeah. Just raise the price of Disney Plus.
There you go. So, yeah, we're at the 1 hour mark, and in this last section was actually going to be the longest section. So I think we're going to hold off on that for another episode.
Part 2.
We can do a part 2 of Help Me Obi-Wan.
Does that mean I have to watch Andor?
Not if we do it quick. If we do it in the next week or two, you should be okay. So we'll come back and we'll talk about the future of Star Wars on another episode. Any closing thoughts before we go, though?
No, I pretty much said everything. I think after Obi-Wan, because I think if they didn't get above a 7 out of 10 with Obi-Wan, I don't think anything's going to. Yeah. So I think I'm going to bail. I've already bailed on Marvel shows. I think I'm going to bail on Star Wars shows, except for Mandalorian. I'll come back for Mandalorian. It's
going to make it hard to get you back on an entertainment podcast if you're not going to watch anything.
I know. Unless, I don't know, they always put these articles out to try to get people to watch of like, you'll never believe who showed up in Andor episode 2. So if someone spoils it for me and it's something I actually enjoy, maybe I'll go and watch it. But I just don't see the point. It all just feels like they're stringing me along, you know, and I think I'm pulling the plug.
That. I don't see. For me, there's nothing else to watch right now. There's nothing else compelling for me to watch where I don't have the time to ingest this. And it's Star Wars. I feel compelled to ingest Star Wars.
It's understandable.
So, but that is it for our show today. Before we go, I once again want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Audio and video versions of all of our podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're on TuneIn, iHeartRadio, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. You can find, we stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, where you can find links to all those and more on our official website, www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books. Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 16 of Insights into Tomorrow, Microsoft's Gaming Monopoly. I'm your host today, Sam Whalen, and my co-host, Joseph Whalen. How you doing today?
Doing good, Sam. How you doing today?
Fantastic. We've taken a long hiatus from the show. The holiday break became the almost Q1 of 2022 breaks, but we're back. We're back, and we're talking about the Microsoft acquisition of Activision and Blizzard. We're going to break it all down for you on today's episode. But really quick, just a quick summary at the top of the show. So on January the 18th, we're a little bit late on this, but yesterday's news are tomorrow's insights. January the 18th, 2022, Microsoft, you guys may know them from Xbox and from computers, announced that they were acquiring Activision Blizzard in an all-cash transaction valued at $68.7 billion, or $95 per share. Now, this is arguably the biggest piece of news in the history of the games industry, and on today's show, we're going to take a look at what this means, why the acquisition is so important, and honestly, why you should care, because you might, look at this news and say, well, how does this affect me? It might not, but we'll get into it regardless. In addition, we'll hit some key elements, some key elements that should be remembered in this conversation going forward. But before we get into all that, I want to remind you some show plugs. You can subscribe to this podcast and all the podcasts offered from Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Podcast, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, and Pandora. I know Spotify just introduced a 5-star rating system. So if you go in there and rate the podcast, it does help our numbers quite a bit. In terms of contact information, we can be emailed at comments@insightsintothings.com. Twitter, we are at insights_things. Facebook, you can just search Insights Into Things Podcast. Instagram, at Insights Into Things. And finally, all these links, as well as more information, are on our website, www.insightsintothings.com. But that's all the housekeeping for today. Let's get right into the program. All right, so starting off with what exactly happened here. Now we have the press release from Microsoft that I've pulled a couple excerpts from just because nobody wants to hear boring corporate speak. But I've kind of boiled it down here. So, quote, Microsoft will acquire Activision Blizzard for $95 per share, which we hit at the top of the show, a $68.7 billion purchase, inclusive of Activision's Blizzard's net cash. Now, when this transaction closes, Microsoft will become the world's third largest gaming company by revenue, and they are behind Tencent at number one. Tencent, if you don't know, is a mobile game company. They're out of China. They make a ton of money through mobile games. And, of course, Sony at number two, Sony being the main competitor of Microsoft. Now, the planned acquisition includes iconic franchises from the Activision Blizzard and King Studios, King being the makers of Candy Crush, but games like Warcraft, whether that be World of Warcraft or... Is there another Warcraft game?
Yeah, there's a whole series of different Warcraft games that are
out. Diablo, Overwatch, Call of Duty, which Call of Duty is a big one that we'll come back to. And like I said, Candy Crush. In addition to the global esports activities through MLG, or Major League Gaming, which is one of the biggest esports, I don't know, what would you call them, producers?
Organizers,
Yeah. The company has studios around the world with nearly 10,000 employees. Now, if we can see, there's a graphic you can look up, and we have it on this back monitor here. But some other studios included are Treyarch, Raven, High Moon, Beenox, Infinity Ward, Toys for Bob, which makes remakes mostly. But it's more than just, these big games here. These are your big things, your Overwatches, your Call of Duties, which we'll hit on more later on in the show. But it's important to remember just how many studios are being acquired now under the Microsoft banner that you may not even think of. But some important points, actually, before we get into that, Joe, what do you think about this acquisition when you see these big studios? Do any of these games jump out to you?
Well, obviously some of them do. I mean, we've got Call of Duty, we've got Diablo, we've got World of Warcraft. That's a little long in the tooth right now, but it's a huge franchise. One thing is important to emphasize is the deal is still pending regulator approval.
Yep.
So it isn't a done deal just yet. So I think it's important to point that out. I think it's definitely a huge deal as far as dollar value and the impact of the industry. I don't think it's game breaking just yet. I think we kind of have, assuming it goes through, you've got probably about 3 years or more before it starts having a huge impact because of existing contracts and rights management that's going on. Yeah,
definitely. And I think there's a special task force. Not task force is a bit dramatic, but there's a FTC group being assembled specifically to look into this to make sure that it's all square before this acquisition goes through. So it is still pending, but it's most likely going to happen. So we thought we'd cover it today. But some more important points for you. Like I said, Microsoft now becomes, or will become, if this goes through, will become the third largest gaming company by revenue. Just to put that into perspective, I was wrong. Sony's number one with gaming revenue at $25 billion. Tencent coming in at number two with $13.9 billion. Nintendo was number three with $12.1 billion, but Microsoft has knocked them out with $11.6 billion, which, those numbers don't make sense, none of them looking at them. But Microsoft will be taking that third spot for revenue. I imagine those numbers will probably go up for them now that they have acquired all these big franchises. Speaking of those franchises, especially Call of Duty. Call of Duty is one of the biggest things they're getting out of this. Activision isn't publishing a whole lot now, but it's primarily a Call of Duty machine. But we'll get back to Call of Duty. No, I'm sure that wasn't important, whatever that was.
Oh, not at all.
We'll get back to Call of Duty later on because it is something that I think deserves its own segment just because of how much money they're going to be making off it. But another important note is that King, the development studio, the Candy Crush people, gives Microsoft a big foot in the mobile gaming market, which they didn't really have before. They have their xCloud, which they're allowing you to play Xbox games on your phones, but in terms of games specifically developed for mobile, Microsoft didn't really have something like that, except for, there was Spartan Assault, there was a couple Halo games that were...
They're not even worth mentioning.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, which you can also play on console now anyway. But it's where Tencent dominates, so we're going to see if, Microsoft acquiring this, are they going to try to go after Tencent in that mobile gaming market? But yeah, this is the broad umbrella look at it. This is the kind of the big overview. We'll get into some of the details in just a bit. But were there any thoughts you wanted to add, just big picture about this acquisition?
Yeah, I mean, consolidation in the game industry really isn't new, and that's what a lot of people are concerned about with this. For the past 4 or 5 years, we've seen gaming studios gobble each other up. left and right. Epic acquired Tonic in 2021. EA went on its own buying spree, picking up BioWare and all the other known studios in the last, 5 to 6 years. What's significant with Microsoft is that they're not just a game studio.
Mm-hmm.
They're a platform and a hardware manufacturer. So that's what's got a lot of people concerned, is that they can lock up a lot of exclusives with this.
Yeah, exactly.
But even the exclusives aren't that concerning, because Sony's had exclusives, for decades now, their entire intellectual property. When Sega liquidated their Dreamcast and their gaming systems, they basically sold off their intellectual property to Microsoft. They divided it between Microsoft and Sony, and each got a couple of pieces of that property. But like I said before, the deal's full impact won't be felt for a few years because of a number of existing licensing agreements. And, a lot can change in 3 or 4 years in the gaming industry.
That's true. Yeah, you're going to see these studios shift. I mean, a lot of these studios have big games waiting to come out. We have Overwatch 2. Overwatch 1 coming out in 2016, we've seen a ton of gameplay of Overwatch 2, but it's kind of one of those ones that Blizzard has in their back pocket that they're kind of just waiting to drop. Probably a guaranteed hit because, the Overwatch, I'm part of the Overwatch fan base. It's a big fan base, but we're hoping to see that soon with this acquisition as well. But let's we'll take a short break. We'll come back and get into the nitty gritty details.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to episode 16 of Insights into Tomorrow, where today we're talking about the Microsoft acquisition of Activision and Blizzard. So getting into the details here, Activision Blizzard has been making some questionable management decisions in the last few years, and this is something I wanted to put right at the top, just so we can kind of get it out of the way, because there is some controversy there that I think is worth talking about. Mainly from Bobby Kotick, the Activision Blizzard Incorporated Chief Executive Officer, or CEO. This is from Bloomberg, from Devon Pendleton and Scott Carpenter. Activision CEO is looking at a $375 million payout in the Microsoft sale. So Bobby Kotick will be getting his payout from this, and we'll get into sort of his behavior and why that is controversial, I think. Last year, Activision Blizzard Inc. Chief Executive Kotick, he received a 50% pay cut. This year, he's up for a $375.3 million windfall before taxes. Now, Kotick's time as CEO has been marked by a leader whose recent tenure has been I just repeated myself in the notes here, but his tenure has been marked by employee complaints over sexism, a hostile work culture, and mismanagement of assault claims. That's kind of the big thing here, why he's kind of had a negative light on him pretty much his entire time at Activision as CEO. As recently as November, he was the target of employee walkouts and petitions demanding his removal over reports he failed to make the company's board aware of allegations of rape and other serious misconduct. Now, since being CEO in 2017, Kotick owns almost 4 million shares of Activision. This is the most of any officer or director, according to their filings. The second largest holder is board chairman Brian Kelly, who owns 1.4 million through trusts and foundations, which his stake is at a value of 137 million based on this deal. So that's where a lot of this money is coming from. Now, were you aware of Bobby Kotick at all, just from any kind of press you might have heard about him?
I don't know how you could not have been with all the negative press that he had.
Yeah.
When the deal itself cut, it was interesting. The companies have been kind of playing the fate of Kotick a little loose, a little close to the vest. They only said that he's going to remain CEO through the 2023 fiscal year for Microsoft, which ends June 30th, 2023. What is interesting, he's quoted himself saying, is he'll be available if needed.
Right.
And I don't think he's going to get too many callbacks.
No.
But even if he doesn't, in addition to the stock buyout that he gets, he has an employment contract that entitles him to a severance package worth $293 million should he lose his job as a result of a corporate takeover. So this guy's walking away with well over $500 million as a result of this.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you kind of hate to see come out of this, right? When we get into that discussion of corporate consolidation, is that, the bad guys that float to the top often get away, arguably better off than they were before.
Yeah.
If they're going at all, even. Microsoft, like you had said, were very wishy-washy about it, because that was one of the things, you think, oh, great acquisition. Okay, what happens with Bobby Kotick? Are we getting this guy out of here?
Right.
Because it's something that's pretty much universally agreed upon, is that he is not a great manager, and these sexual assault allegations and employee walkouts, the hits just kept coming. And it was, it's an interesting decision for Microsoft to say, okay, we're going to keep the guy around, but is that because we don't want to have to pay out $250 million?
Right, exactly.
But Kotick's compensation was controversial even before California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing sued the video game publisher in July, detailing a retaliatory, quote, frat boy culture. Earlier, the company announced it was slashing Kotick's 2021 salary and bonus in half in response to criticism. His pay package was excessively lavish compared with his peers. Kotick was also found in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book, in which he used his company email address, and that's not a great look.
That doesn't help you or the company at that point.
No, I mean, it's because I don't know why you would use your company email address. The hubris.
I don't know why you'd be involved with him in the first place.
True, yeah. But that's just one of the issues with Activision Blizzard. There are other problems as well in terms of union busting. This comes from Ethan Gack. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Ethan, from Kotaku. Call of Duty maker reveals plan to squash union effort. Activision Blizzard calls for studio-wide vote after refusing to voluntarily recognize Raven QA union. Raven is one of the studios under Activision Blizzard acquired in this acquisition. But this comes from the Kotaku article, quote, 34 staff from Raven's QA department revealed recently that they were organizing with the Communications Workers of America to unionize, which would have been an unprecedented step for developers at a major gaming company. They called on Activision Blizzard to voluntarily recognize the union, which had supermajority support within the QA department. Now, this is where we get into company policy from Blizzard. Their policy essentially boils down to when a company refuses to voluntarily recognize the union, the organizers behind it must win a majority in an election ratified by the National Labor Review Board. Now, this would be a huge hurdle for the folks over at Raven. A hurdle that would have been easy for Game Workers Alliance to overcome within just the QA department, because you have a very small section of employees, would have been very easy to get a majority. By requiring all employees at Raven to have a say, Activision Blizzard is effectively arguing that either the entire studio, not just the QA department, but the whole studio of Raven, unionize, or no one does. And that's kind of where you get into these wordsmith sort of, how we're going to use technicalities to kind of break up these unions. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think that's one of those things where, one, you're not gonna win against the union at this point in time. All these, I mean, if Amazon itself is fighting against the unionization of their facilities and losing, Blizzard's not going to win. And second, if you're trying to force the entire company to unionize rather than just a department, you're shooting yourself in the foot right there. Because all you're going to do is piss off all your employees. Yeah. Then they're all going to unionize, and then you're really screwed in the end.
Yeah, but Blizzard had another response to this. This comes from Nicole Carpenter over at Polygon. The situation developed even more back in November. Quote, this is from a company statement. In November, we began the process to convert our temporary employees to full-time employment status. This comes from Raven Software Studio head Brian Raffel in an email to staff. He goes on to say, now I'm excited to share that our QA colleagues will embed directly within various teams across the studio, including animation, art, design, audio, production, and engineering. In the email, Raffel said, the move to our embed, our QA team, has been in the works for several months. Now, this splitting up of the QA team that was trying to unionize comes just 6 weeks after they were coming off a 6-week work strike. This makes unionization even more difficult. So these folks go on strike for the union, they come back, the QA department is split up among all different parts of Raven, making it even more difficult to effectively unionize. Do you think, according to Raffle here from Raven, they say this was in the works for several months. Do you buy that, or is this a little too much of a coincidence for you?
There's probably a grain of truth in there, because these guys, as monumental as some of the mistakes are that they're making, they're not stupid.
Right.
And when they started getting whispers that the QA department was going to unionize, the first way to do that is to liquidate your QA department and dissolve it into everyone else who's not going to unionize. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure there was probably plans for it. I think the strike forced their hand and required them to basically pull the trigger on that decision.
Yeah.
I don't think they had much of a choice there.
Yeah, and this, as we're kind of alluding to here, the timing of these events is certainly interesting. The speculation is that this acquisition of Microsoft purchasing Blizzard, with the GIP hype moments of having all these franchises come to Microsoft, is that meant to overshadow the bad PR that Activision Blizzard has been getting for like 5 years now? Pretty much everything. There was even the thing with Blizzard, I don't know if I have it in the notes here, but where the controversy with China, where they were censoring the Hearthstone player when he was protesting China. And that was like huge news for like weeks. And it was all negative PR for Blizzard. And, it's kind of interesting. Sometimes you have to wonder, the CEO or the higher ups over at Microsoft, was there a thought of, is this too many bad apples? Is this too much of a bad PR move?
And I think there's little doubt that Microsoft is buying damaged goods.
Yeah.
As far as the reputation of the company goes. The products they put out are solid. Microsoft's already looking to do damage control on the bad image. I had found a Wall Street Journal article where Sabina Menschel, who's the president of global investigative firm Nardello & Company, says there's definitely more diligence being done, particularly diligence being done around bad behavior on the part of Microsoft doing their due diligence. She said not only sexual harassment or misconduct, but bullying and other types of behavior, companies are a lot less tolerant. Microsoft being that. Microsoft knows that they're going to get a lot of press and attention, and they realize that their own reputation is on the line here. So the last thing a company like Microsoft wants is to inject itself with a cancerously bad culture that'll eat away at the rest of the company. Or, certainly more company profits than anything else. So Microsoft's not stupid in this acquisition. They kind of knew what they were getting, which is why I'm pretty sure they're so aloof when it comes to what the management of Blizzard's going to wind up looking like after all this.
Yeah, you want to be optimistic, right? You want to say they're being acquired. Maybe we'll get some management shakeups. We'll improve the culture. But especially when it comes to the gaming industry, the culture of crunch, when you have to get a game out and you're working, double to triple the hours that are healthy, and you're getting harassed at work. It's something that is all too common, especially in the gaming industry. So you want to hope that things will get better, but only time will tell. Especially with something as big as this, it's going to take years to see if there are any changes, what they might be.
Well, and honestly, historically, Microsoft doesn't have the best reputation with its game developers. It had a really rocky relationship with Bungie back when Bungie was developing Halo for them.
Yep.
So that was kind of a caustic environment there. Not nearly as bad as what Activision and Blizzard had, but it is. It's a high stress environment. I've worked in development environments doing application development. Game development is on a whole different level. You've got deadlines that are right off the bat, unrealistic deadlines that are being set by salespeople, not set by engineers, and you're driven to the point of collapse by the time the end of the project rolls around.
Yeah, we're still seeing the effects of COVID with all this as well. A lot of these studios had to completely shut down and send everybody home with all their equipment, which, we're seeing that with games. I mean, probably the biggest one is Halo Infinite, Microsoft's arguably biggest title in years, got delayed a whole year, to make the game ready and to
probably needed to be delayed another couple of months too before launch. But
well, yeah, they're still staggering that content.
They delayed it for a year and then released 70% of the game.
Yeah,
and 30% of it was bugged.
Yeah, I don't know. When it comes to things like that, it's as a bit of an aside. I would rather it just take longer, just so you don't.
Absolutely,
have to,
I'm the same way. I play in a game that's owned by EA now, Star Wars: The Old Republic. They had a major content drop that was supposed to happen right after the first of the year, and they had to push it out another month. And it's like, it's okay. I'm all right waiting for that because I've lived through content drops that weren't ready. And it made the game just completely unplayable for a month or two while they went back to the drawing board and fixed it.
Yeah.
You know, I'd rather stay with the old content and live with it, but still be able to play the game until it's ready to go.
And that's not even, the quality of the game and what you're dropping, the kind of content you're dropping is important. But giving it more time also allows the people making this content to not necessarily have to crunch and to have more time to work on it at a healthy pace. And I think that's a lot of the reason we're seeing the delays as well. So hopefully we'll see some more positive management decisions, but unfortunately only time will tell on that. Excuse me. But another big aspect of this is Games Pass. Now, for those of you that might not know, Xbox Games Pass is basically the Netflix of gaming. It's the thing that everybody calls it. And I'm sure they might already have that as like their official slogan, but if they don't, they should. But basically you pay a set fee every month. I think if you get the Games Pass Ultimate, which includes your Xbox Live Gold, which allows you to play online, what's it, $15 a month, I think?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. But around that price, and you can basically download the library of games, which is like 100-some games, available to play. Now, you also get first-party Xbox Studio games, day and date, Xbox games with gold, EA Play as well, getting a lot of EA titles in there. And there's also Games Pass for PC, so you don't even have to have an Xbox to access a lot of these things because you can get it all through Games Pass for PC, which is a recent addition, but definitely a huge get, which also ties into this acquisition because a lot of these games from Blizzard are primarily on PC.
Yeah.
But some numbers for you about Microsoft Games Pass. This comes from Tom Warren over at The Verge. Quote, Microsoft Game Pass service now has 25 million subscribers, which is up from 18 million Microsoft reported in January of last year. So in just a year, you're adding 7 million more subscribers. And that's in a year where you acquire Bethesda, you get the EA deal through, so you can get EA Play, you get Games Pass on PC. That's all in a year, and it makes sense why they got 7 million more people on board.
Sure.
And that's not even accounting the Xbox first-party studios, those games that came out, like Halo, and I'm trying to think of some other ones. There was Rainbow Six, but I don't think that's another big game on Games Pass. It's not an Xbox exclusive, but
right.
So you had a couple games drops as well to kind of justify those higher numbers. Xbox Games Pass is shifting how gaming companies look at revenue models. It's kind of changing the whole industry. It's changing it from being you pay $60 to $70 for a game the day it comes out, you have a physical disc, you play it, and that's it. Now we're kind of shifting to a more ever-changing thing where you have a library of digital games that you can then download, which some people aren't for because they'd rather have that physical media. Personally, I don't mind, except for when it comes to storage, because I know there's two different models of the newest Xbox out now.
Right.
There's one that has a disc drive and one that doesn't. You have the non-disc drive one. Do you ever run into storage issues with, having to download everything like that?
I don't. And I have the internal storage. I have the external NVMe card storage, plus I offload a good chunk of the games to the slower USB drive on there. So I've got plenty of storage. There's only the newest, latest, greatest games need to be played on the fastest storage. So they've provided enough options that it's manageable, and I'm not too worried about that. And I download all the games anyway. I mean, I couldn't tell you the last time I went to a GameStop or someplace else to buy a physical piece of media for the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the same way. I have because I download everything. The second it comes to Game Pass, I'm downloading it to play just because I love video games. And, I think this is a great, this isn't an ad for Games Pass, but I think it's the best value in gaming because if you're someone that doesn't necessarily want to commit to that $60 purchase, you can get Games Pass and have over 100 games available to play like that.
Yeah.
And, you run into issues.
Not like that. You do have to download.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, there is the issue, if you don't have the best internet connection or if you don't have the money to shell out for an external hard drive or things like that, there are some barriers to entry there. But you can still only download one game at a time. And, the Xbox can handle that if you're able to download it eventually. But like I was saying, this Games Pass is shifting how game companies are looking at the revenue models going forward. Sony is looking to compete with its PS Now service. It is similar to Games Pass, but not nearly as effective in the marketplace. And a big reason for that is because with PS Now, I don't think you can download the games. I think you have to stream them.
You're streaming them, live.
Which, even with a good internet connection, you can tell.
Yeah. Well, the latency, there's no way you can get around with the technology we have today. You can't get around latency. Yep. And latency, especially if you're playing like a first-person shooter or something like that, latency is going to kill you every time. There's no way you can get around the physics of you're trying to send a bit of data from your network all the way across the internet to some server somewhere else and might not even be your region. You physically, even if you are using fiber optics all the way, you're limited by the speed of light. And there is, people don't realize it, but there's this limit to the speed of light when you're trying to go across the country, or when you're trying to bounce a signal off a satellite.
And talking about those online only services, Xbox does have xCloud, which allows you to stream games from your console to either your phone or a tablet or something like that. And they have made significant improvements to that in terms of dealing with latency. But still, if you're playing, like you said, a first-person shooter or a fighting game or a racing game, something that is online multiplayer, you're going to notice it regardless.
Yeah, single-player games, you're usually pretty okay with it, but don't try to do anything competitive in player versus player.
Yeah. But Sony is looking to beef up their PSN Now service. This comes from Jonas Mackey over at Game Reactor. Quote, the creator of PlayStation 4 and 5, Mark Cerny, has filed a patent via USPTO for, quote, backward compatibility through use of spoof clock, I don't know what that is, and fine-grained frequency control. So basically, Sony's got some patents on the book for backwards compatibility. So it leads people to speculate that they are going to try to incorporate some more, PS3 games and PS4 games into PS Now to try to make it compete with Games Pass, while also maybe throwing in your PS Plus, which is the equivalent of Xbox games or Xbox Gold, basically the online component, kind of rolling it all into one package, just like you have here with Games Pass. Do you think that would be as effective as Microsoft's Game Pass?
It has the potential. I think the problem you run into is that game services is an area where PlayStation is playing catch up. Microsoft is leaps and bounds. They're 10 years ahead of PlayStation when it comes to this service and this ability. PlayStation really abandoned their backwards compatibility as a serious concern years ago. As they were moving past the PS2, PS3, they didn't really worry about supporting backwards compatibility. That was an area that Microsoft really cashed in on because they knew all these people out there had this huge library of games and they were going to be angry if they couldn't play them, moving forward. So Microsoft has been very good about that. And Microsoft, just to talk real quickly about the technology that they're talking about here, the spoof clock. So the problem with the newer game systems is they run fast, right? They're newer processors, they're faster clocks on the processors, and you need all that for the computation. The problem is when you try to run an older system on a clock that fast, it either doesn't work at all or it works at a rate that you can't play that game anymore. So what they do is they try to clock down the processor on there so you can play it at the same speed as the old consoles. Well, Microsoft got around that by using virtual machines, which Microsoft brought in from their corporate world. So when you fire up, an old Xbox 360 game, it fires up a virtual machine and it runs in that virtual machine completely self-contained in there and fully functional. So they're not doing these gimmicky type things like PlayStation's trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is kind of a thing, right? That Xbox, when they announced that they were going to have 360 games coming to Xbox One at the time, people lost their minds because, obviously for the reasons you're saying, people didn't want to lose all those games.
You can go back and play original Xbox games now. They're making them compatible.
Yeah, as a lifelong Xbox and PlayStation fan, it's really, really cool to have access to those old games. Although I think Xbox announced recently that the last batch of what's going to be backwards compatible has been announced. So we are seeing that halt, but it's still a ton of games.
Yeah.
And, even one game would have made it, over PlayStation in this instance. But let's get into another big aspect of this, which we kind of teased at the beginning of the show, Call of Duty.
Let's take a break before we get into that.
All right.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
And we're back with Insights into Tomorrow. Today we're talking about Microsoft's gaming monopoly. So like I said before, I'm a little rambunctious. I thought I'd just plow right through it. But, we got bills to pay, got to keep the lights on, so we had to run some ads. But we're back. And we're going to get into talking about Call of Duty. It's one of the biggest, worthy enough that they decided to put it as part of their banner here for the purchase. But it is Activision's probably their biggest game that they're currently publishing. Once again, Call of Duty Vanguard, which is the most recent addition in the franchise, was the best-selling game of 2021. This comes from the NPD, or the National Purchase Diary panel. That comes from its sales report for 2021, that Call of Duty Vanguard, #1 again. Which is interesting because it was critically panned and, fan panned. I don't know what you would call that demographic, but nobody liked the game. But it was still the #1 best-selling game, and that kind of speaks to why Call of Duty is such a valuable asset for now Microsoft to have in their pocket, because, and I could speak of this as a Call of Duty fan that kind of hopped off the bandwagon after Cold War, the last entry. Call of Duty fans are dedicated.
Yeah.
And
fanatical, I would say.
Yeah. And they're going to buy it regardless of what it is. People will pre-order the next Call of Duty before it's even announced what it is.
Yeah.
So when you acquire something like this, that's guaranteed money in your pocket. And in a second, we'll get into Microsoft now has a lot of these titles where the fan bases are extremely rabid. But this comes from Eddie Momakuch over at GameSpot.com. That's a shame.
Just work through the name.
Yeah, Eddie, if you're listening, I apologize. Change your name, though. Quote, Vanguard was December's best-selling game of December and the full year, and the series has now been the best-selling game franchise for dollar sales for 13 years in a row. How do you feel about that? Because I could not believe that statistic when I saw it.
Being a fan of Call of Duty for 13 years, I could totally understand it. That's the one game a year. I don't play games nearly as much as I used to, but the one game a year that I always look forward to is Call of Duty. And Call of Duty is not released by just one development group either. They come out each year. It's a different group that comes out with them. And it's funny looking at the dynamic and almost the personality that you get from game to game. But it totally makes sense to me that you're going to have a group of people that are that dedicated to it, because the big fan base for Call of Duty isn't let's just play through the scenario and be done with it, campaign and be done with it. It's that online, cutthroat, super competitive, prestiging 20 times, getting all the bells and whistles and all the toys on my weapons and all the colors. That's what it is. And it's a reward-based system that they run on that keeps people addicted. It's almost like drug addiction, where there's always something for you when you keep playing. It's not like you run the content and the game's over. There's such replayability with it, with the online PvP play.
Yeah, and that's not even factoring in Call of Duty Warzone, right? Which dropped, 3-4 years ago, but, kind of became another battle royale in that battle royale wheelhouse that is just a cash cow for the folks over at Activision, because, it's difficult for any game, especially a battle royale, to break out and kind of make its name. But, you have the big three, I would say, at this point. You have Fortnite, Apex Legends, which is also owned by EA, and now Warzone. So it's just interesting to think about how much money just Warzone alone is bringing in, which they've already said they're going to continue that, because of course they are. Why would they stop?
Why wouldn't you? It's a golden goose.
Yeah. But something else I wanted to mention about the Call of Duty thing is that now part of this acquisition, Microsoft now owns Major League Gaming, and I don't know for sure, but there's got to be a Call of Duty tournament with MLG, right?
Oh, I'm sure there is. Yeah.
So now Microsoft has all that stuff in house.
I'm not nearly that good enough to know where it is or how to play it, but.
Yeah, so now Microsoft has all those. They almost have, it's like, the old Paramount decision with movies back in the 30s. They have the distribution, distribution, manufacturing, and what's the other one?
Production,
maybe. I don't know. There's three things that you need.
They produced them, they distributed them.
They have all these exhibition. That's what it is, like for movies when you go see it in theater. But now they own like the Xbox. I guess would be the movie theater at this point.
And that's really where that concern came from, was that you're not just looking at an EA buying up other development houses. You're looking at the people that bring this to your house, that you play on their hardware. They're now going to be a major player in producing the games themselves and locking up those games to a closed system. And that's what scares a lot of people.
Yep. For a little bit of context, here's the top 5 games of 2021. You have Call of Duty Vanguard, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, which was the one before Vanguard, Madden NFL 22, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, and Battlefield 2042. Now, there's some variation in the numbers there because I don't think this accounts for digital sales, but regardless, 4 out of these 5 games Microsoft now technically owns.
Right.
And these are, semi-annual titles. Madden comes out every year and is another cash cow. That's, you talk about rabid fan bases. Madden's one of the biggest ones out there, and FIFA. Just the FIFA Ultimate Team alone is a $1 billion industry. Yeah. And it's insane that now Microsoft now has Call of Duty, the sports games, and just that alone could make any company rich for years. But they've got everything else to back it up. I don't know.
And ironically, the place that I think Microsoft is going to make the most money out of this in the short term is going to be mobile. Mm-hmm. Microsoft had no footprint in the mobile market itself now. And now they're going to be probably second place in mobile games at this point in time, just from this acquisition. That's huge. Just the microtransactions associated with the mobile games, huge cash cow for them.
Yep, because you have King with Candy Crush, and I'm sure King makes other mobile games. I'm not too familiar with them. But you also have Diablo. Diablo Immortal is a huge mobile game that no one was particularly happy about when it got announced. But it might already be out, or it's coming out. And
when you can have games that are terrible games by all accounts, and they still make a fortune, you're doing something right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when Diablo Immortal got announced, it was booed at E3. But that's another big mobile title coming out. We're going to see, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a variation on, Warcraft, the original Warcraft, like the RTS, real-time strategy games, ported to mobile, and StarCraft. I think all these things could...
They're perfect for it.
Yeah, exactly. I think, I would not be surprised at all. There's also Call of Duty Mobile, which is, I think, it's still around, so it's pretty successful. But, you're exactly right. I think we're going to see, Xbox kind of maybe try to dominate this market, assuming it can compete with Tencent. That's also counting xCloud, which you can play games mobily, which I think is really cool technology, especially if you're someone that travels a lot.
I've not had a good experience with
really?
it, and it's more because of the controls.
Oh yeah,
it's really tough to play a console game on a tablet or a phone without having a proper controller.
Yeah, that's kind of been why I don't use it often as well, because I have to hook up the controller to my phone, and it's like, you've kind of lost me at that step. But if they're going to double down on this mobile market, I could see them making an easier to use interface, or make games specifically for mobile that you don't have to worry about translating that controller interface.
As long as Microsoft doesn't try to make phones again, we should all be okay.
I had that Microsoft phone, by the way. I wanted that thing, and it was terrible. So yeah, I think they learned their lesson there. But we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk more monopolies.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We're back with Insights into Tomorrow, episode 16, where we are talking about Microsoft acquiring Blizzard. So we've kind of been leading up to this entire show, the discussion of Monopoly. What does this mean for... What does this mean, Jenny? What does this mean for Microsoft monopolizing the games industry? Should PlayStation gamers be worried that they simply won't be able to play some of their favorite franchises going forward? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, they should not be worried at all. Sony just acquired Bungie, and that huge catalog of games that Bungie doesn't have.
Destiny 2, baby!
Yeah, I'm kind of puzzled at the Sony response to this. It was almost like hey, we need to look like we're still in the game here, so let's buy something.
Well, it wasn't a response because these deals take months. Sony, it's a response in general to Microsoft's, acquiring Bethesda, now this, but the acquisition game, the land grab in general, I don't think it's a direct response to this, but it is something that Sony is trying to flesh out their online presence because, you think Sony, you think single player, narrative focused action, adventure games. You have Uncharted, well, not anymore, but Last of Us, God of War, all these things, Horizon, Spider-Man, yeah, all these things that are single player driven. Sony really doesn't have a foot in that multiplayer landscape like Microsoft does with things like, Halo Infinite's multiplayer, which is free to play.
Not exclusives, no. They're banking on cross-platform licensing like Call of Duty and stuff like that.
Yeah, but hopefully having Bungie, they can kind of flesh out that landscape, not just with Destiny 2, but I think they announced another IP from Bungie, kind of focusing in the multiplayer world as well. But Call of Duty has been confirmed to be multi-platform for at least the next 3 years. And I wouldn't be surprised if... Do you think we'll see an Xbox exclusive Call of Duty?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Microsoft would be stupid if they didn't.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Do you think they would try to split it up and have it be single player only on Xbox, multiplayer Warzone everywhere else, or Warzone everywhere else, multiplayer single player only on Xbox?
I think you're going to see the whole thing just be on Xbox. Microsoft has very few bankable franchises that they can say are exclusives that they didn't themselves create already. You've got Halo. You've got... What else do you have? I mean...
Gears of War, which, unless they make another game, is not super...
That's kind of getting long in the tooth.
Yeah, well, we're on number 6. Well, 5 came out, but the next one would be number 6.
But Sony made their place in the gaming market with their exclusives. Mm-hmm. And they sucked up all the exclusives, is the problem. When Microsoft went to start doing exclusives, there was none left.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that too, and like the focus of Microsoft has never really been on making, you don't have those like... It reminds me of like the 90s and 2000s where you had mascot games like Crash Bandicoot and Spyro. Sony kind of has that now with Spider-Man, Horizon Zero Dawn. You see these characters, you recognize them from PlayStation games. Microsoft pretty much only has Master Chief.
Right.
I mean, you can count Marcus Phoenix and now Kate, I forget her last name from Gears of War. Those are iconic characters, but they're not nearly as beloved and as current as a lot of your PlayStation single-party players or characters.
So seeing Call of Duty go exclusive to Microsoft, I think, is a no-brainer.
Are we going to get a Call of Duty Halo crossover?
God, I hope not.
That'd be insane.
It's possible given the direction that they've gone with some of the Call of Duty stories.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past them if they think they can make money on it. I think us arguing whether or not Microsoft acquiring Blizzard Activision is a monopolistic move is difficult when they're solidly claiming the third place slot.
Yeah.
It's really hard to say you're a monopoly when you're third place.
Yeah, it's just, I think the biggest thing that frightens people and why they cry monopoly is because the independent game studio landscape is dwindling quickly. And you wonder if there's going to come a day where everything is either a Sony Studios or an Xbox Studios game, and if we're just going to lose that independent scene altogether.
Well, you will, but it's one of those things that's self-sustaining because I can go into business for myself. I can take out a $100,000 loan, start a studio, run it for 3 years, come up with something that's marketable, and then get a 100-time return on my investment and get bought out. So just as an entrepreneurial injector, those independent organizations are still going to continue going on there, if for no other reason than to be targeted for buyouts.
Yeah, the more I think about it, it is a lot like movies, where you had, early movies were not owned by anybody, but then you had big studios like Warner Brothers and others, and then eventually that studio system was torn down, and that's why you get more independent films like in the 60s and 70s. are we going to see this with gaming where, these studios buy up everybody? We get these, a decade or two of all these exclusive console exclusive games. And then do we have a kind of consumer pushback against that where we'll go back to more independent publishers? Or do you think we'll settle into this studio, grabathon?
The market never really allows the polarizing effect of one or two companies to run things. The corporate industries tends to migrate in that direction. I mean, even if you look at like retail, for instance. So everybody vilified Walmart because they came into every town and they killed all the small mom and pop shops. And then what happened after that? Then Amazon showed up, and Amazon's now killing Walmart. Mm-hmm. So now all the small mom and pop shops are like, well, you got to support your local businesses. So now there's a big push for all the local businesses, all your little bookstores and everything else. So the market is going to regulate itself more than the government is. The government's going to try and regulate it for purposes of, tax revenue and so forth. But the market doesn't sustain monopolies very well.
Yeah. Dialing it back a bit, by owning all these yearly releases, the ones we hit on earlier, the Maddens, the Call of Duties, the FIFAs, does Microsoft stifle competition? Because if you're someone that is a casual gamer, right, and you only buy one game a year, and that game is Call of Duty, and you own a PlayStation, is this something that Microsoft, whether it's not a real monopoly, not a total monopoly, are there some issues with it?
Well, the competition does not survive off of those guys that buy one game a year, right? The competition is spurred on by market growth. It's spurred on by market activity. And what you find now, the reason so many of these acquisitions are happening is because you have so many independent companies that put out that one gem. And everybody loves that for 6 months, and it makes a fortune. Well, and then you see someone like Microsoft go gobble them up. Mm-hmm. It's not going to stop those guys from producing that. You're still going to have all these small studios and individual efforts that are going to be putting out those brainstorms that you don't get that level of innovation from a corporation like a Microsoft or a Sony. You just don't get that kind of innovative design and out-of-the-box thinking. This sort of stuff has been happening since the 1980s and through the 90s, where you get a couple of guys that start, like, you've probably heard of Sid Meier's, right? Mm-hmm. Civilization, Pirates. He started, it was a 2-man company he started. And they got huge. Then they were popular. And then when they got bought out, they created Microprose. And when Microprose wound up getting bought out, he went and started another studio. And when that got bought out for Firaxis, he went and started. So you're not going to stop people like that who can't, I don't want to say can't operate in a corporate culture, but they don't thrive in a corporate culture. They thrive in that small incubator type of environment, and they're going to keep going. They're going to build what they want. They'll sell it off. They'll build the next great thing. They'll sell it off. They'll build the next great thing. And there's hundreds of people like that are out there in multiple industries, not just the game industry.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it was something I was worried about because I think that, just like with movies, again, bringing it back again, you have to have the independent element, right? Because if everything is studio mandated, it stifles creativity. Absolutely. At the very least. So I do agree with you that I think we'll see that independent scene will still be there, and it's just a matter of when they make it big and get bought by Sony or Microsoft.
Everybody wants, the old saying in the movies, everyone wants their 15 minutes of fame. Well, everybody wants their big break. Everyone wants their buyout here. So everyone's still going to keep building this stuff independently.
Yeah, there was an example I thought of while you were making that comparison. Drinkbox Studios, they made a game called Guacamelee and Guacamelee 2, side-scrolling platforming action game, really creative, really fun. Then they got bought by Microsoft, and they recently had a game come out called Nobody Saves the World, which was day and date on Games Pass. But playing that game, you worry a little bit that you're going to lose some of the independent charm, but they didn't. And so, as long as Microsoft, if they're going to, Microsoft and Sony, if they're going to buy these studios, if they can kind of remain hands-off and still let these guys work, but just have it be, maybe a console exclusive if it needs to be at the end of the day.
Well, Bungie's a great example. Bungie was a fantastic small independent group when Microsoft went to them with Halo. They did a fantastic job with Halo, knocked it out of the park. Microsoft bought them, ran them for a little bit, stifled their innovation, and then they wound up breaking it off again as an independent group. Now they're getting bought by Sony, so, some people don't learn their lessons, I guess.
Well, it's also important to note that they were owned by Activision for like 2 years, I don't forget how long, but they were owned until 2019 by Activision, which was also a terrible relationship that they were treated terribly with, and the fans hated it, and Bungie hated it, and I'm pretty sure Activision hated it. It was a bad time all around. But Bungie can't catch a break.
BioWare, same thing. BioWare had a huge fan base of rabid fans because of the philosophy that the owners had, the quality of the product that they put out. They get acquired by EA. EA basically waters the entire thing down, slaps their little formula for development on there, and it's just a clone of what EA is now.
Yeah, EA, we could probably do a whole other episode on EA, but they have similar corporate issues. But yeah, again, going back to Microsoft and the monopoly, Microsoft, of course, we talked about it on a previous episode. They faced criticism back in the 90s for its antitrust practices. Are they heading down a similar path? From McKenna Kelly over at The Verge, quote, and this gets into some of the details about the FTC. The Justice Department and Federal Trade Commission launched a joint effort to modernize antitrust enforcement, seeking comment on how the agencies can apply current law in cases against tech companies like Meta, which is formerly Facebook, and Google. The announcement came at a joint press conference from FTC Chair Lina Khan and Justice Department Antitrust Chief Jonathan Cantor, who described the move as a wide-ranging enforcement modernization effort. So we did an episode a while back about tech companies and their monopolies, and I think this is just another nail in the coffin of the FTC kind of getting wise to it and kind of changing legislation to better combat these deals. What do you think about that?
Well, and I think the problem you run into here is it's a change of administration. It's a new FTC that has to kind of make a splash here that it's anti-monopolistic, so they need an example, right? So the advantage that Microsoft has, though, is they're not in the center of the regulatory sniper rifle at this point in time. You've got two big companies out there that have really got everybody else's attention. So I think it's more a matter of timing. I think if Microsoft plays this smart, they don't rush this. They wait for Khan to get caught up in either a Meta witch hunt or a Google witch hunt and go after them. And I think the FTC's, the Biden administration is looking for a win, right? And if the big guys out there to get that win on aren't Microsoft, they're Meta and Google. So if they lock horns with one of them first, Microsoft will be able to get through without any real challenges, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And Meta's already kind of taken a couple hits recently.
They're not doing themselves any favors.
No, it seems like every week they've had like the worst month ever.
Well, the fact that they even changed the name, I mean, that was just such a blatant attempt to put lipstick on a pig there and hope the government didn't recognize you're the same evil company.
Yeah, what they have their first quarter where they lost users.
Yeah,
their revenue is down. Like they're just falling apart.
Zuckerberg lost $20 billion on paper in one day.
Yeah, so you're right. If they're looking for someone to make an example out of, it seems like Meta might be the better target.
Well, and that's the thing. Not even from I hate to bring politics in this, but it's not even just from a monopolistic standpoint. Meta has a reputation from a perspective of influencing politics and in a negative way for Democrats. And when you're facing a Democratic administration who needs a win, you've made yourself a very easy target at that point.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, it makes them certainly like you said, a much bigger target. While the announcement spans markets, it specifically, this goes back to the FTC, the task force they're putting together. It specifically questions how regulators should approach merger approval in digital markets, potentially setting new legal standards around data aggregation, interoperability. That's a fun word to say. I was going to say interpolarity, but that doesn't make any sense. And market consolidation that can affect competition. So we're seeing a bit of a really unprecedented time for when it comes to these kind of laws, because they have to change them for the digital market. It makes you wonder where these things will go in, say, 20 years.
The problem that you have is the wheels of government are notoriously slow. They do not keep up with technology. They do not even from a medical standpoint, government regulation does not keep up with advances in technology, and it never will. because the bureaucracy itself doesn't allow it. You know, what would take a development company, 6 months to put out a new piece of technology, it would take the government 4 years to catch up to that between legislation and debates and subcommittees and all that stuff. So for the government itself to be reactionary in situations like this is very dangerous from a regulatory standpoint. What the government needs to do is stop looking at this from a per company standpoint and look at it from an impact to the market, an impact to the country and the citizens and everything else. Because only then can you react in a way that is slow but effective. And I think what you run into is the reaction that you get now is these guys are bad, so we have to do something about them. Mm-hmm. And legislation's never going to keep up with that.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because we talk about how slow government moves, but these tech companies move lightning fast in terms of, whether it be making acquisitions like this or by expanding their spheres of influence. So it's almost like it's oil and water in terms of how these two entities operate. And, how does that impact legislation, and how does that impact the amount of power that these tech companies are able to consolidate and aggregate? But, as we're coming to the end of the show, do you think this merger is going to go through?
I think without a doubt it's going to go through, yes.
And do you think that this will be a footnote in the FTC's policy going forward when it comes to these kind of mergers?
I don't think it's really going to get much scrutiny from the FTC. It's not a questionable deal. We already talked about them becoming third. If they were number one after this deal, I could see it getting scrutiny. You can't accuse someone of being monopolistic when you're number 3 in the market. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
If the merger, stepping out of the game industry for a moment, if the merger between T-Mobile and Sprint could go through because they were third place and that was part of the justification for that, then you already have a precedent set for it. So there's very little chance that it's going to get blocked.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think it will go through. And, you were kind of at that stage where all this news broke, and it was a crazy month of hearing the headlines and what this means. But we're kind of at a point where now we kind of just hurry up and wait, we see, because these things take years to figure out. What's the real question is, what are things going to look like in 5 to 10 years for Microsoft and for Blizzard?
And that's where you have to look, because even after this deal is signed, nothing's going to happen for 3 to 4 years. 5 years from now, I think you're going to find Xbox is going to be far more dominant in the gaming scene. PlayStation has traditionally always beat out Xbox as far as console sales and game sales. And I think if Microsoft doesn't come out on top, it's going to be a lot closer than it was. But the other thing you have to keep in mind is a lot of the reason why Microsoft isn't first is Microsoft tends to shoot themselves in the foot from a technology standpoint, from a marketing standpoint. Just the fact that they can't consistently name their consoles really confuses the hell out of people.
It's a branding issue, right?
That it really is. Every time they come out with a new console, they try to reinvent themselves, and it backfires every single time.
Yeah.
So Microsoft has their own flurry of mistakes that they continuously make over and over again that really impede their ability to be dominant. Mm-hmm. Buying their way to dominance is a new strategy, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to work because you got the same people making the same mistakes.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about that strategy of buying, and it almost creates the image of Microsoft setting up all these dominoes that they're just waiting to push down. Because we have the Bethesda acquisition, Elder Scrolls 6, a big game from Bethesda, Starfield. I believe Starfield was confirmed to be an Xbox exclusive. So again, we go back to that 5 to 10 year benchmark. Is Microsoft going to have a decade where they're just releasing, hit title after hit title, which people kind of think that they were going to do now with Halo, but that was kind of all they did.
and that's the thing. You can, just because you have an exclusive doesn't mean people are going to want to play it.
Yeah.
And that's the problem you run into.
Yeah. And you get the opposite of that with Sony, where people are going to play those games because there's a level of quality that is pretty much unmatched.
Yes. And Microsoft, if nothing else, has an infamous reputation of putting out poor quality code, whether it's operating systems, Microsoft Office, video game, doesn't matter. This was another folly of their marketing department. They marked the red ring of death issue from the Xbox 360 by selling T-shirts with the red ring of death. Now, if you haven't been in the gaming industry for a while, the red ring of death was when the the Xbox 360 came out. They had a hardware issue, a fundamental hardware issue that was causing the little Xbox power ring to turn red, and the game system basically became useless.
Yep.
And they stumbled on replacing that. It turned out it was bad solder. So they were using cold solder that was too fragile. So the solder points, just from the motion of the fans and moving the thing around, will cause the solder points to break. So they went back to the manufacturing process and they injected more, I think it was more lead or something, into the copper itself to soften the copper up. Well, and then what happened was, as you played the game over a period of time, the game system would heat up to the point that it would melt the solder, and you'd get the problem again. So they really, for the first 2 years of the 360, they really flubbed the whole thing until they fixed their manufacturing issues. The fact that they're going to mark the release of the 360 by using the red ring of death on a logo, is just idiotic. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, it's like trying to claim something, right, and to make it better. But I think the memories, the wound is still too exposed,
exactly,
to be doing things like that. I mean, now we're seeing that they don't have nearly as poor of a launch with the Xbox Series X and S. There is the chip shortage, which is affecting everything. But the problem that you run into is, so you want to buy an Xbox Series S. Well, do you need to buy an Xbox One S? Because that's what a lot of people wound up doing and not getting what they wanted. Yep.
So it's almost like Microsoft is deliberately confusing their marketing now and having people buy stuff that they don't want.
Yeah, it's definitely a branding issue overall.
How difficult is it? Xbox One, Xbox Two, Xbox... Hey, you know what? Sony did that. Nobody confuses their consoles, do they?
It's true. Well, you also get into the whole discussion of what kind of company Microsoft wants to be, because with the Xbox One, they wanted it to be a multimedia device.
Right.
And Sony was never, they didn't care about that. I mean, they kind of tried it with the PS3, but it was still called the PlayStation 3.
Exactly.
Ultimately, it's there to play video games, which I think Xbox is definitely going back to that with the Xbox Series X, because you lost the bypass for your cable. That's no longer a feature.
Right.
And so I think they're definitely returning to their, I guess, quote unquote roots.
They're building a game system.
Yeah. And
congratulations, guys.
I mean, the Series X is on par with something you can get on PC, right? In terms of specs, not like high end.
From a hardware standpoint, yeah.
Yeah. So they're going back to the drawing board and the basics, hopefully, and you know, we'll see the ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic and that chip shortage for years, in terms of actually being able to get your hands on these consoles. But I think that, you know, Microsoft is almost stepping past that with things like xCloud. You know, they continue to dump money into that.
Yeah.
I could totally see in a decade, maybe, you know, the next Xbox isn't, you know, it isn't a box. It's like a Fire Stick that you just stick into your TV.
Yeah, that's hard to do. Google tried to do that, and Google Stadia
just early
didn't take off with it.
Yeah. Amazon's doing it too with Luna.
Yeah.
You know, I think the technology just isn't there yet, right? But when it gets there, you know,
the audience isn't ready for that yet.
That too. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's a very hard sell to be like, well, there's no box. Well, what do I do with this?
Here's $500 and a stick.
Yeah, it's a little bit of buyer's remorse there.
Yeah. Well, and the problem that, you know, not to go off topic too far here, but the problem that Google had was you would buy games through Google Stadia, but you never owned the rights to the games.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So you'd pay full price for the game, and it was their game. You were really just borrowing it for $50 or $60.
That was where Stadia lost me.
Yeah.
But we will monitor this going forward. We'll see when this acquisition goes through, what's going to happen with it. But that's going to wrap up today's episode of Insights into Things. Of course, I'll hit the show plugs for you again. You can always subscribe to everything on every platform, everywhere. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, Pandora. But we also, you know, want to hear what your thoughts are. What did you think about this acquisition? How do you feel about it? Even if you're not a gamer, in terms of a tech acquisition, how do you feel about it? You can email us at comments@insightsintothings. We're on Twitter at insights_things. We stream on Twitch. Twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And if you have Amazon Prime, that means you do have Twitch Prime, and you can give us that free Prime sub. It really helps us out. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothings podcast, Instagram at insightsintothings, and finally, All this information and so much more at insightsintothings.com. That's going to wrap it up for today. Thank you so much for listening and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 162, Managing Your Emotional Reactions. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my calm and collected co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Oh, I couldn't complain. Well, I could, but nobody really wants to listen, so I won't complain. Anything exciting happened this week?
Not really. It's the new marking period.
That's not very exciting.
Yeah, not really. I'm starting driver's ed.
That's terrifying. I'm not really sure it would be exciting, but yeah.
It is something that's happening.
Yeah, it's funny. I had a conversation with a colleague at work today, and she told me that her daughter is starting driver's ed as well, and she's about as equally as terrified, I think, as I am. So, and that's not anything bad to say about you or her daughter. It's kind of a big thing. So, I'm sure you'll do fine. But that is not what we're talking about today. No. It's not. Today we're talking about managing our emotional reactions and the fact that it's vital to learn how to control our emotions instead of letting our emotions control us. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we will take a look at learning how to react well to emotions, understanding these emotions, and how to control the emotions. But before we do that, I would like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And you can find them pretty much anywhere you get a podcast, Apple, Spotify, Google, and so forth. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us up on Twitter at insights_things, where you can find links to that and everything else on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes.
Here we go. So we are dipping into the kidshealth.org well once again for some words of wisdom on today's topic. They tell us that it's Friday afternoon, last period. The weekend trip you plan with a friend starts out in exactly 4 hours. You've been catching up on studying and chores all week so you can enjoy the time away. And now the teacher announces a test on Monday. You probably feel annoyed or maybe just downright angry. You might feel disappointed. You might also feel pressured or stressed about all the studying you'll have to do. But how do you react? What do you do and say?
You might want to jump up and yell at the teacher, "That's no fair. Some of us have weekend plans." But you know you need to keep your cool until class is over, then share your feelings with your friend. But what if you're not the calm and collected type? Well, don't worry. Everyone can develop the skill of responding well when emotions run high. It just takes a bit more practice for some people.
So have you ever had a situation where something like that has happened, where you kind of have your own plans and something happens, or somebody kind of throws a monkey wrench in the works there, and everything that you've been looking forward to kind of gets messed up?
Yeah, actually, a specifically recent example in which we were planning on going out to Maryland for a comic convention, and in history, we had taken a quiz, and what he does is he gives us back our quizzes for quiz corrections. And it was Friday, and I wasn't really expecting to have to, or I think it was a long weekend, but whatever the last day of school was, I wasn't expecting to get our quizzes back for quiz corrections, because he said he still had to have another student take the test, and he wasn't going to have the student take the test, and he wasn't going to give them back. However, the student took the test because other people were pressuring him because they wanted to get their quiz corrections done, and it was due on Monday. So I was pretty pissed because I really didn't want it to have to ruin the weekend we had planned, and I had to spend a decent amount of time doing it and was kind of grumpy about it.
Okay. Well, and I think that's understandable. I think we've all kind of been put in positions like that in the past. How did you react to it? Did you react in class, or did you just kind of bottle it up and carry it with you into the weekend?
I really just bottled it up. I'm not really the type to scream out unfairness. I kind of grumbled to myself at that point, and then when it was, the weekend, I kind of felt miserable from it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It kind of tends to drag you down at that point in time. I'm the type of person who I certainly could benefit from learning how to react better to things. For the most part, from a professional standpoint, I'm okay. But we've not been very, hesitant to discuss my tendency to get angry at inanimate objects when I don't get things to work and I get frustrated. And that's when I tend to have my emotions get the better of me. And I really need to learn how to do things better, because it's cost me, literally cost me money, because there have been times that I've been trying to do something or get something to work, and I get so angry and I wind up breaking it and have to replace it. So learning to react well is kind of an important skill. Managing emotional reactions means choosing how and when to express the emotions we feel. People who do a good job of managing emotions know that it's healthy to express their feelings, but that it matters how and when they express them. Because of this, they're able to react to situations in productive ways. They know they can choose the way they react instead of letting emotions influence them to do or say things they later regret. They have a sense of when it's best to speak out and when it's better to wait before acting on or reacting to what they feel. They know that their reaction influences what happens next, including how other people respond to them and the way they feel about themselves.
You've probably been in a situation where someone reacted in a way that was too emotional, making you cringe or feel embarrassed for that person. You also might have been in a situation where your own emotions felt so strong that it took all of your self-control not to go down that path yourself. Maybe you can think of a time when you didn't manage your reaction. Perhaps anxiety, anger, or frustration got the better of you. It happens. When it does, forgive yourself and focus on what you could have done better. Think about what you might do next time.
Now, I would ask you at this point in time, have you ever seen a person who has had their emotions get the better of them But you'll look at me and you'll probably come up with a half dozen instances right off the bat. So have you ever experienced that type of thing with someone besides me? Because I know I'm a prime example of this bad habit, where and it doesn't necessarily mean that they flew off the handle or got angry. It could be someone who was overcome with grief or sorrow or anything where they couldn't control their emotions, and it kind of put you in an awkward situation being present for it. And if you can't think of someone else, you can use me as an example.
Well, I've seen it with Mommy too. She can, get emotional at times. Well, I mean, there was the recent time, along with the previous example I had, where I don't think it was actually on her part. She just had an emotional reaction to something we said, and I don't think it was necessarily her fault, because she wasn't necessarily in control, but outside of that example, she's had other points where she can, get mad at me and will yell at times, and I do the same to her sometimes. But, we've worked on that. We talked about our differences afterwards. But, yeah, there have been instances where she's yelled at me and I kind of feel like backing off.
So, in situations like that, when that happens, how do you typically react? Is that something where you try to diffuse the situation? Do you sort of sit there and just sort of let the person vent? Do you try to take a more active role when that type of thing happens?
Well, for my friends, if one of them ended up, letting some of their emotions go, I would kind of just sit back and show them that I'm listening. I might offer some advice occasionally, but half the time I kind of just let it out, because sometimes that's all you really need. Other times when people are yelling at me, I kind of just still sit there and take it, or I just try to leave the situation because it makes me uncomfortable and I don't really like it.
Now, when you're going through something like that, where you're emotional and you've kind of let your emotions get the best of you, how do you prefer people react to you? And is it always a consistent reaction you're looking for? I mean, obviously at the time you're not thinking about it. It's one of those after the moment type things that you reflect on them. But how would you prefer? Would you prefer people leave you alone or snap you out of it or support you? What's your ideal reaction that you would like to see?
I guess it depends on the situation, really. Like, if I need to vent stuff out to somebody, I would prefer them to kind of listen. I don't really all the time need advice when it comes to it unless I specifically ask for it. So really, as long as they can just sit there and take it for a bit, I wouldn't mind that. In a situation, I don't really know how I'd really picture a situation in which I actually got angry at somebody and kind of screamed at them, but I guess I would want them to leave me alone at that point, because I would want to be left alone and kind of just have some time to myself and to rethink everything.
Okay, well, that makes sense. I mean, there's different ways to approach different types of emotional states, I assume. I think one of the keys to knowing how to react is understanding emotions, and we'll talk a little bit more about that when we come back from our first break.
All right.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about managing your emotional reactions. And now we're going to talk about understanding emotions. The skills we use to manage our emotions and react well are part of a bigger group of emotional skills called emotional intelligence or EQ, similar to IQ, which is a reflection of your intelligent quotient. We discussed this topic in more detail in episode 161 of the podcast, free promotion. Developing all the skills that make up emotional intelligence takes time and practice. People who react well are already good at some basic skills, but these skills
Use your words. Read the script.
But these are skills anyone can practice. So emotional awareness. This skill is all about being able to notice and identify the emotions we feel at any given moment. This is the most basic of the EQ skills. Sometimes just naming the emotion we feel can help us feel more in charge of our emotions.
Understanding and accepting emotions is another skill you should learn. Understanding emotions means knowing why we feel the way we do. For example, we might say to ourselves, I feel left out and a little insecure because I didn't get invited to the prom yet, and 2 of my friends already did. It helps to view our emotions as understandable given the situation. We might think to ourselves, no wonder I feel left out. It's natural to feel that way in this situation. It's like giving ourselves a little kindness and understanding for the way we feel. This helps us accept our emotions. We know they're reasonable and that it's okay to feel whatever way we feel.
Accepting emotions means noticing, identifying, and understanding our emotions without blaming others or judging ourselves for how we feel. It's not helpful to tell ourselves that how we feel is someone else's fault. It is also not good to judge our emotions and think, I shouldn't feel this way, or it's awful that I feel this way. The goal is to acknowledge your feelings without letting them run away with you. Once these basic skills feel natural, you're more able to manage what you actually do when you feel strong emotions. Practicing the basic skills also will help you to get past difficult emotions faster.
This kind of goes back to what we were talking about last week about the fact that as much as we see emotions in positive and negative ways, emotions themselves don't have intent. So the first thing to understanding emotions is that we're susceptible to all emotions, but it's important to understand what those emotions mean to us at that time. Anger can mean one thing when you're talking to a friend and your friend says something mean, and it can mean something completely different if you see an injustice on the news that you think should be corrected. So understanding emotions is a lot about context as well. Do you have any examples of where an emotion might have 2 different meanings for you under different circumstances?
I mean, the anger one's pretty good, because in a lot of cases I can feel angry about something my friend said or something that you guys might have done. And in other ways, I would feel angry that there's some type of injustice going on, and I'd want to try to have the desire to fix it.
So the kids that you hang out with, how would you grade them? Let's say as a whole, like we shouldn't really stereotype people or stick everyone in the same box, but just for the sake of this discussion, on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you say they typically fall on the emotional understanding scale as we described it here?
Well, the friends that I can talk to this about, I'd probably say 7 out of 10.
Okay.
A lot of the times they can listen to me, and if I need to talk to them about something, I can. It's just sometimes they give advice when I don't really need them to, or they give advice that I don't really think would really work, and I know hasn't worked. So, it's iffy, but I can at least still talk to them about it.
And of those friends, the ones that you've known, let's say the longest, have you seen their emotional understanding and their emotional intelligence improve over the years? Or are you really not seeing that level of, and I don't mean this in a derogatory term, but have you seen that maturity not progress as much as you would have expected?
Yeah, with some of my younger friends who I've known for longer, surprisingly, in some cases, some of them have gotten, better with their emotional control, and I've noticed that some of them have also gotten worse with it.
Okay. Yeah, and it happens, We all go through phases in life. We all go through different rates of maturity in life, so that's not that unexpected. Where would you grade your own level of emotional understanding on that scale of 1 to 10?
I'd say maybe 5.
Okay.
Not really great, but not all that bad.
Well, and I think that's middle of the road. And I think for someone your age, that's probably where you're expected to be. I'm significantly older than you, and I would rate myself probably a 7, maybe an 8, depending on the people that I'm around. That emotional understanding is subjective as well. It's based on the situation you're in. It's based on the people that you are conversing with. Like, I'm far better at emotional understanding with you and mommy than I am with people at work. People at work, I'll think they're feeling one thing and be completely wrong. And it's caused situations for me where misunderstanding what others' emotional states are and their reaction to things has caused me to say things that, I don't want to say it got me in trouble, but it certainly didn't help the situation. Like, if you think someone responds to you in a lighthearted, joking way, and you respond in turn, and it turns out they were deadly serious, you kind of come across as not very professional in that type of environment. Have you run into situations like that where you've misjudged your understanding of somebody else's emotions and it may not have ended as smoothly as you would have liked it to?
I've had fights with friends over that kind of stuff. They weren't all that serious, but I have had experiences with that, and I think that ended up kind of leading me down the path of just not responding half the time. It's like, I just let them know I'm listening if they need to talk to me, and I let them know if there is anything up, just let me know. I don't really try to joke around. If I can somewhat read people, but at the same time, like, I don't really try to anymore. It's like, sometimes if I can tell there's something up with my friend, I may not say something directly. I would just kind of like, see how they're doing, and, just kind of ask like smaller questions. And if I don't think that they would really want to talk to me, then I kind of stop talking.
Okay. And then I think that's kind of a natural reaction to it. Now, when you find yourself failing to manage your emotional reaction to things and you're around other people, does their reaction help you to better regulate or to kind of use them as a mirror to step back and take a look at yourself and realize you may be losing control of your emotions there? Or when it happens to you, are you oblivious? Like for me, when I'm trying to fix something and I'm just angry at it, it takes a lot of external stimuli for me to kind of take that step back and realize, all right, I'm being irrational at this point in time and I need to calm down. What kind of reaction does that have to you when you see how other people react to your emotional issue?
Well, I think what started me down the path of really not trying to burst out at people is really their reactions to whenever I get like really angry. Like one time I ended up lashing out at a teacher and I got in trouble kind of for it, and then I realized that it hurt my relationships with my friends, and I realized how it affected you and Mommy when I would lash out at you, so their reactions normally bring me back to reality, and it's stopped me from really trying to, well, it started me down the path of controlling my emotions, but it's also gotten to the point where I just never say anything to anybody unless I feel like I can trust them.
Well, that's kind of an extreme degree to take it to, but I think your arrival at that extreme reaction is really what the definition of emotional understanding is. You know, whether or not you're causing an emotional reaction in someone or something else is, in this case, you're the one causing the reaction because of your outburst, we'll say. But you're able to read that on other people and then have that influence your reaction at that point in time. So that ability for you to understand emotions in others helps you to regulate your own emotional reaction. It's kind of a cycle that feeds on itself at that point in time once you're able to understand those emotional reactions. Well, we're going to take another break, and we're going to come back, and we're going to do a little what would you do type discussion. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So what would you do in certain situations emotionally? So imagine this situation. Your friends have received, in this case, we'll say, college acceptance to a school that you've been trying to get into, but you haven't. Once you identify, understand, and accept how you feel, how might you react? Would you look unhappy when you're around your friends, hoping they'll ask you what's wrong? Would you gossip about people who already have been accepted to the school and say that you don't want to go to the school anymore? Would you confide in a friend that you feel bad about not getting into that school, but you'd still be friends with them? Or would you remind yourself that it's not the end of the world and decide to give another school a try some other time? Which of these would your reaction be in this situation?
Probably the last one.
Okay, so you'd be rational about it.
Probably. Again, with the idea that I really don't know what school I'm going to just yet. I definitely think that would probably be my best reaction. I'm not the type to really gossip about it, and I wouldn't, deny it, necessarily. I wouldn't really purposely try to look unhappy. It might happen, because, I don't control my face all that often, but I wouldn't try to do it in hopes that they'd ask. So yeah, 4 would probably be.
So which of those 4 reactions do you would think would lead to the best outcome in this given situation?
Probably 4 or 3.
Okay. Now, how do you honestly think? Now, that's how you'd want to react. How do you honestly think you would react in this situation?
Probably 3.
Probably 3. So you would confide in a friend then at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's fair. So once we always have a choice about how we react to situations. And I think it's important that we realize that, and that once we realize it, it's easier to make choices that'll work out well. Why don't you take it from there?
Learning to react well takes practice, but we all can get better at taking emotional situations in stride and expressing emotions in healthy ways. And that's something to feel good about.
So do you ever have an opportunity to sort of practice? Like one of the things that I'll do, and I don't know if it's really healthy to be honest with you, but if somebody says something to me at work and I don't get a chance to react, I don't want to say stew on it, but I'll think about it and I'll play through scenarios of how I'd react or what I'd say or what the tone of my voice would be. And I kind of play act in my head how I'm going to react to these types of things. Do you do anything like that to try to coach yourself into how you're going to react to things?
Yeah, actually. I do that a lot. Most of the time my imagination tends to take it a little too far to the point where, like, a situation would probably never happen. I take it to, like, the extreme of it. But, like, sometimes it's more rational. Other times, I don't think it would ever happen.
So that's a good point, though, I mean, to recognize that. Now, when you take it to that extreme, do you realize you're taking it to an extreme and realize that, well, either this will never happen this way or this probably shouldn't happen this way? And does it influence how you actually react to it?
Well, sometimes I kind of, like, get into a loophole where, like, I keep thinking about everything that could go wrong and I continue to play the scene out, and then I stop myself at some point and realize, wait a minute, this would never happen. Why am I still thinking about this? And then it's like, I mean, it prepares me for, knowing that, hey, this probably will never happen, so don't think about that.
And it's interesting you put it that way. Years ago, I used to work in emergency management. The guys, when there's a hurricane and they come in and they coordinate things and whatever. One of the things that the training of that job taught me was preparation and planning and scenarios. And there was a lot of unlikely scenarios that we had to account for so that we had a plan for everything. You didn't have a plan A and a plan B. We had plans for every letter of the alphabet for the stuff that we had to do. And to come up with those plans, we had to sometimes think of crazy things. I lived in a small town, and that town was bordered by a county road and then a popular local road. And one of the things we had to consider was, okay, occasionally we'll get tractor trailers that drive down that county road. Well, what if something's hauling toxic waste and it gets into an accident and it flips over and we have a spill? Now, there had never been anything like that in the, 80 years, 90 years the town existed. But we had to plan for it. And we could do that planning because of the scenarios, the crazy scenarios we came up with. But that prepared us for a whole nother scenario that actually does occur later on when there was a accident and a tractor trailer flipped over. But my point is that going down that path and doing those exercises, even if they're just flat out unlikely, never to happen, and they're totally crazy in your mind, the fact that you recognize the unlikelihood, or the fact that you recognize the unhealthiness of what you're thinking, these are all things that help you to mature emotionally. if you were to go down that path and ultimately lead to something that was crazy and you didn't realize that it was completely off the wall, then you're showing a lack of emotional maturity there. Have you done this and had scenarios that you've thought through actually come to pass where they've actually helped you out?
I don't think any of the extreme scenarios I've ever thought about ended up actually happening in real life, from what I know, because again, they get really extreme and dark really fast, so I don't think any of them have ever come true, and honestly, I'm kind of grateful for that.
Well, and have any of those scenarios maybe stopped you from going down something that might not have been as extreme, but could have been a negative outcome for you?
Yeah, I'd say so. There have definitely been instances where a lot of the times something bad that happened was from my own choices, and it kind of stopped me from doing things that I felt like would not help me at all. So yeah.
That's good. That's a good example of how to control your emotions. So the next time you're faced with a situation that elicits strong feelings from you, pause to consider what meaning you're going to attach to it. You can develop emotional control by using one of the following tactics. You can take a deep breath. Instead of reacting right away, whether positively or negatively, give yourself a moment to process what just happened.
You could also find out what you're feeling. It's easy to say, I'm feeling angry because they hurt me. Dig deeper. Are you angry because you're afraid they're right? Are you sad? Emotions are complex and often piggyback onto one another.
It's important, and this you kind of touched on this, is to replace negative thoughts. If your mind goes straight to how you've been wronged or how terrible everything is, divert yourself. Dwelling on negativity will only make you more prone to it, so focus on positive emotions. Change your thoughts and change your story.
You could also channel your energy. Human emotions are incredibly powerful. Let that energy go by participating in some sort of physical activity, like going for a run or a walk.
And explore your emotions, which again, you obviously didn't with some of these scenarios that you walked through. Why do you feel the way you do? Journaling or talking with a trusted friend or family member can help you understand why you're feeling what you do. Once you understand that emotion, it's that much easier to control it. And I think that's really the biggest lesson to take away from here is emotions can be very overwhelming for us. A lot of times, until you recognize them, you can't control them. And a lot of people tend to be overwhelmed and kind of just go with the flow. But it's okay to explore your emotions. You know, we've talked in the past about labeling them. If you feel a certain way and you can name it and you can describe it and you can talk about why you feel that way, that gives you control of that emotion at that point in time. And that allows you to explore it. Have you felt a situation where you've been overwhelmed and you've tried any of these techniques in the past?
Well, I've definitely done the taking a deep breath one, especially when I'm having a breakdown, because in a lot of cases, especially whenever you're around, you always tell me to take a step back. And
I thought I was one that was causing the bad emotions.
No, you're good. But yeah, you're all, like, especially if I'm, like, stressed on a project, you tell me, hey, let it go, take a deep breath, relax. And that's, like, the first step we take whenever I have a breakdown. Find out the feeling. I probably don't go as in depth with my feelings. I kind of just say, I'm stressed, I'm angry, I'm sad.
Yep, you're very good at that.
Or I just don't say anything at all. It's like, I don't know. I genuinely have no idea why I'm doing this. Replacing negative thoughts. That's a hard one, but I got cats for that.
Well, and I think, you know, the way you described how when you go down that thought process, the thought experiments, we'll say, and they turn dark, you recognize that. You may not be actively replacing those negative thoughts, but recognizing them, I think, is the most important step there.
True. Then channeling my energy. I do some physical activities. Beat Saber and Just Dance were stuff that I did, and that ended up helping a lot.
See, I think you channel your energies into creativity. You know, you'll pour yourself into a drawing that you're doing or some other creative project, and that gives you that focus that you need to kind of shut the rest of the world out and allows you to just sort of focus on something and clear your thoughts.
Or video games.
Or video games, yeah.
And then exploring my emotions. I don't really do journaling, but I do talk with friends and family. I don't explore it as much, but, you know.
That's an area that we can maybe expound on to help you get through some of those things. But you're having fewer and fewer situations where you have to deal with that, though. So your emotional maturity level is definitely improving with each of these. And I think that's the important thing. Every time you have an emotional outbreak and you get over it, that's a step forward. So that was all we had from a, content standpoint. We'll take a quick break, come back, and get your final thoughts.
All right. Alright, so to everybody out there, I just want to say that managing your emotions is something everybody can do, but it doesn't come as easily to some people. Some people could be really great at this, and other people would probably need a bit more practice. But know that there's always ways that you can improve, and if some of the steps we've stated here help you, then, you know, that's great. Do some more research on your own, and, you know, see what you can do to manage your emotional reactions.
All right. Sage advice, as always. Before we do go, I would like to once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video and audio versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast. I would also invite you to not subscribe, but if you haven't, just subscribe again, because, you know, you can do that twice. We have two different ones you can subscribe to. But I would invite you to provide some feedback. We'd love to hear your thoughts on how we're doing, your suggestions on show topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week, both on Twitch and on YouTube. Twitch, you can find us at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And
don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, usually hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, are not really monthly podcast anymore, hosted by you and my brother Sam half the time.
Okay, well, if that's not going to convince you to watch these, I don't know what will. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 15, Battleground Afghanistan. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay.
Anything exciting going on?
Not much. Just prepping for the school year, getting back in the swing of things. Just counting down the days.
Yeah. Days until you start or days until it's over?
Yes.
So today we are talking about one that's pulled directly from the headlines, and that is what's going on in Afghanistan. So after 20 years of military operations, over $2 trillion spent, an estimated 160,000 lives, which include 50,000 of which were civilian, 2,445 American service members, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors, and over 60,000 Afghan National Military Police. There was also almost 1,200 Allied service members, 44 aid workers, and 72 journalists. And that doesn't even count the 50,000 Taliban and other opposition fighters. The United States is finally pulling out of Afghanistan. While that's an exceedingly high toll to pay for America's longest war ever, those numbers are just a fraction of what the long-term consequences will cost. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at the long war in Afghanistan, the history surrounding the disputed country, how we got there, what went wrong, and what the future holds for the country, the region, and the world as a result of what happened there. But before we do that, I would invite our audience, both our listening and our viewing audience, to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of this and all of the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available anywhere you can get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, and so forth. I would also invite our audience to write in, give us some feedback, give us some topics you'd like us to talk about, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Yes, sir.
All right. Never get involved in a land war in Asia. The phrase has been attributed to several sources, including British General Bernard Montgomery and American General Dwight Eisenhower. It was even a popular phrase from the cult classic The Princess Bride as kind of a joke. But it was Douglas MacArthur offering it to President Kennedy in a private meeting the two had at the Waldorf Astoria in New York in April of 1961 that really rings true. Today, the phrase has become part of our popular vernacular as a warning to avoid starting the conflict that's too large or onerous for you to properly resolve it or to achieve victory. It's an expensive lesson the French learned in Vietnam, a lesson the United States had to relearn during more than a decade in the same country, continuing that conflict. It's a lesson the Russians learned during what was termed their own Vietnam in Afghanistan between 1979 and 89. But again, a lesson the United States seemed to fail to heed and wound up getting itself into and having to learn on its own. We're talking, of course, about the 20-plus years that the United States has spent embroiled in the war on terror, as it's been called, in Afghanistan, that we're now pulling out of with what can generously be described as disastrous consequences for the country. Why is it that the United States seems incapable of learning from other countries' mistakes and so intent on blundering into themselves? Is it arrogance? Is it pride? Does the United States think that we can somehow be successful where other countries have had dismal failures? What do you think?
I think it's a combination of all three of those things. Excuse me. I think that America, especially when it comes to our military, we are extremely confident. And I think that we have the desire to make that confidence known throughout the world. And I definitely think that this is a symptom of that, or I guess, a result of that confidence and that overextension. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's funny you mention that, because when we were going into, or when we were coming out of, I should say, World War II, we had that same level of confidence that we could do anything. And then we wound up getting mired down in the Korean conflict, where we were using the same techniques, the same tactics, and so forth. And that led us into blundering into Vietnam, where we thought we owned the world. And we really got a lesson out of that. And by the time we got out of Vietnam in the 1970s, there was a lot of lack of confidence in our military. We wound up building it up through the 70s and 80s. And in the 90s, we decided to flex our muscle again in the Middle East. So it seems to be kind of a recurring theme for us. Is there a way to stop this cycle of violence and waste?
I mean, people always say history repeats itself, right? I'm repeating myself by saying that. I'm sure I've said that on this show before. But I think some way to at least start is to, which we'll probably do here today, is to make those parallels between something in the modern world, like what's going on in Afghanistan, with something like Vietnam. And when you look at how similar these things are, there's lessons to be learned from that of what not to do. And if we can remember 30 or 40 years from now, when we might find ourselves in a conflict like that again, maybe we can avoid, getting stuck in the mud again.
Yeah. And I've always been a fan of, it's better to learn lessons from other people's mistakes than your own and avoid making those mistakes. Unfortunately, our country doesn't seem to look at it from that perspective. They look at other people's mistakes and somehow think that they can do it differently.
The challenge.
Yeah, I guess that's a valid point.
Yeah, I think that ties into we were just talking about it, but the pride and the arrogance. I think we tend to see ourselves as infallible, especially when it comes to the global stage like this. And I think that we've proven at least twice now that we are not infallible.
Right. Well, and we also assume that the entire world should live the way that we live, that our policies and our politics and
our culture too,
our culture and our morals, and it doesn't work that way. So, but let's talk about how we got here, where we are today.
So the United States' most recent involvement in Afghanistan was a product of the War on Terror, which itself was a response to the September 11th terrorist attacks on the United States. It isn't possible to address this subject without talking about those attacks and ensuring that the War on Terror that followed. For many of us, the events of September 11th are burned into our memory. Not me. I was only 1 year old at the time, but for I'm sure many of our listening audience, that's true.
All the documentaries that'll be coming out, I'm sure it'll burn it in.
Yeah. But for comparative purposes, we need to talk about some of the details of those events. So 4 California-bound jumbo jets originating from 3 different airports across the eastern United States were hijacked mid-flight by a total of 19 al-Qaeda terrorists. 15 of the terrorists were citizens of Saudi Arabia, 2 were from the United Arab Emirates, 1 was from Lebanon, 1 was from Egypt. That's going to be important shortly. It's worth noting none of the terrorists originated in any of the countries targeted in the War on Terror. And I think that is extremely important to remember, especially when we look at the course of history that followed September 11th attacks. American Airlines Flight 11 and United Airlines Flight 175 targeted the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Manhattan, New York. American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 crashed en route to its intended target, which was supposed to be the White House or another D.C. building, when passengers on the plane, alerted by cell phone of the other hijackings, were brave enough to step up and stop the attackers and crash the plane. In total, 2,996 lives were lost, including the 19 hijackers. More than 25,000 are estimated to have been injured.
So that's another interesting statistic, just those numbers alone. So just shy of 3,000 lives were lost in that attack. And if we take a look back at the numbers we threw out at the beginning of the show here of the number of American servicemen, so we had almost that number of servicemen killed in Afghanistan alone. We had more than that number, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors killed. So the death toll of Americans who died in Afghanistan now almost doubles what the death toll was during the attacks on 9/11. Does that have any resonance with you?
Well, I think I think when we're looking at these numbers, they can get lost in the weeds very easily. I think personally, it's when you look at these statistics, it kind of desensitizes you to the loss of life in general. I think if even one life was lost, that's a problem.
Sure.
But I think that it's difficult to compare because the 9/11 attacks these people were seemingly randomly just taken out, out of nowhere. Whereas we're comparing the lives of soldiers that they know what they're stepping up for, and they know the risk of what they're volunteering. Is that the right word? I guess just signing up for in general.
Sure, yeah, their enlistment.
Yeah, so and they have that duty that they want to protect. I mean, you look into the civilians that were killed; they also had no idea what was going to happen to them. But it's difficult to even fathom those numbers from 3,000 to 50,000.
Yeah, I think you make a valid point. Our military, when you enlist in the military, there's a certain assumption that there's a risk you're taking on yourself. I think our government should be first and foremost looking to mitigate that risk as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for the most part they do. I don't think we lightheartedly put our troops in danger, or do it in situations where it can't be warranted or justified.
Mm-hmm.
But the number of dead that happened in Afghanistan is still a staggering number compared to 9/11 and our response. That was our response to 9/11. Mm-hmm. So on September 16th, 2001, then President Bush, George W. Bush, coined the phrase war on terror to describe the United States response to the terrorist attacks on the United States. This includes the following: targeted strikes against al-Qaeda insurgency in Yemen, which the United States had been involved with already since 1998. American-led, quote, intervention in Afghanistan, which started in 2001. The Iraq conflict, which started in 2003 on, at best, dubious evidence of terroristic activity, as well as the pursuit of Osama bin Laden into Pakistan starting in 2004. On May 23, 2013, then President Barack Obama announced that the global war on terror was over, saying U.S. military and intelligence will not wage war against a tactic, but will instead focus on a specific group of networks determined to destroy the U.S. So that's great. 2013, the war on terror is over. Everybody can come home, right? No. On December 28, 2014, the Obama administration announced an end of the combat role of the U.S.-led mission in Afghanistan, despite the fact that the U.S. continued to play a major role in the war on Afghanistan. I think we're giving a little bit of lip service there to try to get some votes, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2017, President Trump significantly expanded the military presence in Afghanistan after the war on terror was over and our military mission in Afghanistan was over. We're sending more troops back in 2017. I'm thinking the messaging here that we're getting really is kind of inconsistent with the reality here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I think that this war on terror has been used as a political tactic since it started, right? So you had President Bush Jr. on the American battleship with the mission accomplished.
Yeah.
There was that. There's what we were talking about here with Obama. It's always if we can end the war on terror, right? That's a way to get bonus points with the people. And I think that's really all it is. It's never sincere, right? And I know we talk about politicians and they make insincere claims all the time. And I think that this is just a prime example of that.
Yeah, I think the problem that we run into is every politician wants to be known for winning a war, but not fighting a war. Mm-hmm. Because when you fight a war, it's dirty. Lives are lost. It costs a lot of money. There's a lot of carnage. You get a lot of bad press when bombs are going off and civilians are dying and American troops are dying. But when the war is over, and I think this was the product of the Gulf War in the 90s. It lasted so short a period of time and was such a resounding victory for the United States that George Bush, the first Bush's presidency, skyrocketed in popularity after that. Of course, it didn't help him win re-election, but everyone wanted to get that jump in popularity, so everybody wants to declare this war is over. I I don't think you can really do that in the middle of a war if you still have troops on the ground, still fighting, still dying, still, bullets flying.
Yeah, and jump in here if I'm misspoken here, but the War on Terror wasn't a declared war, right? So they didn't have to go to Congress or anything like that.
Right.
That gives them a lot of options for how they want to wage this war.
Right.
So that's just
the
something
War
to
on
think about.
Terror was literally just a marketing term.
Yeah.
That was also when we got our Axis of Evil terminology as well. And, we didn't declare war on a country, which is what Congress is authorized to do. We pretty much had carte blanche
To do whatever you want.
to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of talking about why we got here, sort of. We're going to take a little break. We're going to come back, and we're going to talk a little bit about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. In the first segment, we talked a little bit about the past, and now we're dealing with more present topics. So on April 14th, 2021, President Biden announced the full U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan by September the 11th this year, which would be the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. President Joe Biden said the war in Afghanistan was never meant to be multi-generational, as he officially announced the drawdown of all remaining 2,500 U.S. troops beginning May the 1st, and like we said, concluding on September the 11th. The president noted that only the citizens of Afghanistan have the right and responsibility to lead their country. This announcement was made after consulting with, quote, our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Afghan President Ashraf Ghani, I'm probably mispronouncing that, and many other around the world. The United States met its objective 10 years ago with the assassination of al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden. Biden added, quote, our reasons for staying have become increasingly unclear, which is a little too self-aware, I think, for a president, but it's worth noting bin Laden was killed during the presidency of Barack Obama, during which Biden was the vice president at the time. More than 2 years passed during the Obama administration after bin Laden's death, in which the objectives in Afghanistan were not clarified, nor was a planned withdrawal put in place. Biden notes in his remarks that over the past 20 years, quote, the terrorist threat has become more dispersed, metastasizing around the globe. It could be argued that this was a direct result of the U.S. effort to wage a conventional-style war against nation-states when their true enemy deployed asymmetric guerrilla warfare tactics, much like in Vietnam. It's important to note that while still in office, Donald Trump negotiated a deal with the Taliban to withdraw U.S. military personnel. The deal was done without the participation of the current Afghan government and without their consent. It promised a U.S. withdrawal by May 1st, 2021. This agreement was still in effect when Joe Biden revised the timeline to September the 11th and when he started the pullout in August. So it's more than this current administration. This is something that's going back years through multiple presidencies.
So just a couple of things that are worth pointing out here. Why in God's name would anybody pick September 11th for the date to pull out of Afghanistan, a conflict that was triggered by a terrorist attack on September 11th? Did nobody mention to Biden that date was kind of important and you probably didn't want to paint targets on the backs of our soldiers for that?
I could see the reason for going for it for like patriotic reasons, because 9/11 is obviously like a very hot button topic for, to stir up patriotism and fervor for that. And it being exactly 20 years, I could see him wanting...
So you figured it would look better for us to tuck tail and run on the anniversary of September 11th.
Well, yeah, it's not a good look either way.
I mean, the optics there are terrible.
Yeah.
Like, who's advising him on these things? I mean, someone clearly must have mentioned to him that September 11th isn't the best time, so he pulled it back to August 31st, which doing it in a shorter period of time, I don't think was really a good idea. I think
clearly it didn't work out.
No, clearly it didn't. I would have pushed that deadline a little bit further forward. But the other thing that's interesting here is they note that there's only 2,500 troops in country right now to do this evacuation. Now, this announcement came on April 14th. Why on, August 1st, are there still people even in country? Because there are American civilians that are still in country. I saw one article in which there was a school trip. First of all, who the hell goes to Afghanistan on a school trip?
What, like college or like high school? Or...
I didn't read the details on it, but
either way,
I'm thinking that's a terrible senior trip at that point. I mean, you need to talk to your tour director or something there. But why are people even in country at this point in time when the United States has announced a hard deadline for a pullout?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it's maybe bureaucratic reasons, red tape, people can't get out. If they work with the embassy, maybe it's a visa issue, getting out of country, global travel restrictions because of the pandemic. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
And probably is a combination of all of those. But it just seemed a little strange that we knew we were pulling out and we didn't do things to expedite that withdrawal of civilians.
Yep.
And the fact that we've only got 2,500 troops in there who can't handle the security of this withdrawal itself. They had a general on the news just this week, and they asked him what he was going to do to help get Americans who aren't at the airport out of the country. And he basically came out and said, I don't have the resources to extend my operations outside the airport at this time to do rescue missions. So basically they're screwed. It's every man for himself.
I can't even imagine what it's like for those people in the country. It must be terrifying. It's like the end of the world for them.
Yeah, I agree.
I saw a bunch of articles of the people in Afghanistan preparing for the Taliban takeover, and it's difficult to watch. These people don't have a choice. They're just accepting that this is their new way of life, and it's difficult for us to grasp.
Absolutely. The fact that we're still there 10 years after we've achieved our goal of, we assassinated bin Laden. That's really what we did as a country. We assassinated this man. And we did that 10 years ago, and for some reason we're still there, and nobody can explain why we're still there. So something should have happened 10 years ago that we shouldn't even be there on Biden's watch. So I'm kind of hesitant to blame Biden for everything, especially given the deal that Trump had cut. Basically, Trump cut a deal with terrorists to hand the country over to him and didn't bother to ask the Afghans if that was okay with them. And I don't want to get too political here, but I can't really expect a guy who's disloyal to his own country and tries to overthrow the government is going to be loyal to an allied government either. So I'm not surprised by that. I'm surprised that the United States was still bound by that agreement after he left office, though.
Yeah, I definitely think for me personally, it's definitely a bipartisan issue. And I know definitely there's a great deal of fault on Trump here, but I think there's a fault going back to Bush as well, Bush Jr.,
sure.
Then Obama continuing it with being determined to get bin Laden, and now, again, Trump, and then now Biden. I think it's both parties have a significant amount of fault in this.
Yeah, you've got four administrations, 2 Republican, 2 Democrat, that are directly responsible for this catastrophe that's happening in Afghanistan right now.
Yep.
So let's look at the immediate aftermath, okay? So it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans, at the time of the writing of this, which was a few days old now, it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans remain in Afghanistan after the Taliban's takeover of the country. More than 20,000 Afghans who aided the United States in the past 20 years qualified for special immigrant visas, but also remained in the country after the Taliban takeover. The United States military officers, including Marine General Frank McKenzie, have admitted lacking the resources to secure the perimeter around Kabul airport. He also emphasized, like I said, he did not have the resources to venture into the city to evacuate anyone or provide safe passage. The Taliban indicated they would allow foreigners access to the airport for evacuations, but new accounts suggest this isn't a policy that's being enforced with any level of consistency.
Yeah, of course it's not.
Right. They're terrorists. What do you expect? The Biden administration initially indicated there was no expectation of an immediate takeover by the Taliban after the U.S. pullout, which clearly wasn't the case. I mean, and we'll talk about why later. But whatever idea Biden had that the country was going to stand was completely wiped out within the first week of the pullout start. The U.S. has also trained and equipped more than 300,000 Afghan military personnel who were expected to maintain their territory and fend off the Taliban. And clearly they didn't. So some questions have to be asked. So with an announcement on April 14th of the firm deadline to pull out, why were there still so many Americans in country? We asked that. We don't have an answer. Why were qualifying visas for the allied Afghans not pre-processed before the withdrawal? You've basically painted the target on all their backs. Why didn't you ensure that you can get them out of the country first? No answer to that. Why was an evacuation of the Afghan allies not started before the withdrawal? You knew they were going to be the number one targets. There's lists of them already circulating around within the Taliban who they want to. They're basically death lists. No answer to that. And finally, the next question is, why did the Afghan military fall so quickly and let the Taliban take over? That, to me, is probably the most significant question here. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But what are your thoughts on this? Like, give me your thoughts. I can't even formulate a question at this point in time. I'm so flabbergasted.
It just seems awful. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It just seems like a really unfortunate situation for those people, and there's nothing. It just seems like no one's coming to save them, and that's awful. And like I don't know. Yeah. There's nothing you can do, you know. Like,
and you look at some of the early images of the evacuation, and you've got hundreds of people, standing room only, packed onto these C-17s that are just astounding the pilots of the level of people. You had people climbing on planes, trying to hold on, falling to their deaths as these planes were taking off.
Yeah, that footage was, I don't know if our listeners have seen it, but the footage of the people falling off the planes was difficult to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's how desperate these people are. There's pictures of people on the perimeter of the airport handing their children up to people over the wall to at least try to get these infants out of the country because they know they're not going to be able to get out of the country.
And it's impossible not to compare it to the fall of Saigon, right? Like the evacuation
absolutely.
of Saigon, people, you know, helicopters going down, people scrambling. It's
what makes it not impossible to talk about that is because Biden said you're not going to have another Saigon.
Yeah, and then they did.
And you do.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the images of the fall of Saigon where helicopters are landing on the American embassy to get the last few people out. You have, there were accounts during Vietnam that you had South Vietnamese pilots that were stealing aircraft, evacuating their neighborhood. One particular pilot actually flew his entire family out to a ship that was waiting in the Gulf of Tonkin and unloaded them hovering over the ship because the helicopter could not land. And then he had to ditch in the sea and be recovered.
Yep.
You're seeing that level of desperation now. Only you don't have all those outlets because you're in a landlocked country.
Yeah.
And the other countries, surrounding countries, are closing their borders down. They're not letting refugees out. And you've got the Taliban are not allowing Afghans out of the country at this point. It's a tragedy that should have been stopped 10 years ago. Should have never been started 20 years ago.
Yeah, and I said it before. It's like, for these people, it's like the end of the world. Like, there's nothing they can do. And it's for us in the comfort of our own homes to watch their worlds fall apart. It's, I don't know. It's,
yeah, I mean, life was difficult before in a war-torn country which Afghanistan's been for the last 40 years. But to lose everything, what little bit you might have accumulated, what roof you did have over your head, and then to be hunted down by this terroristic regime that is trying to impose a draconian system of law on you that you might not adhere to, believe in, that the rest of the world doesn't adhere to. It's a tragedy that's been long in the making, but one that we've contributed to as a country far too much.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take another quick break. We're going to come back, and then we'll talk about what went wrong. What are some of the things that went wrong that we can immediately, playing Monday morning quarterback, and talk about. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, Battleground Afghanistan. So, taking a look at what might have gone wrong, or what did go wrong. First, looking at the country and its citizens. Countries have made the mistake of trying nation building in Afghanistan for over 100 years. The Afghans are fiercely independent and incredibly resilient people. They're accustomed to enduring hardships after so many years. This is mostly or somewhat due to the harsh landscape, makes unconventional warfare nearly impossible with its rugged mountains and lack of adequate infrastructure outside of the cities. A lot like Vietnam, except without the mountains.
Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just cooler.
So looking at the United States, primarily the result of an overall lack of guidance and strategy or objective to our presence in Afghanistan, incompetence or ignorance on the part of the intelligence agencies. As a side note to that, there's evidence that diplomats in country had warned the administration and intelligence establishments of the strong possibility of a rapid Afghan fall, which were ignored. Loss of interest in the conflict on the part of the American people. 20 years on, we thought we accomplished our primary objectives with things like the death of Osama bin Laden. The war was extremely expensive. Casualty rates of any level were considered unacceptable. The lack of or prevention of further terrorist attacks put the original purpose of the mission largely out of people's minds.
So you mentioned briefly the parallels between this and Vietnam. And I think a lot of it, there's too many to not sort of dwell on, I guess, here. So you have the country and its citizens, so you look at the hardships that the Afghans have dealt with in what's been a war-torn country for decades now. It's very similar to what the Vietnamese went through. They were never a particularly prosperous or decadent country. Either of them were. So it's difficult for Americans to realize the hardships that they live with every day, and the thought that that's something that would drive them to a peaceful resolution of things is not even logical. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's such a different way of life that I don't even think we can comprehend it.
Yeah, and I kind of draw a parallel to movies like Red Dawn, right? So you see a movie like Red Dawn where there's this theoretical invasion of the United States, and these high school kids, change their way of life and go live in the mountains, and my daddy taught me to hunt, so I'm going to go shoot bad guys and stuff like that. And it's a fantasy. Mm-hmm. Like, Americans can't even really empathize with that sort of picture. But that's how the Afghans have lived. They've lived off the land. They live in harsh environments. They live in clans of warring tribesmen. It's not like people look at a modern country like the United States when you live here and you think, oh, well, you've got police and you've got low crime rate and oh my goodness, the crime rate's soaring and we've had 20 people shot. Well, 20 people shot here is an evening in Afghanistan sometimes when there's a raid. And it's like the standards that we live by here don't even compare to Afghanistan. And for us to think we're going to walk in there and impose our way of life on them is dangerously naive, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's really the thing, right? The people that live in these places were, I mean, if they maybe not content, but they were, alive and they were undisturbed. Right. I mean, sure, they had their own internal conflicts, but when we thrust them onto the world stage and make them part of our proxy wars, things get a lot worse for them in the long run, almost 100% of the time.